cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, cause I gotta get to you. I would climb 1,000 mountains, swim across the darkest ocean, cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, cause I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you.
You have habits just like me.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back to the NECC, Jobin and Ray, and it is national season. We've got some more champions to be crowned, and lucky for us, we're going to have a back-to-back best of 7 or first of 4, I guess, because we can't have the very rare tie in Overwatch, and we've got some very, very good schools stepping into the server tonight, and nothing like crowning some fresh champions.
Yeah, so buckle in, folks. We could have a potential for 14, possibly even 16 maps if we get draws. So, but bottom line, we're getting at least 8. So we're going to have a lot of Overwatch for you guys to be able to enjoy tonight. So just, again, buckle in, grab a snack, grab a drink, because we're going to be in here for a long time.
Yeah, the first match is going to be Carthage Esports taking on Puma Esports Varsity, and essentially the top 2 teams in the Division 3 bracket. I know Puma actually did upset the number 2 seed and beat UCSC in round 1, and Carthage, they've barely been losing maps the entire season. They have gotten tested a couple of times so far in the playoffs, but when you hear Carthage Firebirds in this division, you already know they're going to be at the top of the table.
Yeah, Carthage for multiple NECC seasons now in Division 2 and 3, I believe, in some of the lower divisions as well. They have been the powerhouses, so they are always the team to look out for. So Puma, I mean, as you mentioned, already upset the number 2 seed, is going to have upset on the mind once again coming into the series, and we do know what that first map is going to be, and it is going to be Ilios.
Yeah, I jokingly said before we went live, I said, boot up the lead, Jang, the players can't decide, and luckily we actually did get the Ilios, which is obviously a very, very enjoyable to watch, and the interesting thing for Carthage, looking at their playoff run, they've lost every single map 1 control so far in the playoffs to every single team throughout the entire bracket, so they have started down 0-1 every single time all the way through. This is something that Puma can maybe try to capitalize on, and maybe can at least give them some chance to start the series off on a good foot, and for Carthage, just try to get out of the map 1 rut and see if you can get kickstarted nice and early.
Yeah, seeing the Emery ban out early, I mean, especially with Ilios, most of these sub-maps being very wide open, lots of area for Emery to be able to shoot, and Emery's just a powerhouse right now on that DPS line, so I'm not too terribly shocked that that ban is going to come out. But the Lucio one's another interesting one, is Lucio's been one of those heroes who's extremely meta. You know, Lucio Kiri's like the main thing, and if Kiri gets banned, you still play Lucio with something else a lot of the time. So taking the speed out, if you want any speed now, you have to go with like the Juno, which some people go Kiri Juno, some go Brig Juno. So the support line is definitely gonna be interesting heading into Ilios.
Yeah, it's just such a comfort pick for so many players. And you talk about Ilios, it's basically the home map for the Lucio. Emery has been dominating the game for what feels like 2.5 months now at this point, so that ban is pretty well going to make sense in every which way. And of course, as the NECC playoffs and the Forge Trials have been rolling on the entire semester, the Forge Trials are presented by the Army National Guard. The uncommon is calling at nationalguard.com. They've been blessing us all playoffs, all nationals long, and not wait as we are. Perfect timing. Getting underway with map 1, Ilios Carthage. Effectively, I mean, they are technically undefeated on the season. They barely even draw. I think they didn't lose a map until the playoffs, so they lost 1 or 2 maps all the way up to the playoffs. And obviously, I mentioned stumbling out of the gate so far in the playoff bracket, but they are in the grand finals. And now they've got a chance to start off on the right foot.
So looking at Puma's composition, it kind of makes sense. You know, Winston with Brig is always that classic combo. Normally you run the Ana, but I think the Kiri is going to be a good substitute. The Kiri just has, obviously the Suzu, which is key. And then you have a lot more pick potential with the headshots of the Kunai. The only issue is you don't get to be able to use Nano on your Winston. With Carthage going with the Cat Mercy, that is not a combination I expected to see. They're going to go Diva Ferret. So this is going to be hard for Puma to deal with, but they do have Loki on the cast now.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. My brain, I see the cat and I instantly look for the Bastion because I saw so many teams running it the last few weeks. But yeah, Cat Mercy is, you could have given me 50 guesses. I would not have guessed this backline coming out of the gates for Carthage. Clearly it's something they've been working on because it's certainly a little more out there as far as idea or compositional style. But okay, yeah, there's the Cat Bastion. It's on the other side of the server. I was going to say, typically this is what we have been seeing. I mean, as you can see, it is the mobile artillery unit. You can pump out the damage, can keep you nice and safe. As Puma looking to see if they can chunk down any of these Carthage players early, in ZXC taking a shelling from the Cat Bastion duo as Puma doing a good job to just invade the zone and try to push Carthage back a little bit.
Yeah, as we're still seeing jostling on the point is a good secondary rocket fire, and the Thorn's going to get forced out as the Mercy's taking a lot of damage, but picks are going back and forth.
Yeah, the Diva's trading one back and forth, Crimson and Chicken, but the beauty of the Mercy, you can just bring somebody back from the grave. We do see the Cat taking down Hollister, not able to survive the rest of the fight. Wizard ends up off the map. Loki finds a grenade onto Ferocious, and just like that, Puma opens it up with a massive, massive fight. Loki already has the ultimate online, which, you know, when you're in the Cat combo, not necessarily as needed, but it's a great zoning tool, and yeah, very big first fight out of Puma.
As we already see changes coming in, ZXC going over to the cast, which the Cat Bastion can be one of those things that completely catches you off guard. I feel like nowadays you kind of got to have it in the back of your head. This team might run it, but it requires swaps, and needing a hit scan to be able to fire at some of these flyers is going to be the key, which is why, you know, we see the cast swap.
Yeah, it's a very big problem there. Sky High as Loki able to go find another grenade kill. Wizard gonna lose the fight to Calder as well, so Puma, they're able to stop the Carthage back cap. The Diva looks like they are very low. The Diva bomb will be invested early from Puma, and it's gonna be able to squish Ferocious. That's what you love to see as the front line from Puma. And Carthage, Chicken Fries being low again, basically taken out of the mech, 50+%, and Puma Esports, they are rolling right now.
And this Kiri just has not been able to get a lot done. I mean, obviously we saw the Cat early on to swap to the Kiri, so they forfeited a lot of percentage, and getting Loki down, that's the pick they're looking for.
Uh-oh, and that's the one you also like to see, the Catnap to scoop up ZXC, dump them down into the well as Crimson looking to see if they can escape on 1 HP. It looks like they will be able to. Carthage, again, down the player from ZXC, getting scooped up and dropped, and now they still have to try to fight their way back onto the zone. They are going to go for the back cap, and they actually do pull it off, and now the Ferocious Pig's able to shut down the opposing DPS. Maybe Carthage can finally get something cooking.
Yeah, Carthage having to use that Valk to be able to sustain a little bit longer, but you'll take it for control at this point. You're looking in a really bad spot if you didn't get something going. Crimson now going to go over to the Winston, which they were on it first, and I was a little worried about that going into the Diva, just because the Diva applies so much pressure onto the Winston, so that makes me a little bit worried. So Crimson's going to have to play this perfectly with the jumps and putting yourself in good spots.
Yeah, and I guess the idea is we have the Cat Bastion, so if you're just staring at the Winston, maybe I can send Loki and Crafty to go cook up a seriously insane play on a backline member. So definitely see the idea. Can certainly be very, very tough to play if they don't navigate the fights correctly. And the Kira go down immediately. Anxiety just not able to stay alive for the second part of the fight. A flashbang goes wide. Chicken Fries getting scooped up by Crafty, and that means the tank for Carthage is going to be down. The Deadeye able to shut down the opposing support. And now ZXC looking to run down the Bastion in the backline, able to scoop up the kill. The Winston trying to hang in there as long as they can. But ZXC firing away in Carthage. Back to back to back. Big fights to possibly bring them the lead here.
Yeah, Carthage firing back strong. Good amount of ults used, but you'll take it. You still have a Kitsune Rush to be able to use against theirs. And Puma, I mean, you have a Pulse Bomb. Maybe you get Primal, but none of those, I mean, yeah, you hit the stick and you're probably in a good spot, but you also still have Suzu. So it's going to have to be some pretty good solo plays coming out from Puma to flip this point.
And I think the fights have been so awkward. I honestly don't think Calder has thrown out a Pulse Bomb the entire map. If they have, it's been one at most, because I haven't even seen the indicator, the danger indicator that it's popping up, as now we're going to see Chicken Fries taking the fight to Anxiety straight after the Kitsune Rush gets popped. Hollister and Wizard, ultis of their own for a massive, massive answer. ZXC doing what they can to stave off the Primal, and there's a lot of help from the Carthage squad. They're able to tame the Winston. Crimson down to about 80 HP, eventually has to leave the site. Carthage now on 99. And Puma, it's got to be a very quick last-second touch. The Pulse Bomb did go wide at some point, and now the Deadeye should theoretically be able to zone everybody off until round one is complete. And what a comeback out of Carthage.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little jarring at first to see Puma come out so strong with that Cat Bastion and really take it to Carthage, who we talked about been so strong favorites in Division 3 for a long time, but it almost felt like they just needed a couple fights to warm up, really get their, juices going, get the right matchup they needed to be able to go up against Puma. And once they shut down the Cat Bastion and Puma had to swap to something more conventional, Carthage just ran the lobby after that. So I think that's the key for Carthage. You just continue to play this comp well and don't allow Puma to be able to go play that silliness in the Cat Bastion.
See Hollister and Jumpy in the chat pushing the Mercy propaganda, saying Mercy meta is back in some all caps agreements, which means Carthage, despite the early scare, they're feeling good about where they're at. And honestly, I mean, they definitely just got hit with a haymaker. And I think even though the Cat Bastion is kind of a known entity at this point, it is sometimes teams you walk out, you get far enough where you can't swap, and it kind of hits you with a haymaker, and a good adjustment by them to fight their way back in is now Calder. They're going to pick up the Genji. Loki swapping over to the Tracer, so Puma making a few wrinkles in the comp, bringing in the Brig and Kiri backline again, and now Winston. Crimson seeing how much space they can try to take over on the site. ZXC getting dangerously low, will be able to back up and survive. Now the Genji left to be dealt with. Deflect should be down in a second, but Puma uses that pressure and they take the capture.
Puma going on the Brig, I like that swap, but ZXC is going to go down. The Mercy pocket was enough to keep them up, as Puma coming out on the second submap looking incredibly strong. I actually really like going over to the Brig, can actually help the team out deal with the Venture, and it's just going to be cleanup duty for the side of Puma, as Loki's already built a pulse bomb that is absolutely ridiculous. So Carnage now finds them in a spot where they're re-engaging here, but they get staggered again.
Yeah, Ferocious, they found a couple of kills at the later end of the fight, so they kind of gave themselves a reason to stick around, but it was almost a false flag because at that point there was 4 players left from Puma. You only had so many cooldowns to try to burrow away to safety, and yeah, the Brig's been getting a ton of value. The Pulse Bomb being online already can give Carthage a very nasty surprise, maybe not expecting it to be ready so quickly if they do find an angle. Crimson's got the Primal, which of course is phenomenal on this area of the map, as well as Loki maybe looking to see if they can find that angle, but Crafty's going to be the first one to go down. Loki getting CC'd and then headshotted by the Cassidy, but the Winston completely calling game on the site. The massive Primal. Every single player from Carthage getting locked up. The Deadeye will find one back in response, but this Winston is still off the rails, and now it's a Winston D.Va 1v1, but the shield able to just nullify all of the damage. D.Va Bomb sent in from Chicken Fries. They should be able to remech, and they will get sent off.
Oh, and they're going to get demeched anyway for their troubles. I mean, you did get them to pulse you, but I mean, is it worth all the time you just wasted? 85% and counting, and Puma is just absolutely dominating the second submap. Now Carthage has to rush and go for a staggered touch.
And they've got to rush into a Kitsune Dragonblade rally. They have the Tectonic Shock, and that's going to have to be able to one-shot one of the squishies. But now you've got Calder in the backline. Instantly, Jumpy goes down. ZXC does too, and Puma. There may potentially be a back cap to try to stall out the suffering from Carthage. It looks like it does get snuffed out. And Puma still 5 alive. The only one low for the moment is going to be Calder. Carthage trying to stall like they can. I was going to say the Venture cannot be living forever, surely. Now it's D.Va's turn, getting boot back off the map, and Puma takes round 2.
Both teams having huge highlights and pop-off moments in this Grand Finals map number 1 already. We're going to be in for quite the series, as now we head to Ruins for the next one, which is where, you don't necessarily have to play your dive composition. This is where you could go the direction of more brawl if you wanted to do so, but both teams, as I mentioned, had their moments. This is the Carthage currently making a swap over to go Brig Juno, give themselves that speed availability. Obviously, Orbital Ray is a really good ultimate. That alone wins you fights. As I say that, they're now going to go to the Kiri.
They're tried and true classic. Just nice to have the cleanse, especially considering some of the more vulnerable DPS, of course, in the Genji and the Tracer and the Cassidy, that little lesser mobility on the Cassidy side of things. The Kiri can just be very nice, very easy to play in many respects, as a 1-1 scoreline with Puma just, honestly, I definitely didn't throw the first round. Carthage just mounted the comeback of a lifetime, and then round 2 just clinical from Puma. And the Genji immediately, again, Calder stealing away the life of Ferocious in the early onset of the fight. That means as long as Puma can put that pressure on that we've been seeing, they might be able to find themselves an early capture again, and that is exactly what's on the menu.
Yeah, the double flex setup for Puma has been working wonders for it ever since they went to it. I mean, theoretically, ZXC should just be limiting a lot of what this Genji and Tracer can do, but they've done a great job at playing their angles and keeping their distance to get away from this gas.
Yeah, and even ZXC now, the time that you do, okay, a nice little angle there to shut down the Genji, and then luckily Jumpy Wizard on the Brig able to come in and support. We are going to see now Carthage off of a couple of kills there. They push back Crimson from the site. They'll be able to flip the point back in their favor, and some nice exit shots there out of ZXC to get that Deadeye nice and online. And now it's Carthage's turn to see if they can hold the spawn.
Yeah, so that is another reason why I like seeing Carthage go over to the Brig. The Brig is going to help against the double flex DPS setup that Puma is going to be playing. High Noon and a remake available for the side of Carthage, but they've already lost their venture.
Yeah, it's the second or third time in the last few fights that Calder just wins a dry 1v1 to start things off, and now it's going to be Chicken Fries able to remake. The Deadeye does get activated. Carthage, they don't find any kills, and with Puma having every ultimate in the game ready to go, surely they're going to look to take some space now. It's going to be the rally to open up things, and honestly, I don't think they need a second ultimate. They've got 4 more in the back pocket, but they've already put the pressure on, and they'll be flipping the point momentarily.
Yeah, massive teamfight win from Puma, a 1-for-2 ult exchange. They're getting late staggers as well, and they had already flipped that point relatively early. Couldn't ask for more out of this Puma Esports varsity squad. And now they can look to play up aggressively if they so choose to do so. They got 4 ultimates to be able to use, and the only defensive ultimate Carthage has right now is going to be that rally.
Yeah, Rally Kitsune and maybe Tectonic Shock sooner than later. Not the greatest 3 combo to set things up as Calder immediately jumps over the top. The Blade and Crimson both go on through, and nobody from Carthage able to handle that just walloping that Puma brings their way. And again, it's a 2 ultimate usage for trading the Rally out of Jumpy, ZXC swapping to the Tracer. Puma is clearing fights, barely investing anything.
Again, another 1 ult for 1 ult exchange. Actually, that was 2 ults. So, again, Puma's just taking this ult economy exchange incredibly well. I mean, with how long these fights have been going, this might be the last opportunity. Getting Loki out, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and Jumpy, just again, Crimson able to find the execute. The Primal goes online. Loki does fall too, so Puma, they do lose a player in the dust up, but Carthage unable to make it back to the point so far. They are getting completely zoned off and pushed away. Pulse Bomb, Kitsune, Rally, all will be at the ready, and Carthage, I mean, you do have a Tectonic Shock and a Kitsune, but nothing else feasibly online. The Diva Bomb is nice, but it's not necessarily going to win you a team fight in any respect. Is overtime officially on the menu? Anxiety's popping Kitsune, and Ferocious is dead again. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Puma gets a 2-for-1. They get the late rally to sustain the fight, and the Carthage Control Curse looks like it's going to be sticking around for another series.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not able to find the goods they needed. They could not stop this Tracer Genji, and they just kept losing the ult exchange battle for the side of Carthage. So they're going to have to, come back, rack their brains and figure out another solution and what they want to do to come back in the series. But as we mentioned, this is a 1-to-4. They have plenty of time. Map 2, yes, going 0-2 is not ideal, but in a 1-to-4, it's not as dire as like a 1-to-3.
And the one bright side, you never want to lose map 1, but Carthage, they've been here before. 3 more times just in these playoffs, to be exact. As I mentioned, they literally just keep losing map 1. And the funny thing is, I think all of the controls, they also lost 2-1. So I think they're literally just suffering a constant state of deja vu when these series starts. And they go, oh, wait, we're supposed to be a very, very good team. Let's lock in the rest of the series. We saw that later in the first half of round 1 of Control. Then round 2 and on, Puma just looked... The ults were so much better. I mean, talk about Calder just picking a target, executing them on the Genji every single fight. If Puma can keep playing like this, Carthage, they're going to have to really, really muster up some stuff going forward.
Yeah, as a champion is going to be crowned tonight, and Carthage, who's won quite a few Division 3 titles, is off to not so great of a start. But as you talked about, this is not uncommon for them, so I'm sure they'll find out a way to get back in the series, and I think this is going to be a tight one.
Yeah, that is the one good thing is a best of five, you lose map one, you go, man, we maybe only have two more chances. Maybe we don't necessarily get the full extent of the map pool that we would love to play. But first of four, you got a lot of time to iron things out. And theoretically, after this first game, you maybe don't have an entire read on the series, but you know, Calder is very, very good at Genji. You know, they navigated the Winston extremely well, even playing into the Diva. So there's a few things you can at least pick up on and try to adjust from. And for Puma, you just looked and said, listen, they caught us out a couple of times. Other than that, it was just very good teamwork. The Brig was where she needed to be. Anxiety's ultis were well timed. And yeah, the DPS were just taking over at the end of the game.
Yeah, I do think though that knowing, what they were good at, what they were able to get away with, you can, take yourself to maps where that's not gonna be as ideal. Like you're not taking them to Gibraltar, for
Mhm.
example, like take them to more brawl oriented map like a King's Row or something, and set yourself up for a bit of an easier matchup. And the question is, what more does Carthage play? I mean, obviously, Ilios is a very, what's the word, like unique map. Like it's basically
Mhm.
like you must play dive. So we don't know what else these teams have up their sleeves either. So that's what make things that much more interesting. So you can't assume everything based on that first map for either side, in my opinion.
Yeah, because right, we realistically we have seen effectively one play style with more so mirror comps. Obviously, the venture and a few other things were changed here and there, but I think for Carthage, maybe just a complete style swap. It at least to just test the brawl comp of Puma if that's where they end up going or if that's what they want to play, and say, listen, if they're good at the brawl, maybe maybe you do go down 2-0, and that's going to suck, obviously, but maybe you completely have the edge and say, listen, this is going to play better into our hand later on into the series, and right, maybe you can take something like the Winston away from Crimson if that's what you're really feeling. If you're saying, listen, we want to go dive again, maybe we can play something like the Diva or the Hazard, take the Winston off the board, and maybe just take some of that comfort out of the side of Puma. But yeah, it's going to be very exciting as the maps move forward. I'm checking to see if there are any substitutions. It looks like the lineups are the same. I just saw the screenshot of the lobby. I was seeing if there's any grand final subs, but looks like everyone's going to stay locked in all the same. And if the hover on the map screen we're looking at is true, it is going to be Gibraltar, but that might be fake. So take that with a grain of salt for now.
We do have role swaps as Ferocious and Chicken have swapped roles for Ferocious is going to tank instead of DPS. Chicken Fries going to the DPS. So that is very interesting. I've said plenty of times, I'm not a huge fan of this, swapping roles thing, but it is early enough in the series where I get it. And I think the adjustments can be made and hopefully they can get back in this series.
I'm also never really a fan of it, especially just looking at a team that, for whatever reason, right, the map one curse happens to be in nationals at the worst time, but they were literally like 30-1 in map score leading into nationals. So I don't really think there was. The good thing is they probably have tried a lot of stuff. When you get to a point where you're clearly being one of the more dominant teams over the last couple of years, you afford yourself a little more room to experiment throughout the year. But yeah, going into map two when it's obviously going to be your pick, you roll swap. It's either going to be the shot in the arm that they desperately need, or Puma's going to say, they're obviously getting confused over there, and map two hasn't even started yet. If we can catch them slipping in map two and take a 2-0 lead, we might have them in a chokehold.
Can agree with you more. If it is Gibraltar though, and we don't have that confirmed yet,
Mhm.
that'd be very perplexing. And I guess we do have that confirmed now. Considering how well that dive just went for Puma and the fact that their Tracer Genji Winston combo was looking very impressive, I'd hope you're doing a Winston ban here at this point because I don't know that's a peculiar map choice if that's the case.
Yeah, the Winston was, to me, honestly, probably the biggest issue. Calder, it was flashy at the end because Genji just kind of takes over the screen when you're looking at him. But the Winston was barely getting taken down, managing the health pool very, very well, popping primal when they needed to, clearing out the site, multiple 2 pieces and 3 pieces. So if it's not a Winston ban, I was going to say they better have a good answer. They just played Diva into it and it still didn't really work. So I don't really know, maybe a Hazard or something. I'm not really sure how many other excellent answers there are into the pick, but if they're going Gibraltar, I have to imagine there's going to be some level of confidence. And with them switching the DPS and the tanks, maybe it is going to be something like a Hazard angle, or okay, Winston is banned. Map 2 is officially safe for now.
Um, We'll see. I'm actually surprised to see Puma banning the Tracer. I think the Tracer Genji setup was, going pretty well for them on Ilios. But I mean, yeah, Carthage's Tracer was also very impressive. So
Hmm.
kind of get it. They kind of like their advantage in like a Genji battle here. My guess is we'll see divas across the board for both of these teams since there's no Winston. I mean, Carthage, I definitely expect the diva. Puma,
Hmm.
I'd expect to go to diva with no Winston.
That would be my guess as well. That makes sense. But we also just saw a Mercy Cat backline, so I guess anything is sort of on the table at this juncture. It looks like, okay, Pig, at least for now, is going to be picking up the Hazard. I figured, especially with Hazard being a bit of a unique character, of course, it is just a sort of dive tank that does a lot of damage. But when somebody swaps a tank mid-series and then I see them pick Gibraltar, I had to imagine something like this was probably in the cards, because otherwise, if you were going to pick the Diva, I mean, why even bother role switching, especially if that's not your main role? Just stick to what you're doing and play a little bit better. You lost like 90 to 70 at the end of map 1. So ZXC, they will get to play the Emery. That was, of course, banned away in map 1 as well. And Loki, of course, going to be a mirror mode on the other side. We're getting Ana Brig for Puma and Kiri Wu Yang for the side of Carthage. And they are down one map and they need a spark.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, the Hazard versus the Diva. I think Diva's overall the better hero right now, has a lot more utility. Like, Defense Matrix is just better than Block, but the Hazard also has a lot more burst when it comes to those combos with the slash and the shooting. So they can get off some good combos and find some picks quickly. They might be able to snowball these fights.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that at all out of Carthage, and obviously don't want to overextend and throw any lives away, but because you are playing the Hazard, I mean, make the full use of the kit. If you see somebody that's overstepping or not where they're supposed to be, by all means, go try to take advantage and look for these punish angles, especially when Puma was not really overstepping too often. You've got to capitalize on these small little moments when you find them. Unfortunately, Crimson, regardless of the pick, is still finding kills left, right, and center as Ferocious, now stuck in the underpass and defense matrix, able to keep the Hazard off for now. Diva, of course, having the mobility advantage, will fly away to safety and right back on top of the Hazard, actually, to take a little bit of damage. But, oh, and eventually Jumpy Wizard, the one that's able to shut down Crimson. So Carthage getting a lovely little pick, and they're going to get some decent space here.
As I talked about, there's a lot of burst damage on this team with the Emery, the Hazard, the Wu Yang, the Kiri. So Crimson can't just willy-nilly be positioning just anywhere. They have to be a lot more careful with this. Or they're going to lose their mech like they just did. As soon as the Diva loses the mech, fight's over.
Oh, and now Ferocious. This is what you want to be seeing on the Hazard. Of course, the sleep is a little suboptimal, but all you got to do is buy time for the Emery to deal the rest of the damage, pick up the scraps. That character is more than capable, and Chicken Fries scooping in a kill as well in the feed. Little Genji v Genji action to try to fight for control of the point. The health pack will get scooped up. Nice little deflect and the glide by. Hollister able to find the last blow. The Diva Bomb able to get skirted by Chicken Fries. The point not yet captured. 2 minutes left on the clock, but Carthage with these ultimates just about ready to go. I've got to imagine they should be able to find a good angle soon.
Yeah, I assume a Kitsune Rush is going to be coming around the corner sometime soon. But now Puma is positioned pretty well. Loki can use his override protocol. Crafty's going to have rally, so they have defensive utilities now.
Oh, and big pick onto Loki, though. The one ulti that maybe could have swung the fight in their favor. It was really the only ulti they had online at the time. A late rally to try to save Crimson. The Diva gets demeched immediately, and then they fall to the hand of the Genji. The override protocol just to make sure that nobody is left standing. Able to scoop up one, looking to lock down the Genji. Calder catching it from above. And a big fight by Carthage. They're able to finally break past the checkpoint.
Is the Puma now going to match the Hazard? They were. Now they're going to go over to the Diva. Again, getting Loki out early in that fight was the key to Carthage eventually getting that quickly. I did not like that late rally from Crafty Games. They had it like a good 3 seconds before they actually popped it. If you want to take advantage of rally, you got to pop it early and let that overhealth build up.
Yeah, especially after Carthage had already invested so much with the override, and then the Kitsune coming in, you had to try to fight back with a little more util, but they keep it in the back pocket or end up using it rather late. And Anxiety is sitting on a Nano Blade, so there's always that option, the Nano Override Protocol. If that's your flavor, it is going to be the classic Nano Blade. Calder locking up one nice and quick, the rest of the team following close behind. And Carthage, I mean, yep, it's Nano Blade. That's the result you're hoping and expecting to get, and Puma wins the fight.
Yeah, when you make a huge investment with 2 ultimates like that, you have to basically win the fight then and there. They're able to do that, so very well done from Puma Esports. Loki gonna have this override protocol. The only thing Carthage can really do is look to save someone with the bubble from Jumpy Wizard. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to deal with this override protocol, things considered.
See some Anxiety with some nice heals onto the D.Va feet as the Hazard will look to take some action, and the D.Va gets stunned in midair, and D-Mech eventually, oh my goodness, Jumpy and ZXC, they just take the fight to Puma. They've got a Dragon Blade of their own. They still have a downpour. They didn't even need to invest in it. It was a Tidal Blast and a Dragon Blade that effectively sealed the deal within 5 seconds of the fight starting. And Puma, only with the override in the back pocket, just had nothing for him.
I gotta love that Bubble Blade combos. The Hazard is now gonna come in and gets eaten a little bit by the D.Va so they don't get affected by it. And Chicken Fries gets hit with the anti-nade.
Is able to skirt away in the corner to safety, and that's gonna force the override out of Loki. And actually, yeah, Carthage just maybe overstepping a little bit, not necessarily keeping track of some of the Puma players. They get stopped at the goal line, and obviously there's gonna be a slow regression on the cart as well, with ultis pretty well mostly expended now at a Carthage, override and Kitsune, but Puma took a very nice shot there and answered back.
Yeah, but by the time this Kitsune and Override come online, you should have both your Zephyr ultimates plus your remix. So Puma should be primed to deal with this. They just have to make sure they get the rally timing right this time around. And a minute 25 on the clock, they might have the tools to hold on second point.
Yeah, they've done a very good job of not winning a massive fight time after time, but just stalling out Carthage here and there enough, and no, chips away eventually. Time does eventually deplete as ZXC, a massive opener onto Anxiety to give Carthage a very big advantage, and Kitsune, absolutely the name of the game to try to push that advantage even further. Puma gonna respect the space a little bit. Now they go for the re-engage, the D.Va Bomb over the top, rally, override protocol, Kitsune all into the fold from both sides. And now ZXC looking to bust down the rally and at least push Puma back as far as they can. 50 seconds left, Loki falls. And I'm thinking Carthage should be looking pretty good here with ZXC going completely unchecked in the rafters.
I agree. If they didn't lose their honor early, they could have also invested Nano into that fight as well. They still have a couple players left keeping this alive, but with the break going down, they're going to invest Blade into here. Can they even touch? Oh, they do. Wow. I don't know if they got this. The Hazard's still alive.
They may buy enough time. There's a Doomfist swap, so Crimson has actually made it back. I was about to say, Calder comes in and completely saves the fight. They get a massive double kill. I believe it was 1v3 at the time. They kill 2, stall time for Crimson, get the Blade online, which it did seem a little bit eager at the time, but honestly ended up being perfect timing. But now Carthage, downpour and a Dragon Blade that may or may not get online unless Chicken Fries gets one shot. The anti-connects, so does the cleanse. Now 5 meters to go. We are officially in overtime. Ferocious Pig pops the downpour. The Tidal Blast comes in. Carthage looking to try to ride out the fight. Nano onto the brig to try to keep Crafty alive. The rally is so damn close to getting online, but the Dragon Blade able to finally cut down the Puma defenses. Not a moment too soon as well, but Calder, the hero of the point a little bit earlier, hanging on for now. Eventually, Carthage beating their head into the wall enough times, and they will get across.
Oh man, for Puma, Crafty and Anxiety were so close to getting Chicken Fries on that Genji mid blade, but they weren't able to finish it off, and they both go down. And because of that, the second point gets capped for the side of Carthage. Lost them a lot of their ultimates, but they will take it to keep this going alive. But they're not going to have a lot of time to push this third point. They get 2 bites at it to be able to do that. They are coming up on override protocol and their Kitsune rush soon. Crafty, however, going to have the rally.
Yeah, Crafty's POV had to be Cat Despair there. You not only anti got the Genji to 1, your rally was at like 90%. And that rally, I'm pretty sure would have won them the fight with all that extra sustain. So certainly was a hell of a fight out of them. They're able to stall Carthage the entire way out. But then a 1v1 tank duel goes the way of Carthage. Now it's ZXC's turn to go eye in the sky with the override. That's going to be a 2-piece. Crafty able to find one back and answer. But Carthage, they just pull the trigger at the perfect time. And now Puma, it's going to be a little sketchy, if anything, here.
Yeah, we're going to get the Venture to be able to touch. Good swap coming in, but they're not able to stay up long as the Reinhardt swap comes in as well.
Yeah, we'll see how long the Reinhardt stays alive. The barrier is broken, and now there's nowhere to go. There's no ultimates to save the fight. Calder got the blade online, but didn't have time to pop it. Instantly get 100 to 0 in Carthage. 9.9 seconds left. A lot of overtime mixed in, but they do finish the offense.
Which for Carthage, that has to be a huge sigh of relief to get that across the finish line, because now, at least from your perspective, you have a very clear line in the sand to be able to tie up the series. All you have to do is just not allow Puma to complete the map, which Gibraltar's not an easy map to complete. So I think they put themselves in a very good spot. They just got to execute on this defense and let's see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, ZXC putting up nearly 10K in the offense there that Emery was. And it helps when you can literally sit like Batman perched from the ceiling and obviously fire off on everybody on the low ground, but the teammates making sure that Emery has space to operate. Carthage looking a lot better, I mean, even at the end there, once they got a little advantage, they just snowballed that fight right to the end. They said, it's now or never. We literally don't have time. Stagger every single player that walks out of that door. And it was a team effort through and through, and looks like no massive swaps to Symmetra were obviously, I was going to say Calder, I'm suspecting that'll get traded off very quickly. It is going to be the hazard again for Crimson. Loki, of course, back on the Emery, and both teams sticking to their guns.
As again, for Puma needing to get through this entire map, I mean, they had really good defenses on at least that first and second point. Third point got a little rough just because they were behind in the ultimate exchange battle. But they can just, play similarly to how they played on those first 2 points. I think we can bring this into extras.
Yeah, clearly even looking at map 1 and now somewhat of map 2, two very, very even teams where the tiniest of margins won them the fight. Even Puma probably a little lucky that Calder swoops in to save the day like Superman finds two, gets a late blade to even give them a chance to hold Carthage off a little bit longer. It has been push and pull the entire way through as ZXC and crew looking to lock down the high ground, but a bit of chunk damage comes through. Swap to the sidearm, able to catch the Genji out. Nice follow-up out of Ferocious. The Puma DPS down for the count, 25% toward the blade, about 35, 40 seconds off the clock, and Puma will have to back up for the moment.
Carthage seems like they might be in their groove once again, kind of similar to how it was once they got rid of that Cat Bastion on that first sub map, where they're just firing on all cylinders now that they're, got their confidence going, feeling pretty good about how that attack went. So Puma's going to have to get a big play here, maybe get a quick pick, get something, start making Carthage guess a little bit.
Yeah, and didn't necessarily see any of those massive takeover plays out of Pig in round 1. They immediately found 2 solo kills to start off this round, which even looking at the time, we mentioned how annoying Gibraltar can be to finish as you get farther and farther. Puma, though, they're going to be set nice and close back to the spawn door as Carthage. 3 kills in the feed means you've done more than enough to stall out the push a little bit longer. The ultis are looking good. I mean, especially the override protocol from this spot when Puma doesn't really have anywhere to hide. They either run back to the spawn or they face the might of ZXC. Either way, it is not going to be a good night for him as the override immediately summoned out. Looking to lock down some of these players, locking down the point that gets the cleanse. Able to save one of the players for the moment, but the AoE splash damage a little too much from above. Carthage 4 down in a heartbeat, and Puma struggling to have a pulse at the moment.
Yeah, already half their time taken off the time bank for the side of Puma. A lot of check marks coming online for Carthage. The other 4 ultimates they did not use. However, Puma Esports will have 4 ultimates of their own to combat. The only one that's lagging behind a little bit is Calder on this Genji, but they haven't been able to do anything. They haven't been able to get on to top of anyone so far.
Yeah, the one time they did get somebody low, I believe it was the Emery. They got soloed out by the tank. Ferocious did a nice job appealing for those backline members, which is very, very astute. Good teamwork as now the opposing hazard. The downpour will be summoned out. This hazard's got nowhere to go. Gonna get absolutely shelled in the corner. And now it's gonna be a Dragon Blade just for good measure. Carthage looking to put a stamp on map 2. And Puma, they just cannot move.
Yeah, and because, Calder was lagging behind on the blade, you're able to take the blade advantage from Chicken Fries. And now it's still only a 2v3 when it comes to, a 4v2 actually, now that the rally's going to be online as well. So Puma's opportunity is now.
Yeah, and Loki has got to find something with this ultimate right now. Very smart out of Carthage. They hear that voice line and they back up as far as they can. The hazard is going to get taken a little bit low, but Pig with downpour still in back pocket should be a-okay to supply a second team fight for Carthage. And with Puma, there are 30 seconds left. When Calder summons this blade, they've got to try to find something. That's a big 2-piece to open it up. There are no DPS alive for Carthage. Puma, it is now or never, and the Dragon Blade signals that they want to get this done right now.
Yeah, really nice late staggers coming in from Puma. That's pretty much going to be the point gap. Then and there, as they're able to get it done in the 9th hour. 240 for the second point, though. So it's not as much time as you would hope, considering how long they were able to hold defensively on this point. Carthage is primed to do the same thing, as now the ult economy is going to be much more even for this next fight. And when that has happened, Carthage has been the aggressors. They've been the ones, taking the first move and using their ultimates first and making it work for them. So Puma's going to have to start doing that for themselves.
Ooh. ZXC taking a beating from Loki there in the high ground. We'll have to go for the sidearm swap. And think about Emery. I was going to say you have to punish him off the high ground or prepare to meet the might of the override protocol if that thing goes unchecked. It looks like it's going to be just about time for that ulti to come on through the rally. Someone to try to stall things out, but Crafty just gets one pop by the override immediately. Now it's a Lake Kitsune out of Hollister. Some good grenaded shots coming through out of ZXC, but they're soloed out on the top of the ship right now, which means Calder's able to go access the opposing backline, find a couple of kills for themselves. The Embers are trading them back and forth. Oh my goodness, both of these teams, it is a bloodbath for control of the point.
3 ultimates in exchange for 2, Carthage getting the better end of that fight. And now we're going to see Loki going to have this override protocol on shortly. Did not get a lot out of it last time around. In order for them to get this point here, I think it's going to be essential to get something done here and now, because I don't think they're going to be able to build up to any more ults in just a minute.
Yeah, obviously
Maybe
a little harder. Yeah, the blade would certainly be nice. Oh, ZXC just getting bopped immediately. So Crafty, forget the ultis. Let's just put the normal util to work there on the wall. Able to zone off a few Carthage players there. They're not able to punish anything, but they are taking a lot of much valued space. Loki's override is ready to go, and now that they've got Carthage in the space where there are effectively 2 or 3 entrances, the override may just well be the thing that wins him the fight. The Tidal Blast does come through. Ferocious was not able to activate the downpour. 3.17, all that Puma needs, but the Dragon Blade, Chicken Fry is able to find one, and looking for the reset onto Loki, they find that one too. Puma, no ultimates invested. They just accept the L gracefully, and they're going to have one more go at it.
Oh man, they used the downpour there for Carthage. They didn't need it. They had won the fight. So now you're not going to have that key ultimate. So now ZXC is going to have to try their hardest to build up to this Emerald as quick as possible. If I'm Loki, if I'm Puma, I got 2 ults coming online here soon. I'm looking to go quick.
Yeah, you have to rip it right in front of Carthage. I mean, you've got 7 seconds left in the map anyways, and potentially squandering your 1-0 lead. So it is now or never as the override protocol, looking to at least shoot everybody into the corner to see if they can get a little more AoE damage done through, but very smart out of Carthage. They just back up, they let the override expire, but CXC is going to be the first one to go, and now Loki possibly overextending. The Suzu's going to keep the hazard alive for the moment, and now Chicken Fries on the backside of the fight, able to shut down 2 Puma players. Late downpour out of Crimson to see if they can keep the fight going for Puma. And with Hollister and Fries both down, they may have just done enough. They've taken out the entire backline. Only ZXC left, and we essentially have a same situation as we saw in the first round.
Yeah, very similar. Both teams completing second point in overtime, so they get like 2, maybe 3 fights on this next point. Both teams swapping to Sigma once again. But Carthage, we're going to see an override protocol going up against a rally and a blade. Calder is the one you got to be looking out for Puma when they get accomplished with this blade. There's no nano for it either, so they got to put themselves in a great spot for it.
Yeah, you get to this point of the map, it is better ultis is more than likely going to win the first engagement as ZXC, knowing that time is of the essence, using this override to keep everybody at bay and possibly find a kill as well. Yeah, Calder not able to escape. Looking to read the Kiri TP, not able to find the kill. Some nice damage coming back from Puma. Speaking of, a Kobe over the top of the roof off the heady. Dragon Blade, Rally Kitsune all ready to go. ZXC will be back momentarily, and Carthage has bought enough time to get their own Dragon Blade, so they've got plenty to answer a fight. And with the time pressing, you can see Puma looking to get a little bit antsy. A big cleanse to save Crimson. The Dragon Blade comes on through. The Kitsune burned through for the Hollister. They lose their tank. Carthage, I don't think they're able to hold off Puma for now. They will be bringing a blade and a Tidal Blast back, but they've got no time.
Yeah, they got to get a quick touch, and they will get it with the Genji blade, with the bubble. Can they find any kills with it, though?
Oh, first kill might just win the map for their respective team. Crimson's going to be the first one to find it. Calder answers back. Carthage has no healing left in the server. We go for the late Malga Reaper swap to try to sustain. You ain't out sustaining the override protocol. 9 seconds of difference technically, but we just watched the same map twice in a row.
Crazy how mirrored both sides were and how things just played out so similarly. I think the only big difference was Puma had a better first point defense than Carthage. So like they had a lot. I'm sorry. Puma had a better second point defense. Carthage had a better first point defense. So I think given that there's a minute left on the clock, it's going to be whoever, it's unlikely either of these teams are capping. So it's just going to be about distance on this first point. So I think, maybe slight favor to Carthage, who was able to get through the first point just a wee bit faster.
Yeah, I think aggression is going to be very much rewarded to one of these teams if they see somebody that's not where they're supposed to be and they see that angle. That one kill is maybe all you need because, yeah, I mean, the time is effectively irrelevant. It's going to take about 15 to 20 seconds to actually get into the thick of a team fight, and then it's how aggressive and how bad do both of these teams want it. Carthage, we talked about ad nauseum. You've lost every single map one of Nationals for whatever reason after running the table all year long. You lose map one here in grand finals, and your backs were against the wall here for a little while. And listen, 2-0 and 1-1, even in a best of 7 or a first of 4, very different outcomes on the series, especially, right? You role swapped, you picked a few different heroes. If you're not able to steal this map away, it might be back to a drawing board that is losing ideas by the map.
Interesting to see Crimson come out on the SIG right from the beginning, which against the Hazard, it can actually be a huge deterring factor. You get hit by a rock on Hazard, as long as your team has good follow-up, you are dead.
Certainly can provide a lot of value. Of course, very nice defensively as well. It's all about staying alive and using that barrier to peel for the teammates as the Hazard is taking Crimson to town here, at least a little bit, throwing a few shoulders. Yeah, 20 seconds left in the round. We're effectively getting both of these rounds instantly to OT before we get something for real, especially with both of these defensive teams just realizing any one of us overextend, we may be costing our teams the map. Can they follow the punish onto the Hazard? They actually can't. Ferocious turns it around with the block. Anxiety is the one that ends up falling. And with 5 seconds left in the round, Puma, they're going to have to try to touch the cart, and they need this Kiriko to get back on the point.
Is the Jagged Wall's going to come out? The Eat's forced early, so can Carthage punish that and get on top of this Sigma? Going to have to see.
Oh, who's getting the ultimates first? It looks like a Gravitic Flux for Crimson is getting pretty darn close. Loki may be getting an override online soon as well. Calder getting taken out immediately. That means Carthage, if these health bars replenish, which it looks like they do, the backline where they need to be, now Crimson's getting caught up with the DPS. Will trade one back and forth. Crimson doing an amazing job of keeping the Hazard entertained as long as they can. The nice stun from behind. That separates Ferocious from the rest of the team fight. And the Gravitic Flux is able to come through. The Kitsune from Hollister, they shut down Ferocious Pig. Oh my goodness, Puma, they lost a few players, a few fights in a row, and they somehow pulled through.
Wow, a Flux for a Kitsune Rush. I think that's an extremely favorable trade on the side of Puma. Now they're going to have a rally. Both teams should be getting this override protocol. I think Carthage has to rely pretty heavily on what Jumpy Wizard can do with this incoming tidal wave blast.
They've got to be very, very careful because this is a part of the map where, right, they're not going to technically finish that much of the map, but when there's 1 minute and 9 seconds on that clock and you flip sides, oh, CXC gets caught out. That was one of the 3 ultis that you maybe were going to have for a second set of fights. That is a massive pick for the side of Puma. Now they've got Rally Override. The downpour comes through from Ferocious, but Loki might look to take out the entire team, but Calder's the one that dies. Chicken Fries gets CC'd for a second. Blinking health bars on the side of Carthage. Pig and Wizard are barely hanging in there. Now Chicken Fries popping the late Dragon Blade to try to see if they can salvage things here, but a Kitsune from Anxiety. Puma washing the floor with Carthage in that go-round.
And both teams essentially emptied out their ultimate chambers, except Crimson's going to have another Flux. Calder's going to be getting up to Blade. Carthage has absolutely nothing. This is where things start to get really, really dangerous for Carthage, as they're going to go over to the Ram now, which I kind of understand they want to be able to aggressively put pressure on Crimson on the Sigma.
Oh, things went from bad to worse very quickly for Carthage. They were very close to locking in their map and maybe having a nice, easy push. Getting this far in overtime on Gibraltar is obviously, effectively borderline impossible. Puma has managed to pull it off some of the best ult economy and usage you could possibly ask for. Now they've got another Flux online. The Dragon Blade's about to be ready. Crimson's going to Flux up, but not enough HP to survive the downpour. Calder pops the Blade and doesn't look like they're able to find a reset in the early going. Carthage finally winning the team fight that they have been so desperately craving since the start of overtime. And Puma, they will be pushed back, but I mean, I don't care how good Carthage is. It is so hard to get that far where Puma got that cart to.
Yeah, this is going to be tough sledding for the side of Carthage. Puma set a very strong standard to be able to meet, to be able to make this a 1-1 series. I mean, but again, as I mentioned, Carthage had a slightly better successful attack in the first rounds. So you got to have that in the back of your head. But again, because there's not a whole lot of time on the clock, and with first point, it takes a while to jostle into position on the attack. I mean, we saw the cart didn't even really get moving past the first corner until OT. So it only takes one fight from Puma to be able to just shut this down, make this 2-0, and go to the break.
And I do not hate this composition at all. Let's play defensive. Let's keep the Genji and the Emery alive. They bring out the Ramatra to open things up. The Sigma, honestly, I mean, that was a potential map-winning pick. That Flux was massive to shut down Pig. As you said, when the cart just started getting going on the tracks, OT was already well underway. The Flux came through at a perfect time. They find the second one later to just extend the fight a little bit longer, and now you're playing defense. I love the Ramatra pick. You get that Annihilation online at the end of a fight. You can just sit there on top of the point, and if they want to try to push it, they're going to have to fight through a whole lot of DPS per second, but 109 on the clock for Carthage, and honestly, they haven't been down 2-0 the entire season. This would be a first, and they do not want to be there.
Interesting to see the Ram getting pulled out on this defense. I mean, gonna have a lot of survivability. My guess is to survive a lot of these obvious dives from the side of Carthage, but Ram is not someone you think of when you think of Gibraltar. So let's see how this works out.
Yeah, certainly feels like one of those. Okay, we need a little bit of defense, a little bit of poke with my ranged attacks. So give them a little bit of everything. And honestly, if I'm Puma, if a fight looks a little bit sketchy, I mean, they've got the space to just kind of back up and let Carthage play into their hand, because they're going to effectively be on overtime the rest of the map. It's going to take them 30 seconds to hit this checkpoint, as we did see Calder first one to fall in another fight, and that happened a couple times over there on the offense as well. And Crimson will be forced off to their perch, so they're going to lose the high ground, give control over to Carthage, as overtime effectively on the clock here, as ultimates are still well away from getting online. But another massive pick onto Anxiety, and ZXC follows up with a big grenade, so Carthage, they should be getting this first checkpoint, and it looks like we are going to have a map on our hands.
Yeah, I agree. Chicken Fri's getting Calder, Crimson going down, and I'm just very suspect of this Ram. I don't know why they went over to it. It's not like it plays that well into the hazard either. I'd probably be hard looking to go Sig at this point if I'm Crimson. Yeah. But they are going to keep it. I guess they want to try and build to these ultimates, but I mean, Carthage is the one closer because he didn't do a lot of jostling. Neither team really built that many ultimates, and because of how that fight went, Carthage got a lot more ult charge.
And this is obviously a fairly mobile comp out of Carthage. ZXC can jump himself into the air. You have a Genji, a Hazard, and a Kiriko. It's not necessarily the easiest Annihilation. As I said, you can just kind of sit on the cart because you know one of the players from Carthage has to join you on there, but it is going to be pretty hard to get that just long-standing, sustained Annihilation, as we are going to see the Dragon Blade about to be online, but Calder gets taken out again. It looks like Carthage is going to win the map here. Puma, I don't think they have the resource or the facilities to stay alive. Loki and ZXC give one back to each other. The Dragon Blade doesn't find a kill until the very end. One reset's all they need. And oh my god, apparently it is easy to get that far on Gibraltar and OT. Somehow Carthage just, I'm still a bit in shock. Puma, I thought that was a guaranteed map win after that OT.
Yeah, incredibly impressive from both these teams on this map, but Carthage, I mean, getting the pick early on their second attack to force Puma to back up, so, you know, neither team really gained many ultimates, and then they're just able to, you know, take their high ground positions. The Ram just is not good on that map. I'm just baffled by that. I would have just been playing Sig. I think there was a big mistake coming out from Puma. Carthage able to capitalize, and now we're in a 1-1 series.
And even, yeah, thinking about the Sigma, like the Flux, when you know the enemy team has to kind of funnel into 2 or 3 distinct areas, that is the perfect time to just scoop them all up, take them either off of the objective or maybe catch out one of the squishies, especially because the Sigma had looked so good before that too. If they hadn't tried the Sigma and they said, you know what, we're good on the Ramatra, we're going to try it, I would have been like, okay, that's fine. We just watched you carry an entire round on your back on the Sigma, literally in the Hazard's face for the entire round, and then we go for maybe just trying to be too cute, trying to overthink the situation, saying, oh, what if we got this, this, and this? So that's how it goes. You lose the map to Carthage, and now we've got a 1-1 series.
Yeah, so we're in a 1-1 series. We are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. As I mentioned, this is going to be a tight series. Wouldn't surprise if this goes 7. We're in for a long night, folks. So go refill up your drinks, grab another snack, and we'll be right back.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
welcome back from the break. We've got an absolute grand finals on our hands. Carthage dropping map 1 in what is apparently Carthage fashion here in Nationals the last couple of weeks. Puma, honestly, the craziest Gibraltar I've maybe ever seen, where both teams essentially played the same offense, and then they played the same offense again, somehow going all the way through overtime. Puma has the biggest lead I've ever seen in OT Gibraltar, and they still find a way to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it happens when you play Ram on your defense after you have such a good attack. So we'll see how that goes from here. But before we get into the next maps, we came up with some amazing uncommon traits sponsored by the Army National Guard, which we will be pulling up for you guys here in a minute to kind of get you guys an idea of what these teams need to keep doing and what they need to change in order to, win the series.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're a couple maps in now for the side of Carthage. You got to just keep these supports alive. We've been seeing such high value out of things like the Tidal Blast. Of course, keeping the Kiriko alive, protect the president is usually a good way to win a game of Overwatch.
Yeah, and just to build on that a bit more,
Yep.
Job, and I even saw Chicken Fries on Genji doing a great job appealing for the supports, taking out the enemy Genji. So it was really good peel.
Yeah, and honestly, that plays perfectly into the aggressive point where when they have taken the fight to Puma, Puma seems like sometimes they are reeling and they get rocked and staggered for a little while. They're not ready for the follow-up. And that Genji, as you said it, whether it's helping the supports live or popping that Dragon Blade in the last fight, barely catching the tip of the blade for the reset, finding 3 more, calling game. And yeah, we saw a couple of ults. This is kind of goes for both sides, but we saw a couple of late rallies. I think we saw a couple late support ultimates that didn't really find value. So ultimates literally made the difference in that map. So Carthage, if they can manage the ult a little better, I mean, there's a good chance they'd be up 2-0.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Puma held so well on the defense was they kept winning like a 1-for-2 ult exchange, a 2-for-3 ult exchange. So you just got to be very careful about that. Now for the uncommon traits for the side of Puma, as we mentioned, the series is tied 1-1. We need to find a way to facilitate these DPS more. Like Calder had a really good first map and had some moments on Gibraltar, but it seemed like the DPS started to peter out a little bit. ZXC started to really, stand out to me in this Emery duel. Play your positioning better. It felt like, kind of how those second attacks went for both of those teams. One team was able to play their positions, get a quick pick, and then force you back, while you guys were jostling for position for a long time and you wasted all of your OT and won the first fight at the first corner. And then you got to help your supports from these backline threats. It has not been easy for your Brig in this series, and they've been trying their best, but they're going to need some help.
The one saving grace, I guess, if you're Puma, Ferocious and Chicken are going to swap again, so you don't have to see Chicken's Genji, and you maybe don't have to see Ferocious's Hazard, which obviously gave them a bit of fits at times. You mentioned Calder kind of just getting honestly totally neutralized by the end of that map after having a very, very good start. It is going to be a Sigma ban from Carthage. I mean, listen, even if Puma doesn't know how good their Sigma is, they tossed it in the trash. Carthage respects it. They're saying, listen, you're not getting it on Blizzard World. And Puma's saying, flip a coin of DPS bans. Let's go with Soj.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a pretty good map for the Winston if Puma wants to go back to that, but it's also, I mean, obviously they're putting Chicken Fries back on the tank, so I expect the Diva to come back in on this map, which this is another really good Diva map. As I mentioned, I prefer the Diva against the Winston. It just matches itself up a little bit better. But let's talk about this defense from Carthage. I thought it was going to be Diva, but they are loading up on the Mauga, which, before the Cat Bastion became meta, we saw a lot of the Korean teams playing Mauga on this map.
Yeah, Malga, I've been seeing a few teams in a few of the different collegiate leagues just kind of sprinkling it back into the comps as time has gone on, and people are like, yeah, you do just have 1 billion HP and you do get to do damage the entire fight. You have a knock-up, so I guess that's pretty cool. Of course, if you're playing against something like a Genji, the Cage is going to be excellent at just locking down some of these high mobility squishies, even the Emery to some degree if they think they're going to get active on your head. But yeah, I talked about the alt chat in map 1 of Jumpy and Hollister preaching the Mercy propaganda. We're getting the Mercy back yet again. We did see Ferocious have a few nice moments on the Venture. It wasn't the most impactful on Ilios, but we'll see if they can find a little more value as we open up Blizzard World to see who's going to take the lead in the series.
Yeah, the Winston's going to have to play, Crimson's going to have to play their positioning quite well against the Mauga. And with the Venture to go along with it, Calder's just going to take an early exit in this fight. The thing is with Crimson, right, if you jump yourself in a bad spot and they blow up your shield quickly, you get on fire and you have a really big head. So the Mauga's going to blow you up quickly. So you have to be extremely careful about where you position yourself.
That is a very good point. The Mauga, right? It always doesn't seem that scary when you're getting tickled through the shield and everything. Then when he's up in your face and that shield is down, it is damage city. Yes, nice dive onto ZXC, but the Winston is going to be very low as ZXC looking to see if they can back away to safety, but the Winston too active on the back line. But just like we talked about, the shield is down. That means Mauga gets to walk out and play with the dual LMGs, as it is going to be a bright blue feed for the side of Carthage. They scoop up a res in the meantime as well. One more kill to be found. The Kiri will TP away for the moment, but it is going to be 5 down, and Carthage looking good.
Yeah, Carthage now going to go over to the Orisa, which I think it's definitely going to be better into this matchup with the Mauga. Obviously, you have the Fortify, you have the Javelin Spin. I don't know if they have the capabilities of playing the Diva, but I think the Diva works really well into the Mauga. But I'm curious because I think the Orisa will do pretty well too. You got your even the Javelin disrupts that cardiac overdrive as well.
Yeah, the good thing for Puma, or I guess, is that you have the Reaper alongside the Orisa as well, so you can commit to that kind of brawl style a little more heavily, and you have a little more sustain between the two picks. Obviously, the bigger Orisa health pool, and Reaper just having general sustain. A lovely Javelin into the wall, almost able to catch out Ferocious, but not enough damage to do so, as Puma still desperately just fighting to gain any control of the point whatsoever, but it is time to shine. ZXC Override Protocol is the name of the game. We're able to find one early kill, looking for a second one off the window. Heady not able to connect on it, but enough damage has been done. At Carthage, they've done what they needed to do. The cage gets summoned out. They're going to force the Tidal Blast out of Crafty. Hollister the one to find the first kill. Puma again just beaten to a pulp in the side hall.
Yeah, love the aggression coming in from Carthage there. I mean, they did use 3 ultimates to 1 for Puma, so Puma's in a really good spot to re-engage with 4 ultimates. But Carthage has been known to be pretty aggressive with theirs. Kitsune, you use your Tectonic Shock. Maybe you're able to team wipe before anything happens from the side of Puma.
Listen, seeing these, I mean, Ferocious, I was going to say seeing our Chicken on the Genji, it was Ferocious. They obviously had the roll swap, but yeah, Tectonic Shock, maybe an Override Protocol if that gets online fast enough, and it is going to be Loki all the way from back statues, just seeing if they can catch anybody. There is a player underneath their feet, and it's going to be their tank that falls first. Crimson, the Emery ulti, just not really finding that much value. There wasn't really any good sight lines, especially considering the way the site is designed. You can't see behind that little hut there in mid, and that means Puma, they do finally find a couple of kills back, but these Mercy reses, they've been coming through every 25 seconds, and in a game like in a 5v5 game, these reses, I mean, that is a big win for Carthage every time.
Yeah, as we see Crimson now going to be on a Mauga of their own. We saw the Terra Surge and the Emery ult for nothing on the side of Carthage, and now it's an even ult exchange.
Oh, Tectonic Shock ready to go, but you don't need it when you can 100-0 the Wu Yang, but there we get it just to make sure the fight is completely locked in. Ferocious, probably the easiest triple kill with a Tectonic Shock you could possibly ask for. Of course, we got to get a res as the piece de resistance at the end, and Carthage, I mean, Puma's going to get shut out in round 1. They're not making
it's not
it.
the blade. It's not the Dead Blossom, but that is all she wrote for this attack from Puma Esports. Carthage came in and just absolutely dominated. Man, what did they do during that break?
I think it was the Gibraltar OT when they went, wait, if we W game them, we're just better and we're going to hands check them. I think they had to get their confidence back after map 1 where they went, oh, we're doing this old song and dance again. We're starting down 0-1. And then, yeah, it literally looks like if you took the nameplates off, it is a completely different team. And I guess the team that we kind of expected to see after a flawless season.
And again, this was the Puma's map choice. They had the first ban.
True.
So that's, very, very rough coming in with that in mind, getting absolutely just shut out on that attack. And I mean, yes, the draw is still on the board, but I mean, all Carthage needs is a singular tick, 33.33% on this point, and they will be the blink of an eye, will be 2-1. It felt like we just started this map, and it could be over in a matter of minutes.
I think it will literally be like 5 minutes real time, not even game clock. I'm talking real deal minutes. Oh my goodness, Carthage, they just took the fight to Puma and then some. And when you can look across and you're like, oh, he's on Mauga, oh, he's on Orisa, he's on Winston, you got him right where you want him. 1 or 2 swaps, you can, maybe make a comeback. You see that tank swapping for maybe the 4th time and the round's not over. you've got a pretty good handle on what things are going on. And yeah, they didn't even get to use a Death Blossom, or I guess technically they did, but it was inside of the Mauga cage as the round ended. So Carthage won that round so damn quick that I've got a lot of faith they can lock in a quick offense here too. I think they're feeling good.
I agree. That's a lot of damage taken by Chicken
Yeah.
Fries, though, so they have to be patient, get back to full, and look to re-engage, as ZXC also taking a lot of damage here.
I honestly think they're just like, you know what, Wizards gonna find the res on us anyways. Let's play over aggressive. If they catch us, they catch us. We'll be able to peel long enough to make sure that res can come through. But that is the beauty of the Orisa, the Javelin, the spin to win. Golden, you can keep that Mauga at arm's reach effectively as long as you want. As Calder from the Genji over now to the Mei, so a little more high burst potential with the right click. Obviously, a Blizzard would be very, very well off on a point like this as well, as Ferocious going to be low, but they do find the one. And now Puma, if Calder's not able to navigate the pillar and get this Mauga down, they might be getting taken to town here in a couple seconds. They're going to throw up the ice wall. ZXC finds a kill. Wizards got the ulti, and Puma, I got bad news. You're losing that 3.
Yeah, it looks all but over. Carthage, in a blink of an eye, puts themselves in the power position up 2-1 in this grand finals, 2 maps away from being your D3 champions.
About as fast of a map as you could physically have in Overwatch, with Ferocious scooping up the play of the game. And yeah, I mean, Carthage, not that we expected Puma to get rolled over, just knowing how good Carthage was. I expected a very competitive series, seeing the Nationals run that they've had, but this is the peak Carthage Firebirds that they're probably expecting to put out on the server, that we're expecting to see. And I mean, it was a 4.5 minute game of real minutes. There's not much more you can say. Carthage just beat them.
Yeah, it just was not close. And as we mentioned, that was Puma's map pick and first ban. So now they got to go back to the drawing board and be like, man, what do we do now? Where do we take him now? You know, no more hybrid, no more escort. So now, you know, we're either going to push or we're going to flashpoint. But feels like both of those modes, I mean, if they want to continue to play the Mauga, it's going to work pretty well on most of those flashpoints. So the question is, do you ban it now? If so, I mean, it seems like Carthage has a lot of adjustments they can make. We've already seen Chicken Fry's ability to play the Diva. You could always go back to the Hazard. So it's a lot now for Puma to have to deal with.
And that's one of those maps where Puma, you go, what hero do we even decide to ban? Like, really, what was the problem that game? You look and just go, we were fighting to get a kill the entire time, offense and defense. They maybe got 7 or 8 kills that entire map, it felt like. And right, they just had dealer's choice. You got the map, you got first ban, and clearly, at least for now, the brawl style is just Carthage all day, every day. They tried the Mauga, they tried the Orisa, they tried a bunch of other things. It just didn't seem to be working. The Winston was, of course, the best success that Crimson had outside of the Sigma. Both of those did get banned away at some point in the series, so maybe that's something you can look back to. Of course, that's going to be map dependent, but for Puma, that's the rough spot to be. Is theoretically, after that map 2, you should have had time to make the counter adjustments and figure it out, and it seemingly got a lot worse.
Yeah, so where do you go from here is going to be Puma. I mean, second map was really close. First map they were able to win. So, you know, is that just glitch in, you know, the system, you know, or is this going to be Carthage is like, okay, now we just roll from here on, as they talked about. We had the first map curse, and now they're just going to roll after that.
The good thing is, I think in that last map, I think they basically got every single swap they're going to see out of Puma, because there was 9 or 10 changes throughout the last map, it felt like. So I think they got a feeling of, okay, might see the Reaper, could see the Mauga, could see the Orisa. I think that, not that they necessarily played their hand, Puma, but I think they gave Carthage a little spoiler of, hey, we can play these heroes. If the going gets tough and we need some comfort, we might be busting some of these out. But yeah, for Carthage, I mean, the good thing is when you can just have that flex tank and that main tank and have them swap roles back and forth, and the results aren't really changing whatsoever. It makes it that much harder on Puma, because then you go, right, if we do ban the Hazard or the Diva, we might get a whole nother player playing tank and just saying, okay, cool, you can do your thing. I'm just going to play the Brawl again. We saw the Reinhardt had a little bit of success. So Carthage right now, they hold all the cards. They've got all the options. And Puma, I'll be very excited to see if it is something like a Suravasa where they just try to go for a more brawl-centric style in some of these fights. But it's going to be, after seeing the bans that we got, right, they banned away the Sojourn. We hadn't even seen a Sojourn in the series yet, so.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, you know, once the tank ban was out of the way, I think, you know, they're probably going to want to ban tank. I mean, that's weird because they had the first ban too. Maybe So confused why they didn't just go ban a tank there. I know they weren't expecting the Mauga, but you thought maybe you ban the Hazard there, given how, strong Hazard was on the last map for them. And the Blizzard World's another map where Hazard can get a lot of success because it's very similar high grounds to what you would do for Diva is equivalent to Hazard. So I don't know what's going on in their heads right now. And how did that map mentally do for the side of Puma? Like, that was dominating. Like, are you just completely out of it now, or are you able to put your head back on and get back in this?
Yeah, I think as a player, there's probably two sides to that where it's forget that even happened. Let's act like it's 1-1, be completely delusional and play with the rest of the series, or just look at that and say, okay, XYZ was dead wrong. We need a different approach. We got to hopefully they're able to identify a couple things in a game like that. It can just be hard because you look around and it's just fire and brimstone all across your back line. There's nothing really going for the team, but the good thing is it is just a 2-1 series. So winning that map one at least probably gives them a sigh of, okay, we've won fights against this team. We flipped a coin against them against Gibraltar. This very well could. And in their eyes, they're thinking, the way they started out Gibraltar OT, they're thinking we threw that map 3, probably we should be up, or they threw the map 2, and they're probably thinking they should have a series lead. So I think there are a lot of positives to take away, but it is hard to just try to erase that shelling that you just took with, right? The bans advantages, the veto advantages, everything in between. And it is going to be new junk. So we'll see if we see somebody bust out a queen or exactly what we got cooked up from both sides. But there's that Malga ban you were thinking about.
Yeah, because I was going to say, this is a pretty good Malga map. I hope you ban it here. And they do. Carthage banning the Kiriko, which we've seen both teams, play a decent amount of. So, I think every team has played Kiri on every map so far, which makes sense because when Kiri's available, you just play Kiri. So now that she's off of the table, I'm really curious to see which direction both of these teams decide to go in. Are we going to see Carthage in the same positions to where they're going to keep chicken fries on that tank? And, and if so, what are they going to play? Are they going to play the Diva? Do they go to more brawl? Like you said, maybe they pull out a queen. You could play the Ram or the Orisa here.
Yeah, they still have a few looks that they haven't even necessarily shown. All they've really showed is we have Diva, we have Hazard, and we can play a Rhine/Orisa or kind of whatever brawl style we want. So Carthage has said, listen, we've got everything in our hero pool. We can do whatever we want. We'll even switch players if it looks good for us. So I do think at least looking at New Junk from what I've seen at a Carthage, after that last map, it's hard not to favor them moving forward because that was just such a statement of, we are the 1 seed. We've been the best team for probably 2.5 years in these divisions. We've been kind of running the show around here. You might be new to this. They showed why they've been one of these better teams. And yeah, I honestly, we genuinely could see 4 to 5 different picks out of Carthage. And I would say, yeah, I could see it makes sense.
So with that, very shortly, we'll be getting you guys into New Junk City. Puma hoping to tie up the score 2-2. They go down 3-1. It is not going to be a fun position to be in. Carthage hoping to keep that foot on le gas pedal.
And I think if Carthage is able to win this map, I truthfully, I don't want to besmirch the good name of Puma, but I do think it will end up being a 4-1, and I think that momentum will effectively have been stolen because map 1, not that long away in recent memory. You go down 3-1 and maybe lose another stinker. That map 1 might as well not even have happened. A 3-1 lead is no place you want to be, as again, I don't know if we're going to actually get this through. I know there was some buffs and or changes maybe a couple weeks ago. There's a Roadhog hover. I was going to say that's not even going to get fake excited for. Of course, it's going to be the Zarya Vendetta duo, and I think Vendetta did get a slight health buff a couple weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, so try to bring her from a little less useless because they kind of just took her out at the knees.
Yeah, so they had taken away 25 of her armor, and then she was very not good anymore. So then they gave her 25 health. So she doesn't get the armor, got converted to health in the end, which, still makes her, fine like the other DPS, but not a must pick like she used to be. So I'll be curious to see if teams are going to stick this, because I think the Zar Reaper is actually really strong now that Reaper has dire triggers.
Yeah, I was going to say I was going to say I saw a bunch of the base kit changes too, and Reaper, of course, and right, it's Reaper. If you go unchecked in a fight, you've got self-sustain. You can absolutely take over a fight. Speaking of take over a fight, Puma barely putting a scratch onto any player not named Ferocious. Carthage able to win the first team fight. We got ZXC now, and we said, why ban the Sojourn earlier? It is a Sojourn. If any DPS player has very effective hands, it's going to be a strong pick. ZXC looking to get that overclock online nice and quick. We've got the same comps. Otherwise, it is really just an Embry Sojourn switch.
As we see the Vendetta taking a lot of damage, and they're going to go down. So 2 bubbles and a dream, and they're still not able to get anything. A lot of charge for the side of Chicken Fries, though, but that's 2 picks. It's going to fight on point as long as you can.
Yeah, Zarya's looking to hammer away. The bubble will be sent in. Chicken Fries is looking for a little bit of help from the back line. Nothing to be found, though, and good thing for Carthage, you get that one to a crisp, clean 76%. Crafty and Crimson working good to find a few more kills, get those ultis a little closer to being ready to go, but still a good opening set of fights from Carthage as they've built themselves a nice little nest lead. And yeah, it is going to come down to just ult execution here for Puma if they want to stave off Carthage, just rolling them over and taking the point.
Yeah, Crimson has the grab to be able to use here, so they put themselves much further ahead in this ult charge compared to Chicken Fries, so they can look to get aggressive here and try and win this fight relatively quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide they want to try to get super aggro. Looks like not yet, but it's Calder again. That's the thing with the Vendetta too. You can absolutely easily overextend. You can leave the team a little too far behind, but the Emery, beautiful response out of Puma. A quick 2-piece, sending Carthage back to the spawn. And now it's Puma the ones that are looking to lock in P1 if they can just find maybe 1 or 2 more staggers here.
Unfortunately, they are not able to get ZXC, who's going to have the overclock as well to combat this override protocol coming in from Loki. They should be able to get a touch. The ult advantage is going to be slightly in favor of Carthage at this point.
95 and counting, the override protocol ready at the helm for Loki, and now it is time to take to the skies and see if they can shut down any Carthage players that are potentially straggling. CXC may have just found a collateral. Loki luckily able to find one back. The last override shot doesn't connect, and now it's Carthage with a massive advantage on the point. Orbital Ray and Rally both desperately used from Puma, but they are not able to find anything. I give a lot of credit to Loki. They have been cooking in these fights, but that is only one player with 1 gun as the Zarya runs down Anxiety, and Carthage, a very good back and forth, but they should be scooping up A once this pesky Vendetta is dealt with.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to get out there, give up the point to Carthage. And again, that was just very well played to get, you know, the earlier Ray to make something happen. And I think big mistake from Puma committing the Ray at the end there. Or the Rally, you know, maybe I can understand and see a little bit, but you did not need both those ultimates there, especially when you were likely losing that fight.
Yeah, Ray Rally when you already had a dead teammate and both of the supports were already on 1 HP, as now it's the XC's overclock to see if they can make their presence felt as we transition over to P2. 10 seconds to the unlock and no kills to be found, but a beautiful zoning tool. And Ferocious Pig, when you can find the kill off the overclock, just keeping everybody at bay, you will take that every single day of the week as Disruption charge to back off a few more players. Hollister will find a kill for Carthage. Ferocious Pig again, making sure they don't OE on the Vendetta. It looks like they have done just that again. A little bit of a heat check from the DPS, didn't want to use the Sundering Blade out of desperation, and Carthage able to scoop up the point.
Yeah, Sundering Blade, such a key ultimate, so glad that they held on to it there. But now this is going to allow Puma to get aggressive here, and they get ZXC.
That's a massive opener, but the Zarya is still a very big problem, but Chicken Fries getting taken down very low. The focus of Puma right now all on the tank, and it is well warranted. Calder able to find 2. Anxiety and Crimson fill in the gaps nicely, and Carthage accepting the loss gracefully as basically everybody in the lobby will have an ulti at the next go.
Yeah, and losing Ferocious Pig, you know, late in that exiting fight there allowed Puma to be able to win that without committing a single ultimate to this next fight. So now we get dueling Sundering Blades. Kind of think about this rally. Yeah, you build overhealth, but the Sundering Blade goes through overhealth.
And both of these Vendettas are going to look to make a statement here as the Sundering Blade sent in from Puma. They're able to cut through Chicken Fries and Jumpy's rally. Great work out of the Puma backline, but ZXC immediately there to find an answer to keep Carthage alive in the ongoing fight. Now it's a couple more exchanges, Crafty and Chicken. In the 1-for-1, Graviton, Surge, Orbital Ray, both ready to go for Carthage. Crimson's going to be the first one to pop there. Chicken Fries, unfortunately, taking themselves out of commission there. And Puma, a big fight win. And yeah, Carthage, they just held on to the Ray and the Surge.
Yeah, Ferocious got killed mid-ultimate, so got absolutely no value out of that. I mean, you're going to be able to come back with the Grav Ray, but Puma, you know, Loki's done a good job of, you know, making people scatter with the, you know, you may not get the kill with the, I say that, but they just gave up the point.
Yeah, Ferocious just tries to go in a little too far, and yeah, now we're just going to get staggered out for free. Of course, it's 30 seconds to the next unlock, but it does mean Puma gets first rotation, which, of course, with the Juno, going to make your life that much easier as Yeah, I hadn't even noticed Ferocious popped the blade in the last fight. I just saw the percentage down, assumed they maybe just whiffed, but definitely unfortunate. That's a big ultimate off the table, and a 1-1 flashpoint with everything on the table. A 3-1 series or a 2-2 series, vastly different outcomes. But Puma, I like how they look so far, especially, I don't think Loki has died this map, maybe once. They've looked fantastic.
To get the rally off of the table from the side of Puma, so now all you have to do with is the Ray and this override protocol.
There's the Ray, the override protocol gets sent in, Anxiety keeping the squad healthy and bolstered on the site, and Holster just getting one tap by Calder. They don't even have a chance to summon the orbital Ray. It's a late overclock out of Carthage, but I don't think this is going to be well warranted. Everybody else is on blinking health bars. The tanks will trade 1 kill apiece, spin to win from the Vendetta, and Puma wins again.
Once again, it's very similar to what you mean that were in our keys to, for these teams winning. It's like Puma, we see Carthage, going against two of the things we said. We said, keep up the aggression. Puma have been the ones aggressing on this map. They're the ones going first. They're the ones using their ultimates, even when they both have them at the same time. And then Carthage, again, using late ultimates. We said you need to have a better grasp on when these fights are over and when to not commit.
Oh, we have the orbital Ray ready to go. Hollister summons that to start the fight. Graviton Surge ready for Crimson as well, but not needed quite yet. The Vendetta still looking to see if they can take any space in Ferocious. Okay, Carthage actually was able to flip the point, so Puma willing to give them the space with the ult advantage. Now they can look to play a little bit of retake. The Vendetta getting scooped up, same with another player, and they're both getting ran through immediately. Puma wasting no time snapping on the 2 targets with the ulti. They're going to flip the point back for free. And now it's Carthage at a deficit, and they will be struggling to make a very good, consistent touch here at the end.
Still, I mean, Puma has just been looking really good. Now they're going to have their DPS ultimates. Here we go.
Sundering Blade over the top. Nice bubble. How you doing? Calder shutting down Ferocious. And for my money, I think Puma off that 1 kill, seeing how they've been playing, they should be able to clear up the rest of the mess here, but maybe NECC can possibly turn the tides of war if that overclock gets ready to go. There is absolutely a window back into the fight, not quite online, but nope, the kills all are red in the feed. And Carthage, he's in the last 2 points, and now it's Puma on Duravosta point, New Junk's point effectively.
We talked about Puma needing to tie up this series. They've come into New Junk City with a newfound aggression, and they are looking so far so good. Carthage going to have a rally for this next fight, but so will Puma to be able to tie that up. And we got the 2 DPS ultimates, and again, Carthage is going to have the advantage in the grab this next fight, but Crimson, I think, is almost lapping up at this point in grabs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Crimson has gotten at least 1 or 2 more off, and I'm just impressed that Puma busted out Zarya Vendetta out of left field. They hadn't played it all day long, and it looks like the best thing they showed the entire server tonight, maybe, but there's the overclock we were looking for. NECC can finally take some space toward the tanks and backline they've been desperately looking to kill, and Carthage, a nice opening salvo to make sure they win the point. Of course, Puma, no ultimates invested, 3 ready to go, so they've got plenty for the next go.
Yeah, huge to be able to win that with only a singular ultimate as well. Puma did the smart thing and not use anything, so now they can re-engage. They're going to have the advantage, but the grab alone might be able to win Carthage a quick second fight.
Yeah, they're going to have to be relying on 1 or 2 ultimates to win fights. If they go for that massive investment and things don't work, they go for the early trap with the grab, the answer with the orbital ray, but oh my goodness! Not enough healing in the world to stop that absolute onslaught coming through from Carthage. Making mincemeat out of Puma here as they rack up another team fight win off of a solo grab. And they're about to take P4 in, again, just what feels like Carthage fashion, where it's blood, sweat, and tears, and then it's, yep, we killed 12 people in a row.
So both these teams have the rally, but the major difference, once again, is going to be Loki with the override protocol. Ferocious is very, very close to a tectonic shock as well. Hollister very close to a ray. Carthage might be able to get this.
Oh, they instantly stunned the Vendetta. Oh my goodness, the target priority out of Carthage. What a way to shut down the DPS, and this is effectively 15 unanswered kills for the side of Carthage. They haven't taken a scratch in the last 4 fights. And now we're going to P5 for, honestly, what might be all the marbles. A 3-1 lead. I want to give credit to Puma, but that is a horrible spot to be.
Just look at these ults online for Puma, though. They're going to have 4 of them. So, I mean, they should be able to easily win this first fight. The question is, how many ultimates do they use?
We're going to start things off with the override. Calder gets picked off again. They are doing an incredible job of completely neutralizing the Vendetta. I was literally about to sing Calder's praises and say, the override's ready, but the Vendetta's been the one taking all the space. The sidearm, though, absolutely cooking ZXC in the side room. They're going to force the rally. They did use Tectonic Shock, and now the Graviton Surge as well. So, I mean, Puma, you should win the fight with this heavy of an investment. Luckily for them as well. Sundering Blade, Orbital Ray, more than likely will both be ready, so they've got plenty. And listen, they've got a lead on P5. That's all you can ask for.
Grav, Rally, I think that's fine. You have Sundering Blade for this next fight. Unlucky that they used their Tectonic Shock there, but they're going to have their Orbital Ray. You're going to have your Overclock. You might build to your Grav. Ardich has a lot of tools to re-engage.
I will say, after seeing ZXC the way they've been shooting tonight, I put my faith in the Sojourn as they try to target out the Vendetta immediately. But it is going to be Ferocious that falls. That is a worthwhile trade, though. DPS for tank. I'm sure Carthage is smiling ear to ear about that one. A few nice railgun shots to chunk down some of these leftover players. Calder does have the blade and look to see if they can maybe squeeze an angle out of it, but honestly, probably better to just save it for now. They do actually invest it. Orbital Ray from Hollister, Sundering Blade from Calder. I thought Puma was going to be willing to give up the fight potentially, considering they would have had a 99-0 lead either way, but they invest the blade, they pay dearly for it, and Carthage, I mean, a necessary fight win to extend the map.
Graviton Surge, Rally, Carthage in a pretty good spot here. However, Puma, Override Protocol, Orbital Ray, they have tools to be able to break through. All they need is one team fight win.
Oh, you're getting nothing, Puma. The Graviton Surge on the doorway, and then just the Wombo combo behind it. And how nice is this? You get a free stagger onto the Brigida. That is perfect for Carthage. Okay, we do have to kill the Brig eventually. Make sure Ferocious doesn't get taken out there in a stagger. And yeah, double sub ulti's override for Puma. But now that the percentage is as close as it is, a rally and an overclock might be enough if Carthage plays their cards right, but it will be a hard fight.
Yeah, as Puma's going to have their Override Protocol, both of their support ultimates. Carthage needs ZXC to get this overclock fast and do something crazy with it.
Yeah, realistically, the Sundering Blade will not be an option. The Override Protocol, Rally, and Orbital Ray trio is sent into the war zone, and it is going to be Hollister down first. Jumpy answers back with a rally for Carthage. And this is for the map and for the series leader, a tie. It looks like Puma with the first 2 kills may have just done enough. Everybody 1 HP for Carthage. And Puma locking in New Junk City in a, 100-99. Cannot cut it any closer. And we've got a effectively first to 3, best of 5, or first to win 2 more maps. Math is hard. It's a best of 3.
Hooey, man, what more could we ask for in the Division 3 Grand Finals? Whew. Tied 2-2. Puma desperately needed this map win. They're able to come up with the goods. It was close, but they're able to get it done.
Yeah, the name of the series outside of a few fights here and there, and even that map had a bit of everything. It had Puma starting off incredibly, Carthage just ramming them into a brick wall for the next 10 minutes, and then Puma just summoning enough strength to not bend to the will of Carthage that they had previously on the Gibraltar and some of the fights. They were able to just lock back in, and literally 1% difference. Massive, massive team fight at the end. And now it's a 2-2 series, and you showed me you could play the Vendetta. The Zarya looked great as well, so I like that they've showed us a few more things that at least shows they have some flexibility moving forward.
I agree with you more, but once again, that is map 4 under wraps. We're in a 2-2 series. We're going to take another quick break. Don't go anywhere. We said this series was tight. We were proven correct. So let's see what happens after this break.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Welcome back in again as our Division 3 Nationals Overwatch Grand Finals continues to heat up with Puma taking the closest possible New Junk City, 199 on P5, which means, Carthage, you get to finally have the first ban and the first pick again, and we get to finally see it is going to be Esperanza, so a little bit of push flavor into the action. And Carthage, I mean, you played almost good enough to win the last map, fell a little bit short at the end, and now we're going to be taking that Vendetta away, which certainly gave them a lot of headaches. And Puma, yeah, they're going to ban away that Mercy.
Which we have seen them play on 2 separate maps already, so no shocker here. I did not see anything about role swaps. No, we did not. So seems like Chicken Fries is going to stick on that tank. Do they look to play the Malga on this map, or are we going to go? This is more of a map where you expect dive, more like Winston, more like Diva. So, that's at least the expectation, in my opinion, going in, but you never know.
Yeah, that's the thing with this series is didn't expect to see a Cat Mercy backline, didn't expect to see a few other things. We saw the dreaded Ramatra that obviously had a bit of a controversial, upside there towards one of the maps on Gibraltar, but it is now a 2-2 series. It's a 1-3. The first 4 maps, not that they're irrelevant, but those are done and dusted. And both of these teams, I mean, it's grand finals time. You're almost to championship point. You just got to want this more than anything else in your life right now. And for Puma, they gave a lot of reason. I think Calder got back in a big way on that Vendetta. Of course, it's banned now, but after a very, very slow end to the Gibraltar on Genji, I think getting them back online and just getting that confidence up is going to be massive.
Well, here we go. We have a maximum of 3 more maps we could be playing with these teams, as it's been an extremely back and forth season. Really huge shout outs to Puma, though, for basically discarding Blizzard World after getting blown out and be able to go into New Junk City and being able to get the win as we load into Esperanza. The question is going to be what compositions we get out of these teams.
Yeah, Ferocious, we saw playing a lot of Venture earlier. Honestly, I can't even remember what else they were really playing. I think maybe a Genji, or no, Chicken Fries was the Genji. So yeah, I think Ferocious has been 90% a Venture player for the series. So we're going to see exactly what else they've got in the bag, or if they are just going to rock with the Venture that definitely found some nice moments. And yeah, it is going to be the Venture staying in there. It's going to be the Kiri Lucy backline. First time we've seen that all night, which is of course a rarity with Lucio Kiri getting banned out a little bit earlier on. And yeah, Diva v Diva. It is all skill, all execution, and yeah, only a few swaps. Both teams generally having the same idea.
Yeah, the Lucio versus the Wu Yang is going to be interesting, as Lucio obviously is going to have a lot more, utility with that speed, but the Wu Yang has a lot more damage output. They're both going to probably have similar heals, and their ultimates are both, used so differently. So I'm curious to see how this matchup goes.
And right, even all the stuff we said, sometimes none of it matters. It's just the pressure of being in a grand finals. It's the end of May. It's the culmination of months, maybe a year of work, depending on the roster construction and how long the project has been for both schools. And for a team like Puma to come in, and obviously they have played extremely well. They were the 3 seed, but it would still be a fairly decent upset just considering the run that Carthage has been on, seemingly just Thanos levels of unstoppable. But Puma, they do lose a few players early here on Esperanza, and Carthage, you know what that means? It's time to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you smell blood in the water, which was getting that DMEC onto Crimson, you strike like the Sharks do. Very well played by Carthage. ZXE, we've seen him mostly been playing hit scan the whole night. Gonna go over to the Genji on this map. Already 70% to a Blade. Is Crafty already making a swap off of the Wu Yang to go to the Brig to try and help deal with these 2 flankers in the Venture and Genji.
And Crimson, even though it is technically the bad matchup, they honestly played it very, very well earlier on in the series. So we played... Okay, well, I deeply apologize to Crimson and all the Puma fans out there. That was devastating to watch. I was just about to say Crimson has honestly navigated a horrible matchup pretty well considering, and now you're getting ran back into your spawn.
I mean, to be fair, they were on the Diva the first fight and got DMEC'd early, so they went over to the Winston. But as I talked about, this Winston into the Diva, it's just really, really tough. Diva just has so much pressure they can put down onto a Winston. And yeah, you're going to force the DMEC, though. We're just going to force the bomb out, which is a big ultimate to just not have to deal with in this next fight.
And I know Crimson's sad. Chicken was at 14 HP. Their previous skirmish didn't have the bomb ready, so they almost caught the tank out. Instead, now it's time for the Kitsune to get summoned out from Hollister, the Dragon Blade to follow it up. The Override Protocol summoned after the Dragon Blade already took a swipe at him, reeking of desperation from Puma. And yeah, Ray, this is V2 of Carthage that we saw here and there earlier on in the series.
Yeah, as that was a lot of ultimates that Carthage had online. You're gonna have a blade, not a blade. I mean a beat. You know, the beat to sustain, but there's no ultimates online for Puma right now because they're now on the Sim May, so just nothing for them.
And I'm not gonna lie, if they don't get the Primal or if Crimson gets picked, this map might be ending in the next 30 seconds. That Sound Barrier and the Diva Bomb, you can get a lot of space control. A nice boot back from Jumpy to make sure that they stay away. Calder falls. The Blizzard does not get online. The Primal Rage, they are desperately trying to get it. This might be a 3-minute game of push. There's 1 meter to the finish. They've got a Primal and a Kitsune. Anxiety ends up falling and off of respawn. Sound Barrier versus Primal Rage. NECC shuts down the Kiriko. Now Ferocious kills Crimson. They just won push in 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Wow, giving even more dominant than Blizzard World vibes is Carthage. As soon as they lose a close map, they come back swinging in explosive fashion, puts themselves on championship point.
Yeah, I'm usually not super confused at what my eyes and my brain are trying to read, but I genuinely just do not have a good read on the series. I'm not sure either of these two teams do either for what it's worth, but Carthage, we go from fighting to the death, and every single time, I guess to their credit, they've lost a map or a round in this series, they've been like right on the edge of stealing it the other way. And then they have a game like that where I think 2 of their players died. I mean, it was a 3-minute game of push. Like,
yeah, absolutely insane. Now, all they had to do is win one more map and they take the Division 3 Nationals title home. So back to the drawing board for this side of Puma. But as we saw with Blizzard World heading into New Junk City, they definitely know that they can, discard that from their mind and just move on. One thing I'm curious about, I don't know how the rules work. I don't know if they get to pick any map type at this point or they have to go back to control, but if they can pick anything, sky's the limit, man. They have a lot of control if that's the case.
Control honestly might be the play. Carthage hasn't won a control in like a month. That honestly might be, it genuinely might be your best way back into the series. Of course, you're not going to play something like Lijiang and catch Carthage off guard, but they haven't won a map of control in like 30 calendar days. Throw the Hail Mary. If that is one of your options, honestly, I would just send it. I would live and die with that result. The last thing you want to do is have another Blizzard World or that situation where you look down at your keyboard to start playing, you look up and you're back in the main menu.
Yeah, those 2 maps were absolutely just dominant from Carthage. So no shockers here. So again, backs against the wall for the side of Puma. They have to win the next 2 maps in a row. And this is going to be the last map they pick in this series. So they got to make it worth it and make sure they send this to a map 7.
This will be the last map they pick for the 2026 spring season, or essentially, unless the players come back in the fall and they run it back with some variation of the roster. Very well the last map that this 5 may play together for who knows how long, if ever. So the one thing I can rest on is I'm sure from what we've seen, they're going to go down swinging. They might get the doors blown off of them in this last map, but they've gone down fighting and scrapping regardless, even when the fights haven't looked good. So I suspect we'll get a good heated performance out of them, but Carthage, 2 of the maps have been 6 minutes total time together. So I really don't know what version we're going to get. I hope it's control if that's an option though, genuinely.
Totally agree. I think that's probably going to be their best chance, as we talked about the control curse for the side of Carthage. Let's hope for the Puma's sake that obviously they won control, but maybe they know about this curse and are willing to take it there.
And right, the map 1, it was a very back and forth map 1, but you did win it. I wouldn't say that's when they looked their best because they had some dominant stretches there later in the series, but I think it just gives you your best chance to win. And yeah, Puma, I think still we're obviously going to wait on the bans, and that's going to be another interesting thing. If we've kind of got bans that have been all over the place, DPS have been targeted, tanks have been targeted, a couple supports have been targeted, but we've seen a lot of Juno. We saw the Lucio which is rare that he's just dormant for 4.5 maps, flies right back in. All you need is that big sound barrier at the end. Carthage, that was exactly what they needed. Calder could pick up the Vendetta depending on the map. Again, that's probably been their best hero. The Mei didn't get much value. The Genji really feels like it fell off a cliff toward the end. So a few things you can think of if you are Puma. The most important thing is you cannot get steamrolled again. Can't do it.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, he can't lose another map going forward. So you gotta play this perfectly. I don't think we have the map in yet for them, which I don't blame them. They need to really, settle in on the perfect map for them to make sure they can come back as we do now have it in. It is going to be Control Lijiang Tower.
There is hope for a Game 7. I think this is the best thing you could have done. You bring it back to basics. It is quintessential Overwatch. Everybody should know exactly what time it is on Lijiang. It is for your season. It's for a shot. And when you get to a Game 7, I don't care what rosters look like what. If you make it to that point, flip a coin, and that is usually the winner of the series. So Puma, I think this is the best choice they could have made. I think that's why we went to Control. They ran the numbers. They said, wait a minute, we were pretty good at map 1, and they haven't been good at map 1 in a while. They're going to ban away Ferocious's Venture, which has been a very, very solid pick. And yeah, the Zarya was very strong for Crimson when we saw it briefly.
It makes sense to me. Zarya, Lijiang Tower is a pretty good map for the Zarya, so makes total sense to me. And Venture, also a very good Lijiang Tower map. So just taking that away, that nuisance, having to deal with the double flanker that did not go so well for them on that last map. So I think both teams made really good bans. So let's see how the adaptations come in.
Yeah, all the pressure, I don't want to say all on Puma, but especially after a map like that where, man, oh man, you're going to be skipping past the VOD if you're trying to review some of the gameplay for that. I mean, luckily, not a very long skip, maybe a half an inch on the mouse, and you'll be right past the entire map, but it is map 6, Lijiang Control. Honestly, usually not the biggest fan of Lijiang, but in a game 6 in a grand finals, this is the time to bust out a Lijiang. It is the time to really test which one of these teams has the fundamentals down. It's going to be the Onron Reaper backline for Carthage with the Kiri, Lucy, Mauga, and Puma opening things up on the sim. Maybe we'll see something like the Vendetta. Calder has had a few picks in the bag. For now, though, it is Crimson on the Orisa, which we did see earlier. And yeah, it is going to be Calder's Vendetta to see if they can save the series.
The Mauga composition, we've seen how deadly it can be for the side of Carthage. We do have the Orisa from the get-go for the side of Puma. So let's see how that matches up.
And yeah, haven't seen the on-run yet, but of course it's been getting a lot of love in pretty well most comps the last little while after they got the first set of buffs after the heroes came out eventually. And Puma taking the fist to Carthage early, a bunch of blinking health bars, and Loki and Crimson cooking everybody on the backside of the fight. The Reaper's got nowhere to go, and Puma, fantastic opener.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing for Carthage. If they don't, get a lot of these enemies on fire and start doing a ton of damage with your Mauga and your on-run, it's going to be tough sledding. You're going to have ZXC go over to the cast now to try and help deal with Calder and also have some ranged hit scan to, at least be able to shoot at Loki, as Loki was just able to farm damage from afar.
And not really calling any Puma player's name in the last map, but Loki was not only killing so many people, just playing their life so well earlier, not overstepping, never overcommitting to a chase or wasting ultimates for the most part, just been very clean DPS gameplay, monitoring the situation wisely as Terra Surge ready to go. I was going to say Crimson looks like it might be a great angle, but Chicken Fries and the help with the Hollister in the backline make mincemeat of the Orisa. Now Puma losing 2 players in the early set of the fight. They do trade back the Reaper and the Vendetta. This is exactly what you wanted Calder to be doing. Officially out of the handcuffs, Chicken Fries on 1 HP. Suzu gets burned up early, which means the Kiri is running out of options. They TP away, but it was not a safe TP as Puma finding a few more kills. And man, it really must be a Carthage Control curse so far.
And that's what happens when you don't look at the Vendetta. Calder can just absolutely farm and just look at all 4 of these ultimates online. For Puma, they can just look to be ultra aggressive now, but they don't even have to because this is Final Fight territory.
Ooh, Crimson, that is a huge opener too, and yeah, no, it's more than certainly going to be Final Fight. There's not going to be a Deadeye or a Death Blossom, and now the tank has officially been staggered, so Puma or Carthage, they're going to send what? Kiri, Lucy to the front line and pray that they can get something to predict with the Javelin. Crimson, though, Jumpy with a drive-by boop to send the Orisa back and off the edge of the balcony. Oh my goodness, but then a Sundering Blade to say, absolutely, you can walk onto the site, but it is not free real estate. And Puma, 100-0, and they don't even blink.
Yeah, that was absolute domination from Puma on that map. Control curse seems to be in full effect for the side of Carthage. The question is, do they look to swap anything up given how bad that first sub-map went? As it looks right now, it does not look like they're going to do so, which is a little shocking, but I mean, I can say, okay, they're gonna have Chicken Fries go over the Diva, which, you know, I think that's gonna be a good change.
Unluckily for Carthage, the only swap I think they want to make, they can't, and that is the game mode, because whatever reason, it is just a very strange thing. I was even surprised checking the match history and saying, oh, they won every series 3-1. I wonder if they just like lost a flashpoint, lost the pushes here and there. Nope, all controls the entire Nationals run. Puma capitalizing with the vetoes here in map 6, of course. It will go back into Carthage's hand map 7 if Puma is able to lock in this round 2 and extend the series, so that'll be a good point of interest for both sides as we potentially head there. And honestly, the way Puma has been looking, these DPS have been cooking. Crimson's looked a lot better. Ferocious is dead again. I've got Puma winning this map and us going 7.
Yeah, great opening pick as Ferocious back to the spawn room. Ferocious now going to go over to that May point cap for the side of Puma, and they are just looking like a whole new team. As I mentioned, they are very good at discarding maps previously and being able to come to the next map and dominate.
And that is like, that can't be overstated. That's not an easy thing to do for anyone that's ever competed, played sports, or competed in esports. If you're a human, losing is one of the worst feelings imaginable. Getting stomped to go down 3-2 in a grand final with your season on the line is inconceivable. And every single time they get knocked down, they just get back up and they send that heat packing tenfold back Carthage's way. But finally, the Firebirds finding the kills they've been so desperately searching for. Double boop from the Diva, a few more kills out of the DPS. The May swap for Ferocious. Only 27% for Puma, and Carthage showing a sign of life finally.
Yeah, Carthage with the May getting a big wall onto Calder. They're able to take them out early in the fight. And once they had their one, again, they're able to strike very quickly. So that's going to be the key working with this May comp, is looking for really good walls to isolate players.
Catch Calder out, I believe, is also going to be a critical piece of the operation as, right, Genji looked a little bit meh, saw some mid-league results on others. The Vendetta has been all in all the way, and it has been so good. Sound barrier used early, and no Sundering Blade to cut through, which means Carthage has a big advantage, especially when the Blizzard gets sent in as well. 2 ultis for 1 with the Terra Surge getting burned up in the crossfire as well, and cheeky little stagger onto Anxiety just to make sure that Carthage gets the full team kill, and they are going to be very close. I mean, 1 fight territory borderline when the Puma's able to recollect here.
Yeah, both teams find themselves in pretty good spots. They both have lots of ultimates coming into this next fight. I will say it is really hard to push this point on Lijiang Tower, so I feel like you might have to use an ult to try and force positioning. I'm looking at this low-key override protocol.
Yeah, and with there being no Blizzard right now, this might be their best window to, you know, you don't want to run it down and into the game, but you do got to kind of take some space now, knowing that that massive AoE just space taker is not available. There's Loki, like you were talking about, looking to see if they can throw a few shimmies and get a kill with the override. No hit markers even yet to be found. Looking to catch a player out across the bridge. Hollister not so lucky to get away. The Every will walk away with the kill. But for Carthage, I mean, Loki, great kill and all. Okay, finally a few more kills come through. I was about to say, Carthage is just about to win the round in the dead of the night.
And again, Puma able to do that with just a singular ult commit into that fight. So now they're going to have 4 more to continue to hold. So the key is just going to be trying to win these team fights, you know, 1 ult here, 1 ult there, and try and get trades with Carthage as well. Ferocious, I think what they're playing for their win condition is going to be the Ferocious Blizzard.
Yeah, especially in a point like this where there realistically isn't anywhere to hide, whether you plop it in the hallway or drop it on this site. You can just neutralize so much of the Puma offense potentially, but a well-timed Sundering Blade and Rally combo is very, very hard to stop as Crimson getting walled off from the team, at least from one exit there. Down to about half will get sustained all the way back to full. 99 to 60 with Puma fighting for site control. Kitsune rush to open up the engagement. Chicken Fry is going to be forced to pop the bomb. We'll see if they can remech. They don't. The remech gets stopped, and Puma finds a few more kills, and by a few more, they take the entire team out. Calder somehow getting the fadeaway last slice there onto Jumpy, and now it's going to be Carthage. Kitsune rush, Blizzard, Sound Barrier, but they don't have a lot of time to get set up properly.
Yeah, this is what I talked about. Perfect fight for Puma, able to win that with just a Kitsune rush. So now they have the Rally, the Terra Surge, and the Sundering Blade to combat these big-time ultimates coming in from Carthage.
Yeah, that Sundering Blade in front of the Sound Barrier could be a very big opener. We're going to go for the early swipe with the Blade. They get the Diva very low. They force out the Suzu. The Blizzard gets sent in. ZXC goes off the map. The Sound Barrier comes in late to contest the Rally from Crafty. Puma, no players left in the fight quite yet. The Rally hanging strong. Jumpy will eventually fall. Chicken Fries is demeched. ZXC looking for the late Vendetta swap, but I do not think it's going to be enough. Puma, 1 or 2 more kills, and we're going to be hearing the 2 best words in organized competition, and that is Game 7.
The control curse continues for the side of the Carthage Firebirds as we see Puma taking this, tying it up 3-3. And here we go, folks. It is a map number 7 in your D3 Grand Finals.
And now Carthage, they get to pick the map and obviously have the veto advantage and everything of that nature. But Puma, I mean, this really has been a tale of 2 series. I mean, that second round, of course, that was very close. Round 1, Carthage couldn't have paid enough money to buy a kill to even try to get any access to that point. So it really is just, are we getting version 1 or version 2 of Carthage, or are we getting the better or worse version of Puma on the last map? And this map really could go anyway. I have no clue.
It is just an amazing series we've had from both of these teams. 3-3, folks. We're going to take one more final break before the conclusion of this series as both teams have a chance to breathe, relax, and Carthage has some time to figure out what map they want to take us to for the final map of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Well, what feels like a decade-long war in the D3 Overwatch Grand Finals. Carthage and Puma, one more map, one more game, the entire season on the line. Records don't matter. The rest of the series doesn't even matter. It's about 10 minutes of gameplay between all the glory of first place or a second place with a lot of regrets of what could have been.
As it all is going to come down to this Carthage final map pick. They are going to pick Coliseum, which I don't blame them for going push, considering how quickly Esperanza went for them as the bans are going to come in. Carthage banning Orisa, while the side of Puma is going to ban the Wu Yang, which is interesting because we haven't really seen the Wu Yang out of Carthage.
I don't think at all.
Very, very perplexing ban there.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to pre-fire a ban because, yeah, I genuinely don't think Carthage has even hovered the Wu Yang. Maybe Jumpy played it for a couple of lives in like map 4, but if it's even that little, then it's kind of irrelevant to the point. So yeah, maybe trying to pre-fire or just a character that they're like, listen, this is going to ruin what we've got going over here. Let's take it off the table. Jumpy, Hollister, Lucy, Kiri, Genji, Venture, Diva for Carthage, the final starting 5, at least for now. And listen, just like we talked about Puma going to control, I love that Carthage went to push. They have, I mean, they completely it was 150 to zip in 3 minutes. So both teams playing to their strengths, but it's one game for all the glory.
As they're going back over to that double flex Diva composition that they played on Esperanza. Puma, however, going to play a good comp into it. The Zarya is always going to be good at the Diva. They're going to have Calder on that Vendetta once again. So I think they're doing everything they can to try and deal with this composition.
Yeah, Wu Yang aside, this is the best 5 comp that Puma has been playing all night. Even if it wasn't the best for this map, I still would have wanted them to play it. Just because it's been that successful, we are going to get a very unfortunate Game 7 pause. Hopefully not too many big issues as we, 29 seconds in, the robot not even quite ready to put on the shoes. And we get a cheeky little pause, so got to see a few hovers. I do like that Puma's saying, listen, this is what we've had all of our success on. We're going to live and die by it.
I would say the Vendetta against this comp, it's going to be tough because like there's just so much mobility between the Venture, the Genji, Kiri Lucio's not hard to get on top of. So really it's like, what, he's going to sit there and swing on the Diva, but the Diva has the boosters to get away from you as well. It's just not inherently easy. Like there's not an easy target to go after if you're the Vendetta.
Yeah, that's the only thing. And I think for Puma, they're just thinking, is it an easy Vendetta game? No. What else have we thrown out there that's been like an ace in the hole? They haven't really, Loki had some nice moments on they have had a few nice other picks, but nothing has really just been, we have to run this every map. It's been carrying us like a Cassidy that's going crazy or something like that. They've been pretty flexible in some of the picks, but it is definitely going to be a lot of weight on Calder's shoulders to try to, I mean, yeah, you're trying to assassinate a Venture, a Genji, and characters that can bounce off the walls and teleport. So it's not going to be an easy job, and especially considering how the last push map went, I am very curious to see if Puma can just win the first fight because they didn't get a kill for 2.5 minutes on Esperanza.
He has already a lot of pressure getting thrown down onto Calder, so they can't engage so easily. Going to get a nice swipe on the chicken fries and force them back, but Ferocious already found Crafty Games.
Nice answer onto ZXC, so Puma can at least find something back in tow, but it is going to be Carthage looking to take the early lead as they're in control of the bot with Calder. Looking to see if they can fight their way out of the side. Oh, they see a possible window for execution. They do get bubbled to make sure no ill will is sent their way, but
Carthage able to back up, give Puma a little bit of space after they take a very, very tiny lead. And now the Venture maybe going in a little bit too deep there. Luckily able to get away to safety, but just barely. And now it's Crimson turn to try to run down the rest of Carthage, but got about a tie game, give or take a few meters, and neither team really just given an inch so far.
Yes, we haven't seen very many kills on either side at this point. It was ZXC trying to get into this backline on the Genji, but with that sidearm pistol from Loki, they're just gonna have to back out. And then you get the exiting pick onto Ferocious.
Not a good look for Carthage as Puma, the DPS getting active. We literally talked about Loki and Calder. These have unequivocally been their best 2 picks of the entire series. Praising Loki a lot earlier, Calder a bit of a mixed bag, but to see a player that struggling earlier on in the series after a couple of bright flashes just completely back into the zone on the Vendetta. Ultimates heavily going to be favoring Puma if they're able to snap trap anything early with the Surge, but still a very, very, very small lead in Carthage, looking to finally regroup.
Yeah, as you couldn't even get super aggressive for Puma because they were down a couple of players as well. Override Protocol locked and loaded for Loki as we have a Kitsune Rush for Hollister that they're probably looking to use very soon.
And for Loki, a lot of space on the playground to have some fun with the Override Protocol as well with all the verticality, so that'll be a very interesting ulti to see how they navigate. And Loki immediately going up top to try to drop some bombs onto the opposing players. Chicken Fries might be getting demeched here in a second. A big Suzu to keep the Diva up and alive, but there's just no chance of the Lucio to escape. The bomb gets sent in over top, the sidearm swap to make sure Loki can live. And in the meantime, Loki just escorting the robot back to their side of the map. About a 10-meter lead before Chicken Fries inevitably does catch out that DPS, but Crimson and the rest of Puma, I mean, they are just controlling the space until now.
Yeah, but being able to get both the DPS for the side of Puma is going to be quite the ordeal, as now ZXC is going to throw in the Blade as well, and they're able to find 2, try to clean up the Zarya, and they're able to do it.
And it was right as the Rally voice line got summoned. Rally to me, and immediately a Dragon Blade to the back of the head. Crimson and Crafty both go down in a heap. Carthage able to navigate the solo ultimate very, very nicely. Essentially a 1-for-2 trade because of the earlier Override Protocol as well. Very, very back and forth game of push. This is what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see 150-0 in Game 7, and definitely par for the course. Tectonic Shock gets sent in. No counter ultimates from Puma. They're willing to soak some of the pressure, but a late surge to shut down the Venture. That's a big opener for Puma, and they can put some pressure on now if they hit that W button.
And because of the position Ferocious was in, I mean, Carthage was able to take the lead, but that Graviton Surge, despite, you know, having a beat online, you couldn't use it there because Ferocious was low and they were just out of place, and they punished them with the grab. So very nice play coming out from Crimson to just immediately take someone off of the field. Carthage now going to have both their support ultimates to throw into this next fight, as Chicken Fries had to use the mech to keep themselves up.
Yeah, Kitsune for the entry, sound barrier for if things hit the wall later on. Crimson 100-0 by the entire gang over there. Every single head effectively in the feed there, but a beautiful catch by Calder. And we said the Vendetta was going to be hard to navigate. If you're able to snap tap onto the Genji's head, that is a great way, just fantastic way to shut down a very dangerous player. Sundering Blade at the ready for Puma with Carthage in control of the robot. Chicken Fries doing what they did earlier on these dive heroes, putting so much space and pace onto the Puma backline, as we are just about halfway through the map. Both teams fighting for control, and 2 ultimates ready to go.
Is we're going to see Calder and Ferocious kind of going, you know, back and forth on this side flank. Here's a lot of damage getting taken. They're able to get the heals up as Crafty takes a lot of damage, but Calder pulls out the Sundering Blade, not able to find it.
Yeah, but ZXC at least gets taken down, so it might not be too bad for Puma. The Override Protocol and the Rally are both invested. They're able to demech the Diva, and Hollister gets taken out, so Puma, off of the heavy investment, definitely a fight that you were hoping and expecting to win. They do get the job done. And it looks like somebody is getting staggered. Yeah, it was a Baby Diva, couldn't tell what hitbox that was. Carthage with a 20-meter lead means they should be able to respawn and at least contest before Puma does get any closer to that tying mark, but Diva Bomb, Blade almost ready for ZXC, and I mean, 4 minutes of the dead even game, this is perfect.
Yeah, Puma did have to expend a lot, so they're going to be on the back foot for a fight or two. So they got to get as much distance as they can in this fight before Carthage is able to build up to these ultimates and really start rocking.
Yeah, got to keep this Diva alive and use them to try to dissuade the Emery from thinking they've got a lot of free time and space to operate, as we are going to see Crimson looking to lock the front line down, taking a lot of damage back the other way. They're going to be forced to retreat. There's a lot of damage back on the Ferocious, though, the Venture. So many players escaping on literal pixels of health. It is the smallest of margins that are possibly turning these fights around. As Chicken Fries DPI check on the Diva will be able to live. And just a deadlock. But then a Graviton Surge to try to scoop up Chicken Fries. I don't think there's any follow-up, though. They surged nothing effectively. There was no ultimates and no teammates there for the follow-up, so that means Carthage, they can just find every single kill. The last 2 players are on blinking health bars.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used there. They able to get the D-Mech. It looks like they... Oh, the Courier able to come in with the Suzu.
Oh my goodness. Crimson taking a lot of damage again. Nowhere to go. No sups in the neighborhood. And despite the fact that neither team has gotten a meter in the last minute and a half, I mean, Carthage has been putting a lot of good pressure toward the fights, and considering they've got a 15+ meter lead now, the longer you keep Puma on this side of the map, it just makes it that much tougher later on. See if the Vendetta is able to get bubbled up and escape. That is a resounding no. Genji getting sweet, sweet revenge at the perfect time, and another kill goes through, and Carthage, this might be that snowball that we saw a few maps earlier.
As we see them going over the Winston, I'm a little surprised. Crimson able to get the pick onto the Lucio and stay alive. Chicken Fries able to get them. We kind of saw how this Diva played into the Winston on the previous map, but they are able to get the D-Mech on the Chicken Fries, which essentially should end this fight, but it looks like the forward spawns were confirmed for the side of Carthage, so they can now just play the game of, okay, we lost the fight, back out, we have the forward spawns, we can play them again in the middle.
Yeah, play the macro. When it's a losing fight, cut your losses, give a little to take a lot later on. It's the name of the game. You don't want to the worst thing you can do is lose 2 players, try to force a fight, because with a 30-meter lead, 1 fight may very well cost you the map, and effectively your season at the championship. Loki going sky high, the cleanse comes through, but it's the Dragon Blade to strike first, and Ferocious follows up as well. Puma getting run down, and Carthage just opening up the salvo again. They burn through the override protocol. They don't find anything. Oh, I thought maybe there was a possibility of a stagger as Calder looks to work their way back to the fight, but a minute 40 on the clock. Carthage has double the time of Puma and then some. The Diva, I was going to say Chicken Fries, able to get back to safety. The bomb will get sent in. Kitsune, South Barrier, both their answer. And for Carthage, they just have to play the clock. They're chilling.
Yeah, as Calder able to get out of the sticky situation, but Crimson's down, and now you're just down in numbers. Chicken Fries able to find 2. They get ZXC, but they're already down in numbers, and the staggering meterage lead. Carthage might be winning this.
And the alt trades, even if Carthage trades 3 alts for 1, when you have Puma 160 meters on the wrong side of the map to where they need to be, that's fine. You're going to get those alties built back up in no time, especially 3 or 4 fights in the future, probably 2 times, depending on the damage output. Primal Rage out of Crimson, this is effectively going to be the last chance that Puma has that this ulti can't go crazy. Very well, maybe the end of the road for them in the grand finals, the championship slipping through their fingers, but Crimson doing a lot of work to establish a front line. But again, all this work is phenomenal. The robot is not moving and they don't have time.
It will still have a Sundering Blade to go up against Ferocious's Tectonic Shock, but Chicken Fries already about to have another remech. So even if you get a good Sundering Blade onto the Diva, you know, they're just going to use that mech and be able to get back into it. So tough uphill battle for Puma, but they got to win, like, at this point, like 3 fights in a row.
Yeah, maybe, 3.5, 4, depending on how clean the fights are or how many players do fall, but it is literally now or never. We have 5 seconds to OT. Puma's got about 80 meters to go, or more than that, because they got to make it past the midpoint. Sundering Blade able to shut down ZXC. They opens up a chance for the side of Puma. The Diva Bomb will get sent in. Chicken Fries not able to remech. Step 1 complete for Puma.
As Carthage did the right thing, all they used was their remix, so they kept their Tectonic Shock, they kept their Kitsune Rush. Puma still got quite some good ultimates coming online. They'll have a rally, they'll have a Kitsune Rush of their own. Loki, who's now on the Tracer, gonna have the Pulse Bomb. And Crimson's almost to another Primal. They have the tools to at least win 1 more fight. The question is, can they win 2, 3 still?
Yeah, if Carthage overextends 1 or 2 players, you very well could find that pick and win a fight. The rally gets sent in. This could be a pulse bomb angle from Loki. Ferocious is going to fall, but they trade out the Tracer before the pulse bomb is subbing. The rally and Kitsune are both down, and the late sound barrier may just be enough for Carthage to get the extra sustain, but it looks like Crimson has a Primal Rage online, so this fight is not over. Puma looks like they're actually in pole position, and as I said, Primal Pulse Bomb in the back pocket. Oh, Carthage. Oh, man, it's sweaty.
Yeah, here we go. This is the ultimate fight for Puma. They got Primal, they have Pulse Bomb, but they have no support ultimates, and they're coming into a Blade and a Tectonic Shock.
Yeah, luckily they did burn Kitsune's sound barrier from Carthage last fight. Otherwise, it would be extra mega in trouble. Pulse Bomb fade away. Tectonic Shock doesn't even get a chance to get summoned. Loki strikes first, and now Carthage looking to chase the fight with the Blade. They do find Crafty. Luckily, Wizard and Chicken are both 1 HP, though the Diva somehow stays in the mech suit. Calder's down to 1. Crimson still looking healthy as ever. The Winston's charging away. Oh my god, Puma might win this.
My goodness, they still have the rally, the Tectonic Shock. Can they find anything with it? They aren't able to find anything, so they force out the Primal.
Primal is online. Diva Bomb ready to go. Anxiety's the first one to fall. Sundering Blade from Calder. You've got to find something. You shut down the tank. Calder gets traded out. The Primal expires. And Anxiety's not there, so the Winston doesn't have any supports. Oh, Carthage, you may have just done enough. 2 players left standing for Puma.
Oh, no!
Loki ends up off the map to end the season and hand the championship to the favorites all along. Carthage, Firebirds, Red, you literally could not simulate a more wonky, exciting, close back and forth series. And it ends with Loki. Granted, the fight was a little cooked. It ends with your Tracer looking up as they fall into the ocean.
Man, as Puma made that as close as possible, almost upset the #1 seed, the team who had been dominant in Division 3, but in the end, they're able to come with the goods. And to me, in that final fight, it was the Genji, the Genji able to get the Brig early on to get that extra heals out of the way, and then them getting Anxiety on that Kiri after that, so that no heals were available. Didn't matter if they had Primal. It was only a matter of time, especially with the closer spawns.
Yeah, that was... I can't even imagine what any of those 10 players are feeling after being in that absolute grueler of a series. Congrats to Carthage, the favorites the entire season, but I mean, the fact that it was 100 to like 17, and they need to win 4 fights in a row. They win 3 3/4 fights, does Puma. They almost bring it back from the dead. Unfortunately, they do fall to 2nd place. They lose the grand finals, and since we are a few minutes behind, we actually have a 2nd grand final down in Division 9 that we got to get locked and loaded. It's going to be Baker B taking on the ECU Tigers, and we're going to go to a quick break, get that lobby ready. I'm going to get some water, and we're going to get refreshed and crown ourselves another champion when we come back.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
colder when you're frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back from the break, everybody, as our coverage of the Overwatch D9 Nationals, now Carthage and Puma effectively in like a 9-game series to finally get our champion. Carthage did walk away with the Game 7 win. Now it's going to be Baker B taking on ECU in what should be another action-packed, very fun grand final. We got a bit of everything in the previous series. Now we get to see exactly what D9's got in store. And again, Baker, they've been the 1 seed basically the entire year. ECU coming in as the 3 seed, but as we just saw, that didn't mean anything.
Yeah, what's going to make things interesting because this is Division 9 also, so we can get all types of shenanigans when you get into these lower divisions where some teams just play some crazy, interesting stuff that they've specialized in, and that's what's gotten them here. So that's what makes this division magic and that much more interesting. As you can see, both the rosters on screen for both of these teams, and here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we're going to be crowning the Division 9 national champion.
Yeah, 2 more teams. It is one final series, one battleground, one last hurrah before you do close out your season entirely. Obviously, we had a fantastic back and forth, just everything you want in this series of Overwatch. We got it in the first window. I'm expecting to see some fireworks coming up in this series. You mentioned it, just the unorthodox picks, the fiesta style of gameplay that we get sometimes. It is more fun than just watching Metaslave comp sometimes because teams are just playing the game naturally. They're not overthinking anything. They said, we like XYZ, we're going to play XYZ, and that's the best way to go about it sometimes, as we do see a few bans come through. Ilios map 1 again, which is very nice. Juno banned away from Baker, and ECU picking off the Farah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see Ilios so often. I mean, we don't get to see it that often as the first map in a lot of these series, and for both series twice in a row. Farah, no surprises here. I mean, Farah, a lot of high ground control to be able to work with. This is a very wide open map, so no shockers here. The judo one's more interesting. Generally speaking, judo, not one you expect right off the gate. Judo's normally one of those ancillary characters you'll pick when someone else is banned. So to come out right out the gate and ban that is very interesting coming out from B.
And because it's Ilios, I'm expecting us to just see 2 Lucios more than likely. So I guess the judo ban probably was a little bit overshadowed, or maybe a little less effective there. Although maybe ECU, not that Ana's ever really a bad pick. It's of course going to work fine. And I sincerely hope we get a Roadhog to start us off map 1. That would be awesome.
You never know when it comes to these Division 9, but Baker B is playing more of what we expect in this meta, which is a diva composition with the Kiri Lucio, and they're going to go double flex as it sits with the Onron Tracer. Not a huge fan of the Onron, especially by itself, but, let's see how that works out. We are going to get the Roadhog coming out from ECU. Gotta love to see these adaptations.
Yeah, right. If there ever was a time, well, on Ilios is probably 1A or 1B for points in the Overwatch where the Hog can find supreme value and look for these cross-map hooks to try to pull in the Diva. So, entertainment value on 100, and it looks like Ishmaelian instantly able to take down Kote. Paint, luckily able to find one back for the side of Baker and ECU respectively. Now it's going to be the Soldier getting chunked down very low. Amethyzer looking to see if they can scoop up any backline damage as well. The Roadhog is very exposed. A big nade from the Ana will keep them alive, and ECU using that extra pressure from the Roadhog to find a kill, but it is going to be Baker with the capture.
Yeah, the Ana Kiri for the ECU Tigers makes a lot of sense in this composition. How the nades to just allow more potential for these, because they're playing a very what's the word?
No.
Everyone's kind of off on their own doing things and just trying to get a lot of value, just individualistic composition. So being able to have those nades to get the antes to allow those plays to happen more often. So you have the Suzu to get anyone out of any kind of danger. I think, considering the type of style they're playing, I think they have the right setup for it.
And listen, the Roadhog, it's sometimes it looks a little useless, but the second you get that one hook that wins you a team fight, especially in a game like Control, where 2 to 3 fights can be the entire percentage, definitely can find some high value, especially in a map like Ilios. And I know one of the Baker players was having internet issues maybe 4 minutes ago in real time. So I'm hoping that that's not a persistent issue or something that's going to affect the series. I mean, right, we never want to get delayed on broadcast. I'd rather the player have a workable setup to actually play their grand final and make sure that they're going to be all good on that front. I say we only really saw half of a fight. ECU found a couple of early kills. Baker answered back in a nice way. And yeah, I mean, just always sucks to get a cheeky little tech pause. And literally, we had one last series too. It was like ready to go, jump into a big game and pause.
Yeah, so I mean, it's gonna be on the bees to be able to make some adjustments. Obviously, Arissa is pretty dang good into the hog. And even Arissa can also shoot some of those hit scans from afar and punish some off angles. I wonder if they're gonna swap up any of the DPS. I'm not exactly sure about like how I mean, Tracer, you're already going into a cast, so that's not gonna be super ideal. And I mean, Tracer's mostly just gonna farm pulse off the Roadhog and hopefully make plays with it. If they're going to continue to play that way.
Yeah, you shoot the Roadhog and then go find the Ana to throw the pulse bomb, and usually a decent, easy way to live. And yeah, Cote apparently DC'd. Yeah, they were the one having issues earlier, so bit unfortunate. So hopefully we'll get it back in a minute or two. If not, I'm sure we'll go to a break sooner than later, assuming that it's one of those things where I unplugged it and plugged it back in. I connection tested, and Blizzard's still deciding that I have 95 to 100 ping for whatever reason. And you just hope that just the adrenaline of you finally rush into map one as a player, then it's kind of like that. It's a weird process of, okay, we know what they're playing now, but now we just have to sit and kind of almost overthink the game since we can't actually sit there and play it.
Yeah, so it makes things a little bit tricky. Obviously with the DC, don't know what kind of ult charge they were sitting at. So, obviously they're going to start fresh with some new ult charge. I mean, we weren't too far into the match anyway, but any little bit's definitely going to hurt. So they'll be a little bit lagging behind when it comes to the first round of ultimates. So that's just that much more better for the ECU Tigers. And again, especially when you're playing this, everyone kind of taking their own angles and poking kind of thing. Now that they're able to set up defensively, it makes the composition that much more potent.
Yeah, and before we do go to a break, because we're still, wait, listen, 10 minutes before the game started, after we were behind, we said someone's having issues, we're going to delay. The timer kept going up. We're going to give a quick thank you, of course, to the fine folks helping put on nationals. It is the Army National Guard. The Forge Trials are presented by the Army National Guard. Answer the call of the uncommon at nationalguard.com. And since Cote and crew are having a little bit of issue getting back into the Blizzard servers, we're going to cut it to a quick break, hopefully a very quick one, because we've got a best of 7 to play, and we barely just scratched the surface, so we'll catch y'all back in a few.
Figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, I was black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone.
Well, Division 9 Grand Finals, take 2, hopefully. Hopefully everybody's all back and good. Prayers, thoughts and prayers for Cote's internet or whatever the issue seems, whether it's a Blizzard side issue or just a ping issue in general. We want a clean fought game. We need a clean series. Unfortunately, as you said, Cote, of course, sent back to the spawn, loses the ult charge. They got killed as well, which means ECU gets essentially a free point.
So again, it's going to be pretty, pretty. as Amethyst are also going to get taken down in strides. They didn't just look to get out of there once they knew that fight was over. They're going to swap over to the main now as well. So, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'll give it some chance to see how this goes. But this Roadhog composition, it'll be tough to break through.
Yeah, at least I see an Emery on my screen, which gives me a little bit of hope just because the pick is so disgusting in the current state of the game. So Paint, get the override protocol online. You can absolutely destroy everybody on the low ground as Mike. Very low in the Diva, luckily able to keep on the mech suit. Anti will connect onto Kote and Amethyzer. Getting taken down low, but it's actually Baker. They just answer back with 2 random solo kills. Mike and Paint, the ones getting active at ECU, find it out the hard way. They're still in control of the point for another second. It'll be 47-20, and Baker will flip.
As Mike still doesn't have that mech, so you're going to have to be worried about that. You might have an opportunity to look to re-engage pretty quickly if you're the Tigers. Also, this composition that they're playing, they have to play patient and look for someone to be in a bad position. You know, you get hooked or you get flashed and you find a pick. Because this composition isn't built on being able to push in so easily on its own.
Yeah, Roadhog Soldier Cassidy, you're saying who is griefing on the other team? We will try to execute them as fast as we can, and we'll take these targets down one by one. That's exactly how they want to play, as the hook will go a little bit wide. So MST will have to back up, get the healing in line as well, as the Lucio looking to skirt around and keep that Diva nice and healthy. 4 ultis online for the Tigers, nothing sent in yet, and with Ishmael taken down immediately, override protocol getting forced out of Paint to make sure that Baker can just send ECU as far back as humanly possible. Looks like job is accomplished. One last shot to Brawl Slayer to shut down the Soldier, and Baker in control.
And only having to commit 1 ultimate is big time there. Mike able to follow things up with the boosters. And just clean up duty for the side of Baker. And they still got 4 ultimates coming online shortly to combat the 4 ultimates. Even the Roadhog ultimate was used there and ultimately got nothing. So now it's going to be a completely even fight for both of these teams, as Missed Gold now going to go over to the Zarya.
Yeah, if you didn't tell me, I would have literally been asking, when did Roadhog click the ult key? I didn't hear a voice line. I didn't even see how long it was up or how much impact it got. Obviously not a ton. We're going to nano the Soldier. We've got 3 ultis because we've got to get in there and make something happen. 1 for 1 to open things up. Amethyzer, now it's going to be Miss Gold also trading back. The Visor still ripping away at the Diva. Mike will be D-Mech. The Blizzard does end up getting sent in, but ECU looks like this is going to be their fight to win as long as they can shut down this very pesky Emery, which should be the case, but luckily Miss Gold will find the trade after the Soldier falls, and ECU hanging on.
Expensive fight for the Tigers, but they were able to hold on to their high noon, so they're going to have that tool for the next fight is the Baker Bees. They'll have their beat, they'll have their remech. In the middle of this fight, likely Paint will build an override protocol. So they're both teams looking to get quite aggressive. Even aggressive beat here, because you don't have to use beat for high noon.
And that's exactly what they were thinking. The Deadeye gets activated as well, and a big sleep onto Mike. The Deadeye just about to be sent in finally, and they are going to shut down the Lucio. Sound barrier no longer in the field, but Mike finds a quick pick onto the Cassidy and is able to remech in the nick of time, and Baker flips a point in the meantime. So ECU, I hope they realize they got to get back on the point and touch. They'll make it back just in time to beat OT. The sleep's not going to connect, and now that Brawl's been taken out, if Mike's able to survive a little bit longer, ECU is blinking across those health bars. They should be getting taken out. And it looks like Baker will grab round 1.
Yeah, both teams really had some really good moments on that map. The Bees, once they got settled, you know, no more tech issues, no more internet issues. They really started to roll on the more, you know, meta composition that we expect with the Diva comp. Bringing out the May ended up working out really well for them. Their walls helped a lot in being able to wall off damage from a lot of these double hit scans. So I was, you know, very not so sure about that Divas, the May swap, but ended up working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, good to see a nice early swap pay off instead of map 1. You're running the wheel basically of we're trying to figure out what works on the fly instead of having an idea coming in. Definitely a very solid round out of Baker. We saw ECU, of course, they did win an early fight before the DC, which granted wasn't much of a fight. And then, of course, they got a little lucky after Kote DC. But after that, Baker, they dialed in, they locked everybody up. And now we're going to see if they can close out control 2-0 fashion, or if it's going to be ECU pushing us the theme of the night, which has been maximum distance and maximum gameplay.
Brawl Slayer just trying to take control of this high ground as the diva for Mike is trying to not let that happen, as MST Gold just going to get eviscerated on point.
I don't even think there was a red player in the area code
Yeah.
or in the state. There, I literally thought that Zarya was looking around for the teammates, and there was nothing there. So MST Gold, either a miscommunication or too much dip on their chip. The health pack is not there for Brawl Slayer. So you get a nice little chilly exit there, courtesy of Amethyzer and Baker. They've got full control of the site. They've controlled the high ground for most of it. And ECU, they're the ones on the back foot that have to find an answer.
Yeah, the double hit scan, I mean, I don't think it's super viable. It's most, if you're going to play double hit scan, it's got to be on like an Escort with long sight lines. I'm not sure how I feel about it on a map like Ilios, where flex DPS can actually go pretty insane, whether it's like an Echo, a Tracer, Genji even. So I'm a little surprised to not see them play it at all.
Or even maybe, like, not that it's optimal, but even something like a Sojourn where you can at least get out of trouble, even though it's not the greatest mobility against something like a Diva. Of course, she can just fly around and boop you anyways, but it's just something that, right, might be considered quote-unquote a little more meta and just gives you a little more versatility. I feel like, of course, the Blizzard Ultimate and the attack visor can be very, very game-changing, but when your team is just getting staggered out one by one, I don't know if that's going to be the best way to find success. Is Paint able to catch the headshot onto the Soldier? Gold is looking very, very low, same with Apollo. And this Diva is just playing bully ball with Baker.
And again, no ultimates had to be used for Baker's Bees to be able to keep hold of that. And that's the thing. They're basically saying, you know what, MST Gold first fight, we blew you up and, you know, your team didn't protect you. This time we're going to let you take point. We're going to out survive you while we kill a team who aren't helping you and they're just, you know, spread out. So we're going to take them out one by one.
And now it's 90-0. They have all the ults like you were talking about, especially something like a sound barrier. I guess ECU, they have everything as well. If they can set up a combo, there's very much a chance to win the round. Or I say win the round, win a fight and try to make this round somewhat contestable. Override Protocol Blizzard, both of the Embry's going sky high. They get traded out by Attack Visor. But then Freight shutting down the tank. That means this gets, oh, there you go, Brawl Slayer. That's the Lucio on Ilios that we've come to know and love this past decade. As Apollo falls next to him, Kote, fresh off of a couple DCs, finds a few kills. And Baker, all things considered, dominant map one.
Yeah, that second sub map just was not close. So to be fair, that's one of like, that's like the best map for like the Diva. So it's no surprise that it was able to make it work. Doesn't matter how good Zarya can play into Diva on certain maps. You just can go back and forth on the high ground so easily and avoid the Zarya. It doesn't really matter.
And Zarya plays fine into Diva. We saw in that the second point, Zarya does not play good into 5 different heroes that are all trained on the tank's location. We saw that was really the only chance of taking the point that they had in that second round. Gold goes in, probably goes waiting for my teammates to pull up. Nobody even close. Baker's like, all right, well, free kill on the tank, and now we can just push him back toward the spawn. You mentioned it. Lucio, Diva just dominate this map. You can see the Diva just, right, you're playing Soldier into Diva, and the Diva can just kind of steer around and literally do whatever she wants, right? You could theoretically laser her down with those hit scans, but are you really going to one-shot the Diva before she closes that distance? Probably not going to happen, especially when the rest of the team was just firing like they were, and Baker certainly looked really good in this map one, and certainly got to see some adjustments moving forward.
As again, we're going to have to see what those adjustments are going to be, but the Tigers will be able to pick the map. They didn't get to pick the first map. They'll get the first ban. So at least, you know, they're good at the Divas. So, you know, maybe you steer them away from maps that aren't so good with that Diva. And we saw your propensity to want to play the Zarya. Maybe you take it to more of a brawl-centric style map and try and force the Zarya. But I think those are just general things you can think about when you have the map pick on the ban available, or take it to a map you feel comfortable and just ban the Diva.
Wouldn't hate that either. I mean, the Diva was clearly, and especially just the state that Diva's in. If you see a player dominate your team on a Diva map one, at least give yourself, just take that out of the game. And right, 3 more problems might pop up. That's the nature of the hero shooter with all this flexibility. But at least you know that the Diva just completely ran the game that time. There was, right, the 2 hit scans. In theory, it sounds good. No, she's up in the air. We can fire away on her. It's like, well, there's 4 other players in the game. If you two could just look at Diva, yes, that sounds incredible, but there's so much other stuff going on in the game at the same time. Obviously, right, said maybe the Sojourn to at least have one escape from the Diva, but they locked into their choices. And we said that right with something like Division 9. Sometimes it's not what's best, is what am I good at? What do I feel good at? What am I comfortable with? And sometimes it's for worse instead of better, but at least, like you said, they get mapped, they get band select, and it is only map 1 of a best of 7. Lots of time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the last series, just they traded maps every single time. So you never know, especially, how teams bounce back, what adjustments you can be made after you saw how that first map went. So I'm not too worried yet. We start getting 2-0, 3-0. That's where you
Mhm.
start to be like, oh, okay, something's wrong here, and they don't have an answer for it.
And we are actually getting a few switches in. We're going to have MST Gold stepping out. Brawl is going to be in for the tank. Zach's going to step in on the DPS. So a couple adjustments there out of ECU. And we've always said it every single week. We've cast them of the mindset, do this in game 1, because then if it doesn't work, at least you found out at 2-0 that you're in big trouble instead of 3-0 when it's like, well, now we just might as well give them the trophy.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. I mean, we saw um, Carthage swap things around a lot,
Mhm.
and
It
they knew
worked.
when to do it, and it worked out well for them. So I'm just gonna see how this goes for ECU, and especially since it's early on, all four trying to throw something else at the side of the bees.
I will say, with how good and coordinated Baker did look, and right, they are the 1 seed. And Baker, I know as a program, I've gotten to cover their Valorant team and some of their other teams the last few months. Like, as a program, they've been like, they went from not a very well-known program to having like a top 20 Val team. They've obviously had a couple very good Overwatch teams. They've been good in League of Legends at times. So it's a program as a whole that is kind of bolstering expectations year over year. They're expecting to be in some of these big games. Obviously, a massive map 1. And for ECU, I will say, with how good and clean Baker looked, if they don't come out with a hot start to this map too, my faith in them will more than likely rapidly wane.
There's definitely, that is definitely on the table as we are still waiting for that map pick coming in from the ECU Tigers. And then we will be getting you as the bands very shortly. But yeah, that was just overall a really good first map coming out for Baker Bees. I mean, they proved why they're the number 1 seed.
I mean, yeah, even looking at the playoffs, I think I have the bracket open actually, since we have 30 seconds anyways. Yeah, they 3-1 their way up to the semis. They actually, SVU Knights took them to 5 maps in the semifinal. So they actually, at least, it's not one of those 1 seeds where you just ice skate through the entire season. You ice skate through the bracket. You were never in danger. You never bled once. They've had to go through the ringer the last couple of weeks, which is always good to see from the 1 seed. Even the 16 seed King's College takes a map off them as well. So it's a team that at least has been tested, where Carthage, I think, even part of that 7-game series was, we haven't even been to the last map of a best of 5, and now we're pushed all the way to a game 7 where all bets are off. So for Baker, it's just been very, very impressive. They did lose the 2 of the controls in their playoff run as well. So I don't know what's with these 1 seeds and losing controls too.
As you can see on the bottom of the screen, we have the next map coming in from ECU Tiger Knight. It is going to be Esperanza going straight to push.
Yeah, and with the subs coming in from the side of ECU, I'm sure they're going to have some, at least, idea of a compositional shakeup. We, of course, saw a few things here and there that effectively were all just neutralized by the Diva. And I think we saw Baker banning away the Juno from ECU. So maybe this is something where they have a pocket Juno that is just excellent at the game, where they can finally bust it out. And for Baker, I mean, with how good they looked on all the picks, just pick any of the hit scan. You're probably going to have a good time. Obviously, there's the Vendetta, there's the Genji, there's a lot that opens up with Esperanza.
Yeah, so I think these bans again are going to be important. Diva's good on Esperanza. I would definitely be considering that Diva ban. For Baker, yeah, probably I would just target a DPS possibly. Maybe just take out the Emery. You didn't really. I mean, you played a little bit. I mean, you played the Emery yourself. Maybe you go after you're playing Soldier Cass, right? So Soldier
Mhm.
Emery stuff like that. I guess maybe you could look to ban the Soldier here, but I think DPS is probably your best choice here, given they're likely to ban Diva. So you have to go a different direction instead of like tank.
Yeah, and if I was Baker, I would just keep the Embry and say, we smashed the mirror match. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage to take it away from you? Of course, no one wants to play into the character, but they have to play it into you as well. So I would rather them just keep the like S tier meta picks online, because I just think, as the 1 seed, looking at the track record, they can probably play those comps a little bit better. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, and there's 70 different heroes in the game, so there's a whole area of flexibility. And yeah, so okay, so there was, so, yeah, I just saw the chat that someone someone had some issues. Luckily, everybody is back in. There's potential for a game deletion or something. But for ECU, I mean, we've had enough shenanigans. I know ECU, they've had plenty of time to talk over the bans now. So now with each passing minute, I really, really hope we see something good. Otherwise, what did you do with the time?
Yeah, especially, just needing to finally get some, get some momentum going in this best of 7 series. Tying this up 1-1 heading into break is going to be extremely important. Not the end of the world, but definitely 1-1's definitely way better than 2-0. Got to get this band correct.
Yeah, I'm going to look at what ECU's run has been to the finals as well, because I think they're being the 3 seed. They definitely, they beat the 2 seed 3-1, and they had a couple 3-0s to start off the tournament. So they're a team too that's, at least from the playoff nationals point of view, they haven't really been down in this series. They've been playing very, very well as well. I'm looking at the Mount Union series, seeing they took the control on Lijiang. They ended up losing Push Colosio to Mount Union in the last series. So Push may be a small pain point. Of course, that's basically just a 1-game sample size because they ran through the rest of the bracket. But a team like Baker, I'm sure they're going to be more than well equipped, as I guess we are still waiting for the bans. I don't know what is going on with these players' machines right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. As we do finally have the bans in, Emery getting banned from the side of ECU and Domina getting banned from the Baker Beast, which, interesting, this is definitely not a map I think of when I think of Domina, so little surprised to see that ban coming in.
Yeah, just not something, and even after the nerfs, like not something that too many teams, even at the top level, like you're not picking at every map or anything. It definitely has its uses and its case uses, but I mean, we did see the Juno ban on Ilios and kind of went, what are they thinking? Lucio's in the game. Obviously, it looked fine, but everything else also looked fine in map 1. Definitely interesting bans for ECU. I mentioned Baker. Don't take away the S tier picks. I mean the opposite for ECU. Take away all the best stuff, because from what we saw out of map 1, you do not want a mirror match against Baker, at least from what we've seen so far. That does mean that maybe we do see something like the Soldier again. Maybe we just see the tried and true classic Sojourn. The Cassidy is obviously going to be open as well, which could neutralize some of these other DPS, depending if Baker just shotgun comps 5 out-of-pocket heroes. And yeah, I think we're still I'll ask, maybe we go to like a 1-minute break just to see, because I'm seeing the chat. I'm just seeing not ours on cooldown from all different players the last 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. We're going to throw it to a break because I'm still, the chat's not moving at all. We're not getting any updates. So we'll go to another break. We'll hopefully get map 2 locked and loaded, and we'll be back with everybody in hopefully a minute. not going to try to get too excited yet because we're still not gameplay on the screen, but hopefully things have been resolved. All the players are going to be all good. We barely got to scratch the surface of our second best of 7 with Baker dominating the control, essentially like 200 to 40 maybe after all the percentage gets racked up. And I believe we're going to Esperanza next, if my memory serves me correct, with Baker, of course, having all the advantage after the map 1 win. ECU banning away the Embry, trying to take out some of that power, and that is where we currently stand. Gameplay on my screen. Praise the heavens.
Because again, the Domina, very interesting man, not really expected on a map like this. So very curious to see what the thought process was with the Baker Bees. It could have something to do with the composition they want to play, and they just think Domina kind of disrupts it a little bit. Not sure, but we're about to find out as we see once again the Diva composition. The Farah ban makes a lot more sense on that map 1, seeing Baker playing Baker Bees playing the Farah, so ECU banning that out map 1 makes more sense now.
Another Mercy spotting in the wild as well with Kote, and Freight lines mate with the Ana there. We got the Farah May for the DPS. ECU, certainly a shakeup from what they did just run. They're going to pick up the Ash this time. I mentioned possibly the Cassidy or the Vendetta. The Ash, also very good long-range sniper as well. And we're going to get a Cat Kiri backline as we're going to take Brawl Slayer for a little stroll up the street, give the Sigma a nice little speed boost, and see if ECU can at least try to take a defensive position on the robot, as we are 10 seconds to the unlock.
Yeah, the Sigma, I think, has an okay matchup into the Diva. If you get a good rock onto her, you can, get a lot of pressure onto her and force out her defense matrix relatively early, because she'll take so much damage from the rock and the follow-up damage that she instantly just has to, DM herself out, and then it's all gone.
Yeah, the name of the game is going to be tracking this Farah as well, and that's the thing with the Ash. After you use the coach gun, you are effectively a pylon with the rifle, able to get caught out nice and early, and yep, the Farah doesn't have to carry the fight, but if they go unchecked, they will happily dispense damage from above. The only one left in the fight is Brawl. I think the Cat just caught a stray. I don't think Pate was even going for Apollo, but try to protect the President on Brawl Slayer. You get taken out, and Baker off and running.
Ooh-wee, what an opening sequence there from the side of Baker. Again, this pharmacy is going to be very tough to take down. That's what you're looking for, Ishmaelian. Able to get that down. Is there a res available? No, because I think it was on top of the little train car there, so you can't just res out in the open like that.
How could I have forgotten it? Haven't seen a pharmacy in a game in so long. I forgot it existed for a second, Peyton Kode, but obviously it's been a tried and true duo for a long time. It's, the first version of the Cat Bastion, if you really want to go back that far technically, so we'll see if Baker can get something cooked up with it. So far been so good as ECU got a few kills, but weren't able to garner any progress off the back of it, as Apollo doing their job to heal everybody up from up top, and Kote, the Mercy, they're the first ones to get caught out this time, so ECU, they're going to have a decent advantage, but instantly taken away by Paint. The Farah is literally on a pixel of health. They will eventually fall, luckily. We do see Ishmaelian falling in the meantime, and yeah, Mike and Zach looking to trade blows as well. The Cat is just trying to pepper away the May as much as they can. They're going to be able to finally get the kill onto the May, and ECU, they can start moving.
Yeah, Apollo on this Cat's actually getting a lot of value, being able to go on these side flanks and throw in a lot of damage, and then also, be able to quickly throw in heals to their team. Baker B's coming back with a significant amount of ultimates. I mean, both these teams are going to have a ton, so this is going to be a big ult fest for this next fight.
Yeah, they do wall off the Diva, and a nice rock connects, but they end up on top of the wall, and then they get frozen up. Mike is going to pop the Diva bomb and be forced to try to remech. Unfortunately, Brawl Slayer meets every single ounce of steel there. The bomb will find the kill. Bob gets summoned up as well, and now they immediately punish the Ash. That was a great set of kills from Baker. Mike gets nanoed up in the meantime. We send the Diva to throttle everybody. Apollo, the only one that's potentially close to getting a teammate there. Mike will find them too, and yep, the Cat will eventually get quashed there, and Baker, they are hard chilling after that fight.
And with those late staggers, that's going to allow them to get this first checkpoint, which is huge in these push maps. DPS ultimates available for Baker. The Blizzard's going to be huge. I mean, you're playing a Sigma who's slow, has no movement. Maybe you can get a nice Cat tether and get him out in time, but it's going to be tough to pull off.
Hey, honestly, considering just looking at the mobility of ECU, or lack thereof, I should say, this Blizzard can pretty well get whoever it wants as long as they get the right timing. And there's a little bit of setup with some of the teammates. So I definitely see Amethyzer and Baker just setting up a disgusting layer of CC later on if they so need it. ECU, a couple ultis online, ready to go, trying to slow the Baker push, but they're already off basically past 75 meters with 6 minutes left on the clock.
They're seeing a lot of pressure being put onto this high ground from the Pharmacy and the Diva, but they're forced to back out in the end, and Amethizer's going to go down, gets a Blizzard out, but they're not going to find anyone.
They did get res, but now it's a rocket barrage instantly diffed by the Ash. The one good thing for Paint is that I think you did enough damage there to back off the rest of ECU. It looks like that is the case. It's a very sleepy Diva. And now we've got Lion walled off by the opposing May and Amethyzer. Baker, they are continuously on the march. Should be well over 100 meters here now that ECU is on reset. They've got a few ultis in the back pocket, but Baker, Diva Bomb, Nano, all they've got to play with the Mercy ulti, but they've got a big lead to play with.
As the Nano Flux comes in, finds Freight, and it's going to basically clean everyone up. Brawl Slayer getting on the tank and absolutely going to town.
Yeah, when you Nano Flux, you're expecting to win the fight. Luckily for them, they get a nice clean team kill, and I guess good thing for Baker, you all died at the same time, so you get to rejoin as a family with them not really having an ult advantage considering they only had to use 2 of them there, so Baker still building up those DPS ultimates. Paint now just swapping over to the Ash as well, going a little bit of mirror mode, which, given that I literally said Baker earlier, I think that if they just play a mirror mode and they're confident, they'll probably have a lot of success. Now they get to test my theory.
Here we go, lots of ultimates for these Tigers, both their DPS ultimates is the Nano and the Valk gonna come online. Big ante onto both these, the Cat and the Sigma.
Oh, but Mike's not able to shut down Apollo, and eventually the last swipe will shut him down, and that's the second time that Lion able to send in Bob, but immediately taken out in the same frame. Mike is gonna have to get the Diva Bomb forced out. Bob will meet the bomb, and Baker just now reclaiming control of the robot, but honestly, very good staggers coming through late here.
Yeah, Paint going over to the Ash off that Thera. Just felt like the Thera kind of had gotten all the value it could have. So now you're going to have a Mercy pocketing Paint, gives you an advantage in that battle with Ishmaelian. So I think Baker, they've been playing well, and then they're making really good in-game adjustments as well.
That's the sign of a 1 seed, and a good team and a good program is on-the-fly adjustments and just reading and reacting to the situation. You called it with Paint. The Pharah, it definitely got a lot of value, but it probably did run its course, so we make a nice little swap onto the Ash to get the 6-man. The bomb possibly getting sent in. I thought Mike was a little higher on ult there, but HP very low, and Paint is getting caught out. Able to escape back to the help and support of the Mercy as the Nano is online for Marinette, but it's going to be Amethyzer. I don't know what it is with popping Blizzards and dying, but that's like the 3rd time Amay has Blizzarded and immediately fallen. The good thing for Baker, the rest of the team more than picked up the slack. The May is back in the field, and ECU is getting pushed back hard.
Yeah, rounding the final corner are the Baker Bees, but the ECU Tiger Knight gonna have 4 ultimates online, almost 5, but they get the Ash, they get the Ana. Man, the amount of pressure Mike's been applying on this Diva.
Yeah, Desperation Flux not gonna find anything. Bob shuts down Apollo. Now it's a late Blizzard out of Zac attack, and realistically what might be the last gasp for ECU if they can't find another kill or two, and they've got a Nano Diva barreling in the spawn door, kicking in the front door, putting the feet up on the couch, making a sandwich. They are relaxing in this ECU spawn right now. I'm amazed that they haven't actually been able to push the robot anymore, but the contest is remaining true and true from ECU, but Mike, I mean, yeah, it's right back to the well. Push down that spawn door, pop the defense matrix, ante up some of the back line. Will get demeched eventually, but the bomb is ready. Marinette will fall, and ECU, again, I don't know how they're still holding on, but they are.
Yeah, Kote's going to go down, and the Diva of it, say that, but Apollo's down. But they have the numbers. They should be able to win here with Freight still alive somehow. Man, how are they still going? They get Brawl Slayer.
I have no idea. There's 3 players that were anteed in under 50 HP, and not one of them ended up falling. For Baker, it is world-class play, and with a minute 50 on the clock and the time obviously favoring Baker, even if they lose a fight here, it's probably going to not be the end of the world for them as a couple of trades go back and forth. And yeah, I'm thinking, honestly, ECU, I understand the Embry ban. I'm thinking Diva's a bit of an issue.
Couldn't agree more. Freight's going to go down. Amethyzer going to trade out still, but at this point, I feel like Baker's going to either die in car or get out. You have these forward spawns. If you die at this point, you're not going to get these forward spawns.
Amethyzer is going to be coming back with a Blizzard, so I don't think they're necessarily ready to give up on the fight quite yet. The Mercy, of course, giving that May some beautiful sustain. A massive anti onto Mike and Amethyzer. The Blizzard does get activated. That's a very chilly cat that cannot move. Freight's going to finally be able to shut down a newly swapped Venture from Zach. And ECU, I mean, for all the good work they've done, they've gotten 14 meters of progress in the last 3 fights.
50 seconds left for the side of ECU. All they have is a nano and a grab. The grab should be enough to win them one fight alone. So then with the meterage difference and the fact that they don't have the first point cap yet, they're looking to have to win at least 3 fights to be able to get this win here, especially with only 30 seconds left. They can't afford to lose anything at this point.
Yeah, I didn't even consider they haven't gone through the checkpoint animation, which is about 10 seconds off of the clock for free, basically. But when you get 2 picks like that, that is the world-class way to open up a fight. Kote dying to Dynamite, no less. So nice play out of Lion there to at least get ECU across the checkpoint. But as you said, at least 2 more fights, and honestly, minimum 2, maximum 4 or 5.
Yeah, that late pick on the Amethyzer is definitely going to help. Both teams coming up on quite a few ultimates. So, I mean, Baker's been the one who's been the aggressor so far, but ECU finally got some momentum on their side. I think they might be able to start, getting really aggressive here.
We are going to see the blue side Bob from Baker getting walled off. Now it's going to be Nano up to, yeah, Mike almost at the bomb as well. I was going to say, it looks like another ulti's about to be ready. Bob's able to kill the tank. That is a best case scenario for the side of Baker. The coach gun keeps the Diva away, but Mike doesn't care. They're able to live. They've got the bomb ready to go. They trade the Mercy, but I believe that's all they're going to be finding. The bomb's going to pop. The wall goes down. Zach, the only one left standing outside of Marinette, and I fear and honor, try as you might, you don't have enough kit to win that fight. And Baker, a little bit scary there at the end, but all in all, a very clean front-to-back win.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, very impressive again. They showed their domination like they did on Ilios. Make that a 2-0 series, so the Tigers have a lot to think about heading into the break to figure out what they want to do to combat this dangerous Diva comp we're seeing out of the Baker Bees.
Yeah, the only thing is, right, if they want to go to a brawl map, do they need to necessarily waste a ban on the Diva? I would still honestly say yes. I think Mike might just play the Diva the rest of the series and say, it ain't broke. I'm not fixing anything. You stop me and then I'll respect you, but they just haven't. They've had like minimal answers to it, but I mean, Mike is just literally running everybody down despite whatever's happening in the fight.
So we got Baker Bees up 2-0, trying to make this a nice, clean 4-0. We're going to take a quick break and allow the ECU Tigers to figure something out to try and come back in the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, got time to do the uncommon traits now.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy.
Welcome back from the intermission, where Baker is currently having a field day at the expense of ECU. They're up 2-0 in the series, and it's just a lot of question marks surrounding ECU of what are they necessarily the best at? What answers do they have for Baker? Right now, it just feels like they're kind of grasping at straws, and they've had a couple of nice fights here and there, but it really has felt like Baker's game from kill one to the end of the last map.
As it's all going to be down to what can we do to fix this and try and come back in this series, because you got two maps, or, you know, Baker's just going to take this in a 4-0 sweep. And with that, we have some uncommon traits for both of these teams presented by our sponsor, the Army National Guard. So we'll be starting with Baker's Bees. Continue this aggression, man. You have been, especially on East Bronson, man, totally aggressive, and it worked out in your favor. That map was absolutely dominant. Stop dying when you may ult, please. Stop wasting res on that. And then I'm thinking that we're gonna start getting some better targeted bans. So have some backup plans for a possible D.Va ban.
Yeah, and I think Baker, I'm willing to bet money. They went into map 2 and said, Mike, you better get ready to play something else because they're not letting it through. Then they said, oh, D.Va's just free? Well, this game might just be free as well. And now we can take a look at the traits for uncommon traits for ECU as well. And truthfully, kind of similar. And for the Mayalt one, it kind of applies to both. Stop dying as soon as you use X ultimate. But yeah, we can take a look at ECU now. And for them, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. They're trying to make sure they can, you know, keep their players safe. They want to make sure that they're being a lot more aggressive toward that Baker side and just doing a lot to shut them down any way they can. And I mean, yeah, we mentioned it already, but just please ban the D.Va. I don't care what map it is. We can't watch Mike do this anymore. And I mean, they had it too. Something with the May and map, the last few maps. If you use the Blizzard, you are guaranteed to die. As you said, you don't want to waste a res or any extra util to keep the May alive. And it just feels like Mike has literally been playing 1vX on their backline. So find some way to peel these DPS because they are going through it most of the map.
As for Baker, trying to make on this third map, going up 3-0, putting themselves on championship point. ECU was able to pick what map we are going to next, and we do have that map pick coming in from them. It is going to be a hybrid map as we are headed to Midtown.
Yeah, and I think we have the hero bands up, and now they're pulled up as well. So Baker, listen, can't die to a Mayalt or with the Mayalt if you don't play the May. So whether that's good or bad for ECU, we know not yet. They are going to ban away the Orisa on the other side, which of course a very, very strong pick on Midtown, but they haven't played Orisa yet, and I don't think Orisa is the biggest problem you could have on Midtown. So it must just be a pain point for them where they really struggle into it, or the comp they play struggles into it, because otherwise, like, it's a fine ban. But for what reason are we banning Orisa in the state of affairs here?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Orisa is good on this map, but I mean, Sigma is also still good on this map.
Yes.
I think D.Va is still going to be fine if they so choose to play that if you're Baker. Even Ram as well. So I don't know. I'm a little surprised when we haven't seen them pull out the Orisa yet, so they want to just take out that ban, but I don't know. We'll see.
Again, I'm assuming it's because whatever comp they're going to play just is nightmare fuel into it, or just said, you know what, we don't want it. What I do like out of Baker, the D.Va might not work the entire map, but you run that hero until it is proven that ECU has an answer. Until they can peel that backline properly, until the Zarya can maybe shut you down, you run this into the ground until it is dead and buried. They're going to go Torb Bastion for the double DPS, which, of course, when you're playing defense on Midtown, that can be nightmare fuel to try to cut through. And for ECU, they're going to bust out the Venture. The Symmetra, I guess, could theoretically stay. Don't know if it will. And Apollo Marinette, Brig, and Akiri for the backline.
Yeah, I like the idea of going the Zarya once again, especially in more of a close quarters map. But this defense from Baker, my goodness. D.Va with Torb Bastion, that just makes me shudder a little bit. But I mean, if you know, with the Torb, the turret, you know, you can really build up a lot of charge beam with a lot of this damage from the Zarya.
That was very, very sketchy for a second. I'm surprised the Symmetra lived, and it honestly worked so great for ECU. They get an insta-kill onto the Torbjorn, and now the Bastion does have to turret up, able to survive a little bit longer. Paint officially on the respawn. The Suzu keeping Freight alive a little bit longer, which may just give Baker that extended chance in the fight. Other Suzu is burned up. Kote and Freight both low on HP, but Amethyst are able to shut down Zach. So despite the fact ECU finds the first kill, okay, I was about to say, it is Baker finally getting back to the point, but ECU, they are making very good headroom.
Yeah, and 100 charge on this Zarya. I mean, you're just going to get melted as Freight goes down. We still have some touches on the point. That's Mike. Mech goes down. Torb goes down. And man, ECU came out swinging, which interesting thing is, given that they were going to play Zarya here, you know, Zarya actually plays really well into Orisa, so even more shocking that you went for that ban.
I was about to say, we've seen probably 1,000,000,001 times where you just run Zarya into Orisa and you're completely fine. Like, there's nothing to, right? You have a bubble for the Javelin, even the spin, like the Terra Surge, obviously, unless the Orisa goes golden, the Graviton Surge can find maximum value as Zach and the Emery and Pate there, looking to link up for a second there, but the Venture will burrow away to safety with ECU. I mean, their best 2 minutes of gameplay by far yet already. Amethyst are sitting on the ulti, Marinette as well, and Mike, we mentioned it. You listen, they ran the Diva, it stopped working, time to run the Ram.
Yeah, and the Ram is much more favorable than the Zarya. You have that Nemesis form where you can hold your arms up and just deal with a lot of the damage from the Zarya. The Brig is now no longer. They're going to go over to the Juno, but the Symbol, one of the best ultimates in this game available for ECU Tigers.
Absolutely, splitting this Bastion up or the Emery up from the fight. These are very, very powerful tools that ECU, and we talked about ult management, and in the first 2 maps they played, it can be hard to find the best ultimates when it feels like you're playing on the back foot the entire time, but now that you've got the advantage, let's see these ultimates to good use. They are going to burn the sim wall a little bit early to split up that fight I was talking about as Zach. Whoa, very dangerous there, and Amethyst are just ripping 2 in the meantime. A little bit of help from Mike and Freight and Baker. Picked a good time to win a big fight.
And they didn't use anything either, so Simwall's down. Ishmaelian going to go over to the Emery now. As now this is going to be the big fight for both of these teams as they're mounting upon 4 or 5 ultimates on each side. Zacatec's already down though, so you don't even have to look to take this fight if you're Baker and the ECU Tigers looking to back out and restart. As I think both teams probably going to look to open up these fights with Kitsune rushes. Maybe you look to get aggressive with this grab if you're Brawl Slayer.
Yeah, if you're going to get aggressive with it, you better make sure you land that onto ideally multiple targets. At least make sure you're able to get follow-up and kill the one target, as seeing some grenade work there on the head glitch, able to at least keep some of these ECU players at bay. But Zac Attack going underneath, which is name of the game with the Venture, now throwing shoulders back and forth with Amethyst or the rest of the team. Now looking to link up and block the point. The Ramatra trying to ground the Venture, getting stuck up for a second. Now the sound barrier forced out of Freight. No other ultimates invested out of ECU. They, I think, thought about a tectonic shock. I think they're still thinking about it, and they absolutely are. Zac Attack looking to hit the backline with reckless abandon, but unfortunately not able to find anything, and that means the override protocol can shred through the first bubble and lay down the law for the rest of the squad for Baker, as ECU loses another player, and they're gonna have to go back. They surged!
Wow, they used Grav there. They just get nothing out of it. That was, to me, a very much thrown fight there for the side of ECU Tigers. You would have loved to have that coming into the next fight. Now all you're going to have are your support ultimates, while Baker has a Kitsune rush. They have their Annihilation. They're still going to have their Bastion ult. That was a disastrous fight for the side of the ECU Tigers.
They didn't check the uncommon traits, especially with something as impactful as a Graviton Surge, and that was
You got a junk on the field, though.
That is very, very true. Zac's going to swap to the junk to at least try to cause some chaos on the map. And at this point, I don't necessarily hate anything ECU tries. It feels like Baker has made the requisite counter swaps that they needed, and they've kind of got a good read on ECU and how they want to play. As Zac able to mind jump away to safety. Ultimates getting burned or built up for both sides. Annihilation, Kitsune, of course, very threatening if that Ramatra has a little bit of time and space to operate. But ECU, they just can't break this high ground now.
That they cannot. Pain's going to find Zac. That's the thing about the Junkrat, is there's just, from distances, Emery is just going to win. It's going to be tough. Once you get into the close quarter fight, you're going to look fine, but until then, you're just going to get spammed out.
Yeah, speaking of spam out, Paint taking a good time to get active there. Will connect with the nade to ensure these ECU players are not ready to medal up for a second fight. And oh my goodness, they are shredding Ishmaelian all the way from back on the heady. Barrier is going to get sent up, and ECU override protocol gets activated. They don't really have a good angle to find a kill. It's two Emrys going back and forth sky high. We'll see which one's able to win the duel. Ishmaelian does win the Emry duel, but Amethyst are able to shut down Zach, and now Mike. Annihilation online. Kitsune rush at their back just like a nice cold breeze, and Mike's able to run through two more. And ECU, considering they had 5 minutes basically after the capture, they must be shell-shocked.
Yeah, the thing is, and Baker didn't even have to use, I mean, the Annihilation, fine. I don't think they needed the Kitsune rush to go along with that. Probably would have been better to hold that. So now all you have is a Bastion ult coming into both support ultimates for ECU Tigers. Also, are now on the Sigma, trying to hope that these rocks can be disruptive and just having some span damage. And Amethizer's already down, so that ultimate's off the table as well.
Yeah, not even ready to pop it. That was a nice execute coming through from Zach. Unfortunate thing for ECU is they will have to kill everybody again, essentially, because it's overtime and there's enough distance between themselves and that checkpoint where it's not going to be a free fight. The sound barrier will be ready again. Now Amethyzer sending the ulti. The rock gets slipped by Freight. Brawl Slayer looking to absorb all that damage that they can. The sound barrier does get activated. Gonna connect onto all 5 players. Orbital Ray Kitsune the answer out of ECU, and they've got to make sure they lock in this fight any which way. 2 DPS will trade back and forth. Amethyzer and Zach both getting active. Amethyzer eventually will fall. Oh, but Kotai finds a trade. Big rock onto Freight to shut him down. ECU, they might have just done it.
Yeah, but if they hold long enough, some of these players might be able to come back. The spawns are so much closer for the side of Baker Bees. A lot of players have found their spawns. Now they're coming back. Oh, Paint going down on the high ground. That might have sealed the deal.
Yeah, with the Riptire potentially in the fold as well. Luckily, will not be needed for the side of ECU. Baker, though, they're going to pull up 3 strong, but they just got destroyed by the Junkrat again. And then the long-range bomb to land onto the head of Freight to jump away to safety. This Junkrat has been doing everything for ECU.
Yeah, exactly. Once you get the Junkrat into a position where it can do a lot of work, it's extremely dangerous. Able to get that point, but I mean, 5.5 minutes drained off the clock, so you have like no time to attack the second point. But they have lots of ultimates, both their DPS and their flux. Baker tried to use everything to hold that second point. They are coming up on override protocol, but that's kind of it. Maybe Kitsune rush coming soon.
And still, of course, the great equalizer in the Riptire that will just, you might hear the audio cue, but then when it pops up around the corner, it can be absolute devastation as Zack attack just taking all the space that they want across the high ground. They're chunking people left and right. And now the Riptire. This looks like a tire angle if I've ever seen one, especially considering there's 40 seconds left. They go for the one-shot combo. They don't land it, and then the override protocol gets summoned. Mike's able to cut down the opposite side, Emery. And that means Baker, they should have a very big advantage going forward. They can find another stagger here. Apollo will fall. So they hold on to the Riptire. They go for a late flux.
Not sure how I feel about that, especially now that you've gotten 2 picks after that. I mean, you've got the Kiri, but the Kiri's going to backfire. I guess that's the only consolation prize you get is you force Diva Mech, but Sig Flux, I don't know if that's worth it, man. You want to get kills with that.
And you're probably just, considering how much time is left, there's a very real chance you're just not getting that back online again. Sigma's not a character that is dealing out thousands and thousands of damage a second. It's going to take a little bit to get online. The Riptire, though, this sucker can definitely take somebody down in one fell swoop. Zach able to cut Amethyzer down to size. We're going to see dueling Kitsunes out of both sides. Baker looking to lock in as much as they can. They do not want ECU advancing another meter. And Mike on the Diva looking to take space and pace. Kote falls again to the Junkrat. Whatever team wins this map, Zach has my vote for MVP. And ECU, if they can find another kill, they might be able to do this with Bastion all coming in late and maybe a stagger to follow. Big kill onto the Junkrat, but Apollo trading out Paint means that there are a few meters and Baker's got nothing to contest.
Yeah, and the Sigma's going to get in front of them and, you know, do the eat and get all 3 points. So despite how bad it was looking on that second point, the Junkrat swap comes in. ECU able to get all 3 points.
That was very, very close out of both sides, but ultimately Baker giving up that little bit of extra space to the side of ECU, and still a very clean round from him, especially after a couple maps that, I mean, realistically, there wasn't many positives to pull away. It was pretty well all doom and gloom. Well, we will see Baker, of course. The good thing is they gave up the capture within the first 30 seconds of the round starting. And when a team has 5 minutes and you force them to OT, even if they do finish the map, you're still at least liking the situation. And flip side for ECU, if it does go to OT, you at least gave yourself a chance to play again instead of getting stopped at the 1 yard line and then just losing 3-2 like we have seen so many times before.
As we take a look at this attack for Baker, we see Paint going back over to the Farah. I like Farah on the attack on this map. I'm going to go to the old pharmacy well. Let's see, for the defense, yeah, you're going to keep Zach on that Junkrat. No surprises there. They are going to play the Sim defensively. Sim junking a Farah, that's actually going to be a dangerous situation for ECU. They have no one who can really shoot at the pharmacy.
Yeah, and even though it is a classic duo, there's a reason that it was played ad nauseum, and that is because it gets you value and then some. My eyes are going to be on Zach attack. Can this Junkrat find equal or greater value? Probably hard to find more value than the last round. They were probably the sole reason that ECU was actually in that round and got as far as they did. It was executions on the high ground, catching out the Emery, catching out whatever player that they were, the Bastion a few times. It was overall just solid work from a player that got subbed in mid-series too, right? That wasn't somebody that started out the series for ECU. They came in, said, my Junkrat is him. They found a lot of value as Freight was taken down early, so Baker, they'll have to sit back for a little while longer.
So that's going to be the issue, especially when you're playing Ana Mercy. The Ana is going to be by itself a lot of the time. Your Diva's going to have to appeal for them a lot because they're kind of just like the sitting duck in this composition. So it's going to be on this pharmacy trying to rain a lot of damage in and look for these picks.
Yeah, Brawl Slayer's been putting on a clinic, though, so far on the Sigma. Amethyst are just not able to get going on the Soldier nice and early, and that means Baker, they're in a rough spot early, but the beauty of the Mercy is that you can pick up the fallen soldiers. They're able to scoop Amethyzer back up into the fight and back down again. We're giving Brawl Slayer free ult charge. Apparently, this Soldier just in shackles the entire map so far, and Baker, I mean, they're the ones that haven't done a single thing on the offense now.
Yeah, this has just been slow going for Baker's B. I mean, they're trying to find something there. That's what you're looking for. Get the Junkrat there. Now that's the go sign.
Yeah, they better go and go very quickly. They are going to swap over to the Reaper as well to maybe see if Amethyzer can just do what Junkrat was doing, put some pressure on the back line. There's a lot of damage going through to the Ana, and even with Baker finding a kill and having a clear 5v4 advantage with no staggers, they just can't do anything with it. And now there's under 2 minutes to go just into the capture alone. Ultimate's almost at the ready. The Mercy and the Rocket Barrage are damn near ready to go. And ECU, they do have the Gravitic Flux and the Sup Ulti's about ready to go. They're going to trade the DPS 1-for-1 in the early setup here. And now the split fight with the Sim Ulti. The Gravitic Flux is going to be activated by Brawl Slayer. No kills, but the later kill on the Paint. And Baker, what happened to the team we just saw 10 minutes ago? They can't do anything.
Yeah, this Sim Junk, man, it's just Sim Junk Sig. It's too much damage for even the Diva to handle, and they just, the pharmacy is not finding enough picks to justify, you know, committing 2 heroes to this. I mean, they're finding 1 pick here or there, but they can't get follow-up for the team to get in and clean these guys up.
Oh, I was just about to call Paint's name for a game-saving Rocket Barrage, and then they get fly-swatted in the same frame, so that will not be an option. The res does come through, and Baker, I mean, truthfully, we've got to headbutt the front door, and we've got to get something going because we are slowly but surely just losing the game for free. Junkrat able to find one, able to catch a trap onto another, and ECU just beating the brakes off of Baker. The only one to find a kill is Amethyzer, and he's going to be low on HP. Same thing with Mike. Okay, yep, Zach is MVP of Midtown, and Baker's not going to win. They can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean,
It looks like he's cheating. He's so good right now.
I mean, when you're running Lucio Mercy now, it's like, come on, do you really expect to win with that support combo? We're going to see the Rocket Barrage coming in, but you find one, but you've lost your Mercy as well, so feels like this might just be it for the side of Baker's Bees.
15 seconds left. They're losing players left, right, and center. There's more hard CC onto the Diva, so I guess they did find the answer. The answer was maybe in the form of a Sigma, and honestly, I mean, Zach Attack, maybe they're mostly a junk player, and that's why they didn't start them in the first map, but this has unequivocally been your best player, and it's not even close, and the super sub has been just helping to backpack the rest of the team, give them that little extra oomph to get them across the finish line. And now Baker, I mean, this map is over. Just wave the white flag.
Yeah, I mean, just a dominating effort from the ECU Tiger Knights, capping all 3 points, and then first point holding not even a single tick.
Yeah, just utter and complete domination out of ECU to at least push us to a 5-map series, should that be the final straw. And yeah, funny enough on the Zarya, but all the good work was done on the Sigma, especially in the second half, taking the Pharah out of midair, knocking the D.Va down a couple of times. Of course, the little speed run with the turrets always help out, or the TPs to get everybody nice and up there. And yeah, this was the first fight of the game when they TP'd in, took down Baker, and asked no questions about it. But ECU, I mean, seems like they found a lot of answers to the test in that map. The only thing is, right, that was their pick. They got to do the first ban. So team like Baker, now it's their turn to have some strategy thought and talk things over.
I mean, just when you thought the Bees might cruise to a 3-0, possibly looking to make it a 4-0, ECU able to find the goods, get themselves a good map pick. The Orisa ban, I mean, I'm not sure if Orisa was ever going to be played, but in the end, it all ended up working out as now the Bees, they get to, you know, put the map control in their favor now. They get the ban. So my guess is I'd probably just take us to a map that's good at D.Va, and I'd ban a tank that's not D.Va so they can't ban D.Va.
I would do the exact same thing, because even then, Mike, even though the D.Va didn't find a ton of value, it was still doing its thing. It's just the rest of the team was getting annihilated by every time Zach would look a direction, it was trap, set up C4, kill, bombs. The Riptire finds a big kill onto the Bastion in round 1. I mean, that pick completely changed the entire game, which is the beauty of just having that pocket pick on Midtown, where it's like, we haven't got a kill in what feels like a couple minutes on the last 2 maps. You pull out the Junkrat, and even if you only cheese your way to 1 victory, 1 out of 4 ain't bad.
It definitely is not bad at all. As so for ECU, knowing, you know, let's say, I don't know, just gonna throw out like a Gibraltar or something. You're taking a Gibraltar, they ban Winston, so then, you know, D.Va's the good map there. Question is, what do you do there knowing it's like crap? Now they're at a map that's really good. You know, our Sigma, you know, maybe you could be okay on that map, but how do you look to go after them now? Now that they're going to be the ones in control and wanting to tie this up 2-2, because going down 3-1, it's almost like reverse sweeping in a best of 5 series. So definitely not going to be ideal. So making sure you tie this up 2-2, very, very important.
Yeah, and even though it wouldn't be the best on every map, just from what we've seen, I wouldn't be angry if ECU waits, see Mike lock D.Va, just slam the Sigma immediately, even if it doesn't make the most sense with your comp. It's doing a lot better in a vacuum in these smaller one-on-one exchanges that we've seen. So I would just stick with the hot hand. If the map calls for a Junkrat, give Zach the leeway to play it out for a life or two, see if it's going to find that same value. If not, maybe you bust open the books and think of something else. But for Baker, I've got a lot of faith they can definitely figure stuff out, but that was certainly an uppercut they just took. I'm sure they were not expecting that map to go the way it did, from fight number 1 when you get steamrolled to almost stopping them pushing to that second checkpoint, and then you don't even get a tick.
As we are waiting for the map pick and bans coming in from both of these teams, but it's been a crazy series so far, which has been interesting because it's been 2 maps dominated by one team, which was Baker Bees, and then a third map dominated by ECU Tigers. So we haven't had a single close map, if we're honestly speaking here. It's been one team either dominating or the other team dominating. So are we going to continue to see that trend, or do some of ththese maps start to get closer?
Yeah, we had the one flashpoint that came down to the very last. Other than that, it's just been what version of which team are we going to get? And I feel like even collegiate esports this year, going even to Rocket League and other titles, it really is just a circle of I beat you, you beat me, then they beat us. Everybody's getting got this semester in every single title for whatever reason. Something's in the air. I know people are getting back from LAN season and traveling out the next month for whatever other events are going on. I know DreamHack's happening next week. So everyone right now just playing for fun, putting their best foot out there on the server. And yeah, still waiting to get the bans in. But again, I don't even really know what map I would expect Baker to try to take us to. Obviously, the D.Va has looked well. We haven't seen them play a second of Brawl yet, so not sure if that's going to be their forte or their preference. And we are going to have Gibraltar is going to be the map. Sigma is going to be banned away. So it looks like Baker got some very good intel there.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense given, they're protecting their diva. And yeah, I mean, you saw them play Sigma on that map. It looked really good. And there's Gibraltar's a map where you can make the Sigma work. It's not the best tank, but it's a map where it can work. So you're taking away probably their best tank on this map, and you're protecting your best tank on this map. So I really like that.
And I think it just plays back to the first series like we talked about, where you don't have to get too cute. What is the other team doing really good? We need to make sure that stops right now. What are we doing well? Let's try to keep that alive and facilitate that as best as we can. We'll try to run these guys best on best, and we like our chances if you're looking at both of these teams, but especially the way Mike had been playing. I mean, I'm expecting the diva is definitely going to be unleashed, assuming it's able to get through and everything, and just to see if Baker can... I just don't know if we're going to get a stomp or an actual map of Overwatch, because like you said, it really just feels like we are just spinning a wheel of results at this point, and certain players are playing terrible and then looking like Overwatch League MVPs the next. People can't buy a kill, then they can't lose a fight the next map, so it has been a total mixed bag the entire evening, not even just talking about this series. So listen, if you're ECU, step one of the comeback is complete. 3-1, like you said, though, it's... oh, man, that's rough.
I believe we're still waiting on what the second ban from ECU is going to be. As you mentioned, we do know Baker did ban that Sigma, but Gibraltar going to be extremely favorable to the diva composition that we've seen them dominate on Ilios and Esperanza. Question is, are we going to see the Pharah out of them, which I think is less likely? I think we could start to see the Ashe come out once again. Even if you want to play the Mercy with it, Ashe is probably going to be the more preferable choice on a map like this. Having a hit scan long range is going to be huge on Gibraltar.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be Ashe or even an Emery, something like that, if they just want to go a little bit simpler. But yeah, the Pharah, it feels like it had maximum value. Then when you remember there's a pharmacy in the game, fairly easy to deal with, all things considered. You just have to be able to hit your shots, basically, as long as those two are up in the sky, and try to navigate the rocket barrage if that gets online. So I wouldn't really expect to see the Pharah again. I do think that it kind of, got its value, and the well has been dried up, so to speak. But just with Gibraltar being as open as it is, I mean, if ECU doesn't ban Diva, I hope they've got the best Winston mirror match or Hazard in North America, because otherwise, there's what more practical ban could you have with this position of Mike and this map?
As we'll be finding that out here shortly, still waiting on that ban. But as you can see on the screen, as we kind of talked about coming into this, not a single close map. I know 1-0 looks like it was just 1-0. No, that was like 140-ish meters to like 100-ish meters. And it was really just like a staggered final fight that got them closer. That was mostly a dominant map coming out from Baker.
Yeah, it was all just like garbage time yards and points at the end of a game where it's like, okay, like we can look back at the match history. Yeah, we only lost by 40, but they were down 120 the entire game, which is, I will say, I give a lot of credit to the two teams earlier, and ECU now. It's very easy to get just battered the first two maps and go, you know what? Baker's better than us. They're the 1 seed. We've had a really good run, guys. It's been a fun season, but instead you just bite back, you change up the composition, you throw a wrench in the works, and they are looking a lot better so far. But yeah, Midtown under the belt. Gibraltar, obviously the next one on the docket. And unfortunately, these players, I mean, ECU again, if we're doing all this to ban Diva, at least we ban Diva. If we're not banning Diva...
You can't ban Diva. Remember, Sig was banned.
Oh, correct. Oh, man. Then they must not even know what to ban either. They're probably just like trying to debate. No idea.
All right. Well, while we wait for this, we are getting dono walled by them. We're going to throw it to a quick break. So we'll be right back.
Well, hopefully the discussions have been well warranted, and we figured out what the ban's going to be and what strategy we're going to employ going forward between Baker and ECU Tigers, with Baker up 2-1 in the series as we head over to Gibraltar with the bans coming through. But we've got gameplay to display. It is going to be a Sigma and then a Mercy ban from the side of ECU, which I guess we have seen all of tonight, and Baker has picked it up. But again, another ban that is just, I don't want to say throwaway, but I don't know if it's the highest priority.
I mean, it gets them away from playing like the Ash Mercy cheese, so I kind of understand it. Which is going to force Baker onto like more meta, what we saw them on Ilios a little bit, which is the carry Lucio. As Paint currently showing the Widow, I wonder if they'll stick that, which is fine for Gibraltar, or if they'll go to more of an Ashes. We do see ECU playing that Domina, so maybe that ban makes a lot more sense, you know, back at Esperanza from Baker.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least maybe they did have a good read, or I don't think they played in the regular season, so they must have either done some VOD review or checked the standings, or at least maybe they played against the players or even know them, so hey, this guy's good at these couple of picks. We can shut this tank down in X, Y, and Z. So we will see if the Widowmaker does have an elongated stay into the fold, as we obviously got to look for the opening headshot. Looks like we went for the one and done, and swap will be coming on through. I assume that's going to be something like the Ash or the Embry, although Paint has actually going to be the Sombra, so we're going to flip the script completely and send a little backline flanker and see if we can shake up the series.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a good hack and, you know, get someone, I mean, you know, the Junkrat should be a little bit scared of the potential of the Sombra. Obviously, you can throw a lot of damage onto, like, the Ash as well. I don't hate it, but definitely, you know, not the hero you'd expect on this map.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's probably an answer to the Junkrat in some capacity. And Amethyzer, I don't know what happened there, but we ended up off the map, and now Kote falls as well.
With their projectile grenade.
Oh, that would make sense. I was curious. I was looking for boops on the other team, but there was no enemy faces in the feed, so I was piecing that one together as Baker get a little bit of progress as is expected, but they get stonewalled, and ECU back to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Bastion Sombra is definitely not. I don't know if it's going to be the right choice to try and break this high ground hold from the ECU Tigers. Or maybe you can get your Bastion in a good position and force them away, but yeah, it looks like they're just going to look to try and force Card a little bit. Good. What was that, Coach Gun Boop it looked like?
I do believe so, and the Dynamite was almost on point as well, and then Paint just getting ripped off of the heady by the Ash. The long-range sniper getting active, a little fade away onto the Diva as the D-Mech and no remech, because of course Brawl Slayer is able to find the kill, and certainly unorthodox comps to say the least, but Baker, I just don't like what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of comps, you know, you get Division 9, you know, it's just going to be teams playing to like their best heroes and what they've practiced a lot, as we see Amethyzer getting off the Bashing, going over to the Tracer. I think since you're playing Tracer, you don't need this Sombra anymore. I would definitely be playing a hit scan at this point.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's going to be a case of Paint, try to get the EMP, and after that, you're going to be the one that's going to have to swap, and we'll see if we can use the EMP to just basically call a fight for us, as the Junkrat, not ready to go down quite yet, says, I don't care who you're playing or what team is across the server from me. I'm able to find the traps, find a couple of kills, and I don't know what happened to Baker between map 2 and then 3 and 4, but this is not the same team.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Junkrat has thrown them all the way off, and they just do not have an answer for it, as crazy as that sounds. They just can't break through the amount of damage that they're holding on this high ground. EMP just being a slow burn. I mean, by the time you use it, you're gonna use it, and then if you don't win, you're in Final Fight territory.
And honestly, at this point, I bet they're wishing they just banned the Junkrat instead and let the Sigma do his thing, because Mike played fine enough into it. Like, yes, it's annoying, and yes, the Sigma did have success, but ultimately the game was fine. The tank 1v1 wasn't the biggest issue of the game. It was the Junkrat murdering the backline on cooldown, and it really doesn't feel like they found an answer for it. Paint dies without popping the EMP. The Diva will remech. Sound barrier is ready. But with 35 seconds left, ECU, Panopticon, Kitsune Rush ready to go. They've got enough to take a fight.
Yeah, you do have Sound Barrier, which is going to help you against Panopticon, but it could help you outlast the Kitsune Rush. So let's see what they decide to do here.
Not lying. There's a big EMP onto all 5 of the ECU players, but you could have fooled me, because it's Baker the ones that come up battered and bruised. Both DPS die again. A beautiful little fader there onto Freyd's head, and Baker, I mean, the round's over, isn't it? Like, they're cooked.
Yeah, no, I mean, 2 seconds left. I mean, you're going to get the D.Va coming in, and they will eat the Panopticon, but I mean, there's no one here to really do anything.
Yeah, I don't really think it's going to do much of anything. Baker, I mean, I would say back to the drawing board, but we just had 15 minutes to figure out a map 4 comp, and we didn't do anything at all. Again, Zach Attack just running the entire server. Never in my life would I think a Junkrat and the big 2-6 would completely just throttle a team.
We talked about the Tiger Knights needing to tie the series up 2-2. Well, I mean, I'm more than willing to say I think they're making this a 2-2. I mean, yes, it is possible to get the fuller hold, but it just seems like Baker Bees, they don't know what to do at this point.
I mean, yeah, the grasping for straws is putting it, I mean, just look at the scoreboard. That's one elimination for Amethyzer, and I think that came a little earlier in the round. So you just look, it is Donut City in the kills and the assists, and yeah, men lie, women lie. Numbers, they tell the whole truth, and this is exactly what we are watching. ECU domination through and through. I mean, Baker, at least you get to run the Bastion Tor, but from a more advantageous position, but it needs to be 4 minutes of flawless gameplay, or it is 2-2.
As I see the defense coming out for the Tiger Knights, they're going to go, I mean, the offense. I mean, they're going to go with the Zarya, which is a little interesting. Definitely not what I'd expect on Gibraltar, but I mean, they made the Domino work on defense, so I'm not going to comment on that. The defense for Baker is the D.Va. They're going to go with the Bastion Torb again. We saw that back on Midtown, and it did not work so well.
Yeah, I've got Apollo on the Mizuki as well to try to neutralize some of that airborne threat from the D.Va. Can certainly play very, very well into it if they're able to set up the trap and tether the D.Va down to planet Earth, as the TP will get taken out nice and fast by the side of Baker. And I mean, we said it, all the pressure is on them now. ECU, they did their job, and probably 2 or 3 more people's jobs en route to a just crisp and clean round 1, and all they need to do is not even reach the first checkpoint, and we've got a deadlock series and a best of 3 for everything.
Bastion on this high ground, going to pop the form, but they're doing the right thing and just backing up and hiding. That's kind of how you have to go play against the Bastion, is wait out the form and then go as soon as you know that's gone. They have this TP to really get themselves in and out, but they weren't able to take advantage of that.
There we go. I was literally about to say, if we ever see Zach jump in the air like we saw 10 seconds ago, we got to execute that individual immediately. They catch Zach going for a cheeky little flank, and to Zach's credit, they've been getting away with double and triple murder for the entire series, so might as well go for that whenever you see the opportunity. As the tanks look to square off under the overpass, the D.Va will be forced to back away with Mike, and Bubble through as well with damage going through. Mike's actually getting taken very low, but it is going to be Paint that walks up and gets another kill onto Zach. So the Torbjorn, been a nice answer to the Junkrat so far, but ECU 2.7 meters. Of course, they've got a lot of players to kill, but they are right there.
They're going to get the Zen. It is in trade for both their supports. So they're trading back and forth. Can they get the kills? The sim wall is going to go up, but it is too little too late, as you kind of wish you would have held on to that ult.
Yeah, seemed like a good idea at the time, and then 2 players instantly fell immediately after, so it doesn't feel that great. But for Baker, D.Va Bomb, Molten Core, Bastion ult, you've got the Trans as well ready to go, so plenty of tools to at least, and for Baker, I mean, Zen, not something we see a lot, but when you need to stall a team out on a cart in potential overtime, I mean, doesn't get much better than the Transcendent, as the TP game is ready to go, and they are right back out of there. That was a very dangerous door to walk through, as the Torp turret will fall. Baker 4 ultis online. ECU, though, got Zach with the Junkrat, and Amethyzer shutting down the Mizuki, and now Zach's caught out. They shut him down too. ECU, this is getting into dangerous territory, a minute and a half, but with these staggers, it's going to get real dicey real quick.
Yeah, the team, I mean, they get the Symmetra. Now they all should be able to collapse onto the Zarya and, what was it, the Kiri? You know, it looks like they're going to get out. So, I mean, you could have gotten the staggers. You would have been in a really good spot. ECU, they got Ishmaelian off the Sim back over to the Ash. 4 ultimates for both teams. 1 minute left on the clock. Can Baker Bees actually get this fuller hold?
They got to keep Freight alive. That Zarya was full charged with bad intentions, running down the Zenyatta immediately. Oh my goodness, a ton of damage going through. Riptire gets sent in, doesn't find a kill. The Diva Bomb gets sent out. Mike should be able to remech as long as nothing goes wrong. Kitsune Rush sent in from the side of Marin and ECU. They're looking to take the fight to Baker as fast as they can. Kote trying to get alive to get the rush online. Graviton Surge gets used, but the Molten Core answers onto Apollo, the Transcendence, and the ult from Amethyzer, just to make sure that Baker's got what they need to win the fight. ECU, they invested a ton, same with Baker, but ECU are the ones that got nothing from it.
Yeah, I mean, you still have some players up, but all that damage onto the Zarya, the Suzu is just too late. 15 seconds and your Zarya is in spawn. Zacatec having to go over to the Venture now. The only ult online for either team is going to be the Kakai Sanctuary from Apollo. So you at least have that going for you if you're the side of ECU, as Zac taking a lot of damage.
Ulti is going to get popped from Apollo. This is going to be the fight for the map, or a 1-1 or a 2-2 or a 3-1 series. Paints Util the first thing to fall in the fight. Ishmael's going to be the first one taken to 1 HP. They fall. Baker's got the opening pick that they've been desperately looking for. The Mizuki's able to survive on 1 HP, but there is a player getting run down. Freight survives the attack. Oh my goodness, Baker. In the 11th hour, they dig in their heels. The Bastion is hammering away, and ECU, for all the fight you just put up, and they couldn't close the map.
Wow, my jaw dropped. Baker B's able to get the fuller hold. My goodness, what a map.
Unbelievable from Baker. And I hate to harp on teams because I'm not the one playing, but what were they doing in round 1? They looked like they weren't using their hands or their brain cells collectively, and then round 2 it said, oh, we need to lock in. We're not about to be in a 2-2 series. We want to go up 3-1. Let them deal with the map in the first ban and all that jazz. Just a perfect answer to a two sides of every coin, every series, right? Baker doing the what are you doing? And then, oh my goodness, perfect team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, that is the dichotomy of Overwatch, especially when you get to these lower Division 9 games, man. You just get shockers left and right. Well, folks, we find ourselves in a 3-1 series. That is another 2 maps, so we're going to take a quick break, give ECU a chance to figure out how they're going to try and win these next 3 maps in a row. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Well, somehow Baker pulls out the 3-1 lead after a just double-sided Gibraltar. If there ever was one, they get effectively shut out on the offense, and then they shut out ECU even harder when they flip sides. So we're going to be taking our talents over to Atlas, which is a map I very much enjoy watching. Don't get to see it all that often. And Baker, good man.
And ECU, good band. Diva Junkrat bands.
It only took us 5 maps to get
sides,
here.
both sides going up with good bands. We see ECU rolling out on the Brawl composition with the Ramatra May, while Baker, it makes sense. You can't play Diva, play the Hazard, and they're going to play May of their own as well. As one side's going to play the Kiri Lucio, which is classic meta, while the other side, we saw this on Gibraltar, going to play the Ana Life.
Yeah, we did see Apollo picking up the Life Weaver a little bit, and of course, after the changes with the cleanse and everything, it definitely is a pick that can find more value. Still not necessarily a 1A or 1B in the support slot, but certainly has more of a role than they had before, which was a fairly negligible one. And I'm excited to see the Hazard. Mike's been on Diva duty the entire series. We finally get a switch, and Baker, Zach, you take him off the Junkrat, and the May just immediately meeting the Emery nade face to face. Baker gonna find the first kill well before the point even unlocks.
As Baker, ideally, you probably want to look to get one more and stagger them out, but you will at least ensure you're getting the point at this juncture, and they will get Ishmaelian. So there you go. You cap the point, and then you start pushing up, start taking these aggressive positions, looking for more. Oh no, that is not what you need. You lost paint.
Not optimal after you had a very nice set of fights. You did actually find a stagger or two, and then immediately that DPS that was wreaking havoc falls away very quickly. But now the Maywall to keep this fight split. Mike going to bed, and Ishmaelian scooping up the kill with the rest of the crew there. Baker, to their credit, they are going to be well above 40% here. So even though they losing a bit of an iffy fight here, they got themselves a nice little lead to open us up.
As we're going to see a really bad stagger onto this May. I would not have ice blocked there. Just die faster. You're just giving them more free percentage. I mean, you're going to have a Blizzard at least. You're way further ahead than Zach in that. So I don't know if they'll be expecting the Blizzard to be online so quickly, actually.
Yeah, maybe that's why Amethyzer said, listen, I'm getting every percentage I can get before I fall. Because, yeah, normally the ice block there is a little bit trolly, but if you're able to take the fight to ECU and catch them sleeping with a Blizzard that they are probably not ready for, it could be very big for him as Amethyzer holding on to it for now as they're able to put a little bit of pressure onto ECU's front line, but the May is dead immediately again, so no threat of the Blizzard because there's no threat of a May. The anti connects onto Mike. They'll be lucky to walk away. It looks like they are able to. Downpour ready to go, and in the meantime, Paint is taking over the fight. The Downpour is going to get slipped, and Brawl Slayer finds a kill in the meantime. Now it's Hazard versus Emery. I do not think Emery wins that one. ECU still in control of the point, by the way.
Yeah, 94% and counting, and they are going to get the flip onto this point as they got to look for these exit stragglers, but they didn't. The only thing they used was the Hazard. They're going to Kitsune Rush when they don't even have a lot of their team up there using it, and you're just going to completely back out of your ECU, and they still have 5 ultimates to use.
Yeah, ECU said, that's a great thing that we just heard because we've got something coming the other way. And I mean, yeah, Nano May, Nano Emery Override, you've got so many options. It's making them dizzy, and exactly what I was thinking. The Nano Protocol will be summoned in. The Maywall able to block off one, and then just body blocking the doorway, and then followed up by a Blizzard. It's a beautiful trap play onto the Emery. Amethyzer able to block up and give Mike some more space to operate. The Emery able to hammer away on the Ramatra. And ECU, try as they may, the Annihilation will get summoned in and is actually able to find a kill. It forces out the Override Protocol, the Tree of Life, and the Annihilation. ECU has flipped the point back in their favor, but the Override Protocol does enough to turn the tides.
Yeah, so point will flip. Baker Bees will win this point. It did, cost both sides pretty much everything in their tanks, so very disappointing from the Tigers to not eventually get that. The issue is we're getting close to both another downpour and a beat for the Baker Bees. As I mentioned, the Tigers used everything in that fight. They're not close to anything.
Yeah, and I was thinking 5 ultis, what can go wrong? Well, we can somehow find a way to lose the fight because, again, Paint and Zach have been when they go unchecked, they will kill half of your team. They've shown time and time again as Zach. Nice right click onto Freight to find that kill and keep the potential sound barrier at bay for the first engagement as ECU with the player advantage. They should look to take a little bit of space here, but the DPS get traded back again, and Nanty onto the hazard. He's gonna force Mike back, but you called it. Downpour is already ready to go, and it gets summoned out. Ishmaelian nowhere to go. Same with the other players on the back line. The right click to hold out some extra damage deflection. And Mike, I mean, right, you play Hazard just like you play Diva, and that is with no fear in your heart.
So we're going to see Amethyzer getting out of dodges. This time, Zach has kept up with Amethyzer on this May ult, so both teams going to have the Blizzard coming in this next fight. Issue is Freight has the sound barrier to kind of deal with it, so Baker's just primed in a good position. Kitsune Rush going to come out now.
Yeah, Ishmaelian's on a bit of a long mission right now, so if this Cassidy can't find anything, effectively making ECU fight 4v5, they do Blizzard up to both supports though. So the sound barrier ends up not doing as much as they would have hoped because the Blizzard catches 2 prime targets. Baker, again, for them, sucks to lose a fight. Good thing is you took yourselves a very nice lead, and they're still contesting for a little bit longer.
Yeah, when both the supports get caught, doesn't matter that they got the overhealth with the sound barrier. Everyone just shoots the supports and they will die. Despite all of that, so they're able to hold there. Blizzard's still coming online for the side of ECU, so you're gonna have to be, I mean, for the side of Baker, you're gonna have to be very worried about that. But that's the only ultimate on their plate right now is Tigers coming up on their other 4 ultimates.
Yeah, and the key for ECU, seeing what we've seen in this map so far, they've really got to manage these ultimates. Not good, almost perfectly, because Baker has been capitalizing on very tiny windows or very small mistakes that will ultimately just lose you a championship in the grand scale of things, as 55% and counting. The Blizzard does connect. Both of the, or just the one Blizzard, yeah, Zach getting frozen up there. The Deadeye gets used up, but no kill is found. A flashbang to the face of Paint, with the answer back with the other nade. Great work out of Paint, the Embry there to keep Baker alive in the fight a little bit longer, but the Ramatra's wheeling and dealing with the Nano. Annihilation Nano, and it looks like ECU may have just won P2.
You say that, but they're getting away. The ice block comes in. Okay, the Tree of Life might be, yeah, there we go. The Tree of Life is able to do it. They're going to get the second point. Very well played from the side of Tiger Knights. Again, it's going to cost them absolutely everything, but I think you'll take that, considering you're going to have your May ult coming into this next point.
Well, I give Baker credit, I guess. They're still stalling out P2 as long as humanly possible. Eventually, though, ECU will find the staggers that they need. They will be able to scoop up P2, and now we're in a Atlas best of 3, potentially for the championship here in Division 9, as Ulti's favoring Baker for now. At least you've got Paint and Mike ready to go, and both supports are effectively ready to go once a few seconds of fighting happens. Zach looking for a big angle with the Blizzard. I mean, the May Ultis have been a pain point for a lot of the series.
Override Protocol coming out for Paint. Can they find it? They are going to force out the ice block. It looks like that's going to be forced out of the roll as well. So many low people, they're able to clean it all up.
I cannot believe that Mike actually lives. Shout out Cote and Freight before they fell. They kept that hazard alive on like 40 HP to hold their right click and essentially just call the fight for the bees there, as a full team kill is the final result. They're able to scoop up the point, and now they can look to play a little bit of defense.
Yeah, and they're able to win that with just the singular ult commit. And at the same time, Paint's already 40% to another ultimate, so that's absolutely nutty. Man, this Emery hero is just busted. That's ridiculous.
My next thought was going to be, I cannot believe we haven't had like a major change, considering it has been like 2 months of Emery just literally.
Mid-season patch on Tuesday.
Okay, so maybe we'll finally, I assume we'll have to get, maybe not to make him useless like they sometimes do, but there's got to be some tonnage down of the damage as Mike overextending from the rest of the team. And Baker, I feel like I've seen this movie before where they get about 50 to 60%.
Wait, they Kitsune rushed there.
Ooh, they did too. Yeah, that was kind of gross.
Yeah, you cannot find yourself out in the open like that on the hazard. Even if you have your block, it's just, they're all just going to shoot you and you're going to die. Just a huge mistake overextending like that. Now you do got your May ult to combat the other May ult. Last time we saw Zach be the aggressive one. Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
What to do here, but Apollo's already out.
Mike just jumped over the entire enemy team to get to the Lifeweaver, and they didn't know how to respond. They weren't ready for that level of aggression. I love that play out of Baker. The Blizzard doesn't actually find anything, and now the Deadeye. Oh, able to line up the Lucio last second after the sound barrier got invested. And now it's going to be the Annihilation. I don't think they even need the Nano, but with Paint and the May doing so much work, they actually do shut down the Ramatra. The Nano stays in the back pocket, and Baker takes the fight.
Wow, huge team fight win to be able to combat that. The ECU did hold on to quite a lot of ults. Wait, they're pushing this? They have the tree? They don't have the numbers, though. What is going on?
And once this tree's down, there's an individual named Paint that has an override protocol, and they still kill both of the supports. Oh, ECU, I hope we're not letting it slip like this. That's a couple big mistakes that realistically is going to give Baker this point as long as they played their cards right, and damn, they have.
Yeah, huge mistakes coming out there from Baker. That tree, totally unnecessary. I thought maybe they were going to swap, but they don't. And Zach's been holding on to this Blizzard for quite a long time. I mean, Amethyzer has almost built up to another Blizzard in the meantime.
And right, it is harder to get a Blizzard when you're trying to attack a defensive team, but at some point, when we're about to be down 2-1 in map 5 and the championship is slipping away, we gotta just send that cold tundra the other way and hope that it just picks up somebody that is gonna be relevant to the fight. Speaking of relevant to the fight, that's a big target to find in the immediate onslaught. And then I sleep onto the hazard as well, and ECU, that's how you open up a point.
That's the kind of momentum they needed. No ults needed, able to just get that nice and cleanly, as both teams gonna have a huge amount of ultimates in this next fight. Baker just needs to win one more sub point on this map and they take the Division 9 title.
Yeah, the 1 seed can hold on to the throne for the entire duration of the NECC season. They can put a capstone on a great Nationals run where they have admittedly been tested. They went 5 in the semis. They went map 4 every other series out of the best of 5s as the Blizzard from Amethyzer activated and shutting down everybody. It looks like Zack Attack finally going to use their Blizzard. It happened again, Ray. It happened again.
Why are we doing this? The fight was over. It's just a waste of an ultimate. I don't understand. I mean, okay, they're swapping over to the Reaper. Maybe that's why they were doing that. You have Nano, you have High Noon, but Paint still has this override protocol and Mike's coming up on the downpour.
And switching to the Reaper, that just means that's even worse for what they just did. They held the Blizzard for 5 minutes just to whip it out for no reason, just to get the Reaper into the game. Oh, it's just mismanaged by ECU, and they can't really afford to be doing such things at this juncture. The Deadeye doesn't connect, but Amethyzer does, and now it's override protocol time. Paint is going to be very low, though, and the Emery does get caught out, so give a lot of credit to ECU. They're able to freeze up the Ramattra for the second, but the Nano Annihilation, this has been the trump card for ECU to pull when they need to win a fight. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to get.
And they're still going to have their tree for the next fight. Freight should be able to keep themselves up while the tree's going as well. Amethyzer will get a Blizzard in this fight. I think that's probably what you're playing for, to try and get this point back and try and just make this clean 3-1, a clean 4-1 in the grand finals.
Gotta keep track of Zach, though. We saw the Junkrat literally ruin the series for Baker earlier. Oh my goodness, the Tree of Life gets put up. I don't even think that Cassidy had a chance to enjoy the sights. We are going to see a nice answer onto Freight. The Ramatra's doing a lot of work onto the Kiriko. Health bar is looking very good for ECU with the Tree of Life still just fully sprouted. The Blizzard is ready to go, but I don't think Baker's got enough players to even warrant trying to use that ulti. No, they're just going to take the L, and it's going to be 2-2. One final flashpoint.
As the May going to die very late as we head to Resort for the final flashpoint. Will ECU force a map number 5, or does Baker slam the door in their face and win their Division 9 championship? ECU not going to really have anything. You might build up to the Death Blossom in this fight. So this is pretty much just a free Blizzard for Amethyzer.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressive Baker wants to get in the early onset here, as Brawl Slayer's been doing a fantastic job of just locking that front line down on the Ramattra. Of course, Nano Annihilation's a good way to be living as well, as the Hazard taking a lot of damage. The anti will get cleansed, but the Reaper's able to catch Freight out again. That's the 3rd or 4th time in the last little while that these DPS tank duels of ECU have just been able to catch everybody from Baker asleep at the wheel. And Zack attacked with the Junkrat, and now the Reaper just trying to drag ECU across the finish line.
Yeah, your Lucio cannot continue to be that first pick every single fight. And you have to find a way to use this Blizzard. I know, if you use it on the tank, they're probably just going to pull him out with Live Fever. But you got to find a reason to use this. You can't just keep holding on to it. Kitsune Rush going to get thrown down.
And the longer they hold, the better a chance that Zack can set up for a disgusting Death Blossom, which may be the angle right now. They're able to shut down the Kiriko, the Deadeye, able to crack down 2 more, and ECU with a triple kill from the Cassidy. They send Baker packing off of Kitsune, Blizzard, and Frey, dying so quick again. Not even close to the sound barrier. And it's another Nano Annihilation. I'm getting nervous.
I think it's over.
I think it is.
Unless they throw here, this Nano Annihilation should just be everything
Tree
they
of
need
Life
to
too.
close this door and force the map number 5.
And a Tree of Life. Like, this Ramacha's gonna have 9 billion HP, 8 trillion armor. It doesn't even matter. It's Override Protocol downpour and a whole lot of hope and prayer for Baker because it's 96% and they have got to get on the point. What?
They don't even need a Nano Annihilation because nobody touches the point. ECU keeps their hopes alive in this grand final. Makes the series a 3-2.
Just a comedy of errors from both sides, with the biggest one just being a Baker oopsie at the end. They waited so long, they got everybody ready, and they were like 4 seconds too slow. They just don't make it back on. They had ultimates ready to be used. They just took the loss, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, given that they have to win these next 3 maps in a row, they got the first step, but to me, the first step is the easiest step because they got to pick the map. They get the first ban. For these next 2 maps going forward, it's going to be Baker's map pick. They will get the first ban. So these next 2 maps are going to be even harder.
Yeah, we'll see how much just Baker, hopefully they have enough left in the tank to keep the momentum going and they didn't essentially burn all the gas early in the series. A map like that, as close as it was, almost makes it more heartbreaking for Baker. When you're up 2-1, you look up, you're like 100% more championship is about to be ours. And then you get 25-0 the last 4 fights. Like that, again, I give a lot of credit to Zack. They took Freight out of 3 straight fights, which means there probably would have been another sound barrier, except the Lucio was dead for the last 2 minutes, sat at 30% the last 3 fights, and then there was just no hope.
And now, again, it's on the onus of Baker to try and end this series, trying to not let this comeback happen. It's not a reverse sweep, we had a map earlier in the series, so, but it would be, such a disappointment to be up 3-1 to drop the marbles like that. Kind of like basketball, losing the 3-1 series lead is just feels really bad. So, again, they're going to have the map pick. They're going to have the first ban. We are on, map number 6 now. So, yeah, it cycles back. They can kind of go wherever they're feeling now.
Yeah, listen, as a Steph Curry supporter his whole career, the 3-1 lead still sits in my heart like a cold stone, so I know Baker does not want to be in that spot. Since we're going to give the players a minute to get ready and get all locked and loaded for Game 6 of a possible 7 in our D9 Grand Finals, we're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to bring ECU Baker, Map 6, back in a few.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Just another one hit wonder, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
We are back for what may be our final intermission of the evening. After Baker letting map 5 slip, we're going over to map 6 to see if ECU can try to even up the score and take us that full 14 maps that we briefly talked about at the very start of the show, which seems like forever ago at this point. We're going to Shambali, Baker taking Cass off the table, and ECU, despite the fact they bullied the Lucio, taking it out of the game.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of Shambali, which I think opens the door for a lot of different styles of composition. I was gonna say, We saw the Domina at ECU earlier. This is a really good Domina map, so I'm not surprised to see this defensively from them. Because we see them also playing the Life Weaver Kiri, which, again, we saw that at moments on Gibraltar. And Zagatak going back onto that Junkrat, no shockers at all.
Yeah, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The only way they stopped it, I mean, they did punish it eventually on one of the maps, but the best way to deal with it was to ban it away, and now, of course, it is unlocked. Paint picking up the Sojourn for I believe the maybe first or second Sojourn of the entire series. Mike, of course, Diva Hazard exclusively all the way through, and a map like Shambali, all these long sight lines and all the high ground you can jump up to with the balconies certainly makes a lot of sense. Juno on the back line to try to lock in the championship.
Here we go. We got double hit scan for the side of Baker Bees, which, again, they'll be able to, shoot at and destroy the shield for the Domina relatively quickly. And, they can shoot the Junkrat from a distance as well as they're trying to take this high ground away.
I think that's what they got to do, is try to punish Zach as they are able to double blast pack away to safety. And Baker, they got the Domina on the back line here in Brawl Slayer, and Brawl Slayer's had a great series themselves, whether it was the Sigma earlier, had some nice moments on the Domina earlier as well. They've been playing a variety of tanks very, very nicely, and at least giving ECU that extra little bit of juice in some of these fights, as nobody falling in the early fight quite yet. A couple players getting low here and there, but Baker slowly but surely trying to take a little bit of space.
As they got the double hit scans on the high ground, playing the same angle. Normally you want to take separate angles, but I get both kind of wanting access to the high ground. As they do get the Domina off the cart because they got her low, they had to force to pull her out. So they get a lot of free card space, but Zagatak able to get Amethyzer.
Yeah, all that Baker offense immediately quelled there by a few well-placed shots out of Ishmaelian and the Junkrat, of course, in Zach. Little dynamite there to throw over the top to make sure. Paint did find a railgun shot onto Zach as an exit, so maybe if Baker gets a fast respawn, they could look to put a little bit of pressure on. Of course, the respawns from ECU a little bit farther away. They will be coming through momentarily, and Brawl Slayer halfway to the Panopticon. Apollo getting pretty close to the Tree of Life. Meredith's just about got the Kitsune and taking a kill onto Paint. Gonna get that ulti online a little bit faster, and a couple DPS trades back and forth, but ECU, I'm sure they're happy with the progress now.
Yeah, they've been wasting a lot of time already. Half the time off the bank. You're gonna have your Bob available, your Kitsune. You're coming up on 4 out of your 5 ultimates. As Baker, same thing, but they're lagging a little bit. So ECU is gonna have a window for them to get extremely aggressive with these ultimates before Baker gets them online.
Yeah, Mike, as we've seen the entire series, they're going to be trying to cause havoc on the back line, trying to create these off angles. It's going to be on the rest of the Baker players to catch these players out in a bad spot, but Pain is the one in a terrible spot. The Sojourn getting punished immediately. The Diva forced to back up. The Kitsune rush means the rest of Baker effectively have to run for the hills, but the Ash is consistently landing shot after shot after shot after shot. And Baker, basically, 2/3 of the time down, and not that much progress considering like most of this area is usually given after a couple kills.
It's only really going to take one solid fight to be able to win this, and you got Kitsune rush out, so now you're in a 5v4 ult situation. That's the thing about the Juno Ana, though, is it's a very greedy backline, so it's like you got to be finding these kills relatively quickly because it's just not the highest amount of healing output.
Oh my goodness, talk about healing output. Kote no longer available for such things, and now Ishmaelian gonna send in Bob, but they meet the hands of Mike immediately. Bob does get slept, but Brawl Slayer and Zach just instantly find 2 more kills. Baker again, the good thing for them, they didn't invest any ultis. The bad news is they've been sitting on these ultis and they're running out of time.
Yeah, 40 seconds, so it's a 5v3. So, Baker should, in theory, be able to throw most of these ults in and be able to cap this point, but they need to start going right here now, and Zach's already hiding to look for the perfect tire. And these ults for Baker, for support-wise, none of them are defensive. So it's like they're both offensive. So there's nothing they can really do about this tire except hopefully shoot it.
And Zach attack, trying to see if they can 100-0 somebody. Instead, it shall be the Rip Tire. Perfect timing over the railing. Able to shut down 2 players, and I'll be honest, unless this overclock finds 3 to 4 kills, I don't know if Baker's going to have enough, but it looks like they may have at least found enough to keep the fight going. That Tree of Life is going to be borderline impossible to cut through. Mike's going to send in the Diva Bomb. They were able to find a kill just before that. Apollo going to lose a little bit of util there. Ishmaelian run down by the Sojourn and Mike duo, and Baker in the final hour of this first checkpoint. They may Okay, Marinette being down, Apollo going too. They have officially done enough.
Yeah, once they get this Junkrat down,
Surely.
and he's got to get the Domina, but that, I mean, they have all the numbers. They're going to go down. Ooh, just when you thought they might get first point held like on Gibraltar, they're able to get what they need to get done. Amethyst are now going to go over to the Reaper, which I kind of like that. Again, I don't think this is really more, I don't think this is a double hit scan math at all either, so they're off.
Yeah, and playing into something like the Domino where you're just firing into a barrier what feels like 50% of the time, just play the Reaper or play something a little more. Well, they're going to switch to the Mei anyway, so they're going to switch roles again there as Ishmaelian able to shut down Freight. Mike putting a lot of damage onto the Squishies, but with no follow-up and no teammates in the vicinity, they're going to have to cancel the assault for now, and nice little dynamite, and they're able to wall off the D.Va, so potentially walled off their teammate there or kept Ishmaelian from having a nice little angle from the high ground as the Ashe looking to connect on a few shots, and this is not a player I'd be challenging like this. They have proven they will hit shot after shot.
Sleep Dart is going to miss, but Ishmaelian just very uncontested here. The Ashe, I don't know what you're doing trying to take on that at all. Bob not going to get thrown into the fray as a great Mei wall comes up, however.
Yeah, blocks the dynamite and Bob, so not too bad there from the opposing Mei. Ultimates desperately trying to get online for Baker. I don't think they're going to get him online to stop this fight in time, though. Zack Attack able to find one. The Mei's blocked up. Should be able to maybe find that one, too. Mike using a D.Va Bomb to try to clear out some of the cave entrances there as the overclock will be activated from Paint. But they've got a Reaper to deal with in the close quarters. This is not necessarily the best fight for a Soj, but Mike is there to support. Now the overclock is still ready to go. I thought maybe they would try something, but waiting for the rest of the team there as ECU, Panopticon, Tree of Life, Kitsune, and they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, a little interesting is it looks like Zack Attack's waiting to go behind, but they know he's there, so it's like, I mean, what are you going to get accomplished when they know you're there?
Amethyzer just gets 100-0'd. Orbital Ray and Overclock both sent in at the same time. Mike gets CC'd, but there's a Reaper that's going unchecked next to the Tree of Life. Zack Attack, no Death Blossom, so no possibility for just a straight-up pentakill, but 20 seconds left to go. Baker, they're going to nano the D.Va, and they're going to say, Mike, we need to find this fight right now. We cannot afford to go to OT. They lose the Juno, the nano expires, and ECU with the Kitsune at their backs, they're looking good to at least drive Baker back a little further, and there's no time.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. I mean, Amethizer's going to have this Blizzard online, so that's what they're playing for. They're going to get life gripped out of it. Very well played by the Life Weaver. Ishmaelian, Zack Attack, they're cleaning up. They will hold the Baker Bees at this final corner on second point.
Yeah, and for ECU, like not even close to an impossible task. Like this is an extremely winnable map, even despite the close call that they almost stalled Baker out before checkpoint 1. I think they had a fantastic second half there, and I mean, yeah, not only did they give themselves a chance to win, they gave themselves a chance to win without too much stress. I mean, you chain a few fights together and you can basically get to where Baker was. It's all about seeing how fast they can jump out of the gates here. And if Baker just gets, we've seen players just get caught out too many times, and it's been the bane of their existence.
Listen, Jen Ben, in my head, I'm like, check everything you're saying. But then my head's like, we just watched Gibraltar 2 maps ago.
Yeah.
And we thought they had it in the bag, and they got fuller held. So I agree with everything you said, but it's not necessarily, been shown to happen in this series. So I think Baker still definitely has a chance here.
Yeah, and I think I literally said earlier, throw all cogent analysis out the window because something's in the water the last couple weeks, and clearly this series is drinking from the same fountain as just about ready to break through the doors. 15 seconds to the unlock. Baker, of course, on the defense. We saw the Tor Bastion earlier. Not remotely surprised that we see it now. ECU, yeah, straight up, I would just stop switching heroes altogether because when they switch and find their footing, Baker are the ones that have no idea how to answer.
Here we go. ECU going to keep Zack Attack on that Reaper, and they're not going to change anything else from that attack. Baker B's going back to what they did on Gibraltar to be able to hold the Bastion Torb. Let's see if it works just as well for them on Shambali.
Turret mode ready. Paint is going to lose their turret early as the Bastion looking to take down the Life Weaver a peg there, at least off of the high ground, as Amethyzer taken a little bit of damage there. 3.5 minutes on the clock. ECU looking to get going. The Reaper in the back line, able to Wraith form away to safety, taking a chunk out a few of the Baker players there. At least get some ult charge online. The TP barely in time to get away. But the Reaper shall live to fight another day. As ECU looking to see, I guess willing to see how much space Baker is actually opting to give them, or if they're actually going to play super aggressive and try to stop them nice and close. And Paint, bit of an awkward fight with the Reaper and the support there at their back, but they're actually holding their own. Uh-oh, no.
Damn, Zacatach gonna get the kill onto Paint. 1 minute off the clock, and they've already gotten the cart way further than we had seen on the side of Baker at this point. Now we're gonna see the Diva. He's gonna be able to stay alive, but Zacatach's now in the fray, throwing a lot of damage down. They get Freight.
That is not looking good for Baker. Of course, they did get the first checkpoint. There is also a time bonus associated with that checkpoint, so if ECU speed runs through this block, I mean, they're going to have, what, 4.5 minutes maybe if they're able to win this fight relatively quickly. They will have the ult advantage. Yeah, actually pretty even for this fight. Kitsune, Bastion ulti, they can get a nano online. That would be very, very helpful. A Zacatach looking to get the Death Blossom online. The Bastion ulti gets sent in. The Reaper, the cleanse comes through to stop the damage, but it doesn't matter. Oh, they do catch Zach. Bob gets sent in with the backside of the Kitsune. Mike gets demeched, and no chance of getting back in. ECU, this is their fight all the way.
Oh man, with very little resistance. It only took him half their time back to be able to get this. They're gonna have 4.5 minutes to be able to get this second point, and they still got their Panopticon, their tree, their Death Blossom. They're in a great spot. They got out the Bastion ult and the Kiri ult. So ECU in a prime position to be forcing a map number 7.
Yeah, ECU, it certainly feels like they've got Baker right where they want them, the way they've been playing this Shambali so far. And even if you look to them, they can say, Baker, you shouldn't have got that first checkpoint. We had you dead to rights, and you somehow walked away. Paint, though, that's what you have to do, is shut down the Reaper time and time again. Amethyzer in turret mode, looking to see if they can slam down any damage onto a few of the low ground players there. Panopticon, Death Blossom, Tree of Life ready to go. A nice little nade into the high ground to back up the Bastion, and Baker, they did invest the Molten Core. They've got the Diva Bomb, and they've got the Nano. Mike does get CC'd for the second. ECU just playing the patient game, knowing they have so much time to get so little progress.
Again, still plenty of time on this clock for them to be able to get this. Ishmaelian is going to go down, but they're able to keep it alive. Still 3 minutes. Got plenty. Still going to have their tree. Still going to have that Death Blossom. But Baker's slowly been building to a decent amount of these ultimates.
Yeah, Molten Core, especially in a team that's pushing into you, can completely disrupt that fight and just cause absolute chaos on the cart. Nobody can really stay locked up on top of each other. I know what Zach's doing, looking for the Death Blossom, but getting absolutely nuked by the Baker squad. A good idea, unfortunately, just Baker ready on the jump. They shut the Reaper down, and now it's Bastion turret mode to force a Suzu and completely cut through the Ashes health bar as well. ECU, 2.5 minutes, still plenty of time, but Baker showing their teeth finally again.
ECU still going to have the Bob, still going to have the tree, but Baker's now in a great spot ult-wise. They're going to have 3 of them to be able to use to combat the 3 that ECU has. This is also the position last time where ECU was able to have, you know, these tied ultimates and they were able to bring it home. So I'm feeling pretty good if you're the ECU. You just gotta, play this patiently, look for your opportunity and strike.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game. You don't need to rush into anything dumb. Double Kitsunes to send both teams through. Nano and Molten Core both ready to go. They nano the Kiriko to keep them alive, but Bob's able to find the first kill. Baker with a big answer, though. Mike's got the Diva Bomb still ready. The Bastion ulti does get sent in, but the Bastion does get stunned. ECU, Panopticon was sent in by Brawl Slayer Kote, somehow staying alive. A massive cleanse onto themselves. Tree of Life out of Apollo will be expiring momentarily. And Zacatach able to find the kill on the Amethyzer. Mike gets demeched with the bomb. ECU, this might be a small window, but Apollo gets blown to smithereens.
Oh, they get freight. The opportunity is there. They got to do this cleanup. They're going to get the Torb turret down, but the pressure is being placed onto this Sojourn, this Kiri.
Might be it.
They're forcing him out. The card is just there, nearing the end.
Oh my goodness, they're able to do
They
it.
did it!
ECU crosses the goal line, and we're going all the way to Game 7. 14 maps potentially, 14 maps shall be played. Baker just not able to find an answer for this just fiend of a Junkrat that's been running the server, whether it was the Reaper or the Junkrat, play after play to keep ECU alive. And one more chance for all the marbles.
What an amazing 2 series we have gotten today on NECC, both going the full distance. And this series in particular, ECU has just shown, never underestimate them. I mean, they were down 2-0. They've been able to force the map 7 here. They still have some fight in them. And again, they took in the second step to come back from 3-1. Now it's the third step. Still going to be the map pick by Baker Bees and still going to be the first ban from them. So they're still going to have to overcome that.
And I think the players, along with myself, to get a little sip of water, going to take a quick break. We got one more map guaranteed to close out the night. Baker and ECU Tigers, one final showdown for NECC Division 9 glory. We'll catch everybody back to conclude the series in a few minutes.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. Hey, you don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. explore. Imperfect visions, like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem.
For real this time, the last break has concluded. We have one more map to play. Baker on the brink of blowing a big 3-1 lead over to ECU Tiger.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Game 7
You
for
see
the
what
chip.
map it is?
Yep, Blizzard.
And you know what I'm thinking?
Yep, I'm thinking it too.
I'm gonna cry if it happens.
Oh, man. Well, we said when we were in the break, nothing makes sense anymore. Colors are on the screen. People are popping ultis. We're at that point in the night. I think it's the same for the players. Yeah, one map Blizzard World for the D9 Championship.
All right, as we see on the screen, the Life Weaver band coming up from Baker. I actually kind of like that low key. The especially when they were trying to get on top of these tanks and they just kept getting pulled out. It makes sense. And the Bastion ban from ECU, I also like that. So I think they both made some really smart swaps, some really smart bans here. I'm not a fan of the Kiri Mizuki, but, you know, ECU has been proving me wrong with a lot of things tonight.
And I truthfully believe that Apollo's Mizuki is strictly to try to shut down Mike, because Mike has just been playing unfiltered for half the series now, because they have been losing maps here and there. But that Diva was literally playing its own PVM game with the ECU backline for the first couple of maps. So I think the Mizuki is just a direct answer into that, because other than that, yeah, not really any other heroes that it's going to find the most value on. Of course, if you lock down a Tracer or a Cassidy, that always feels good. As Brawl Slayer looking to see if they can break through the front line. Baker desperately searching for a kill, but nobody falling quite yet, as we're about a minute in.
Yes, both teams just jostling for better positioning. This sim, I feel like that's going to be your number one target. If you're the Baker Bees, then they get him down.
Amethyzer, a big opener on the Cassidy. They should be able to push ECU back, in theory, a little bit, as long as they can actually put some real pressure on and disrupt this backline. There's the Mike that we've been looking at for a good portion of the series. Amethyzer opens up with a big one. Deadeye is already good to go. Ishmaelian is going to make their own swap to the Cassidy. Amethyzer will live to tell the tale, and it'll be a team kill for Baker, just a little bit delayed.
Yeah, this Diva is going to thrive on a map like Blizzard World. Like, you know, Domina's fine. She's cool and all that, but, you know, Diva's just good for a reason, and this is a really nice mid-high ground map for Diva to just start really running this lobby again, as we saw in like the first couple maps from Mike.
Yeah, and with all the rock formations and the different vehicles and all the cover, the Diva can really just kite around this high ground and relatively easily go untouched. Of course, the Cassidy May are going to be a pretty imminent threat to it, but the way Mike's been playing on the edge and surviving when they need to, finding kills when it's time to do that. But Paint, oh my goodness, just getting absolutely blasted by the Cassidy. Baker does effectively have 5 ultis online. They were able to find the early capture. I just wonder how willing they're going to be to pull the trigger as they wait for their 5th player.
Wow.
Well, not now.
No, not anymore. Back attack pulling the Blizzard, which, you know, cool. I mean, thought the fight was kind of already won, but I get it. You know, just make this decisive, send them back to the spawn room. Now you can push up aggressively, take control of this cart. As you mentioned, Baker going to have 4 ultimates, however, coming into this fight, so be worried if you are the side of ECU.
And just looking for Freight to do their best to stay alive in some of these fights. Of course, not necessarily always their fault, but they were getting hard targeted by a large portion of the team. Mizuki value showing up in spades. The Diva Bomb does go through. Apollo will fall, so you enjoy your chains. I've got a 50,000 ton bomb with your name on it, as Baker able to rack up 3 quick kills and keep the payload trucking.
Cost him 3 ults. I mean, Pulse Bomb you'll get back relatively quickly, so I mean, not too pricey of a fight, especially since Zach's now on the Reapers, so you don't have to worry about that May ult coming online. You got the Panopticon ult out, so all things considered, you're in a good spot. Beat can help you through this Kitsune rush, and then you got High Noons. Let's see who gets the better one.
Well, unfortunately, you will not have a sound barrier for the foreseeable future, as the Lucio has been executed yet again, and now the Cassidy looking to take a few more names with them as they do go. Mike looking to see if they can find a kill over the top. The Diva, honestly, not even taking a bullet that whole dive. Zach able to trade back Kote and the Kiri, but Baker does get stopped at the goal line there. ECU doing enough to make sure they don't get that additional time bonus, and basically everybody in the lobby looking for a reset.
Still got a hefty time bank left if you are. Oh, and you get Ishmaelian, the Tracer, taking on the cast. My goodness, but Zach Attack able to get the counter cast Amethyzer off of the field, so no more casts for anyone.
Pulse Bomb ready for Pate now, and how aggressive they're playing. It looks like they're fishing for something, but they're not able to find anything. Kitsune Rush comes through from Marinette, and with Freight falling again before even a sound barrier could be thought of. It's just ECU winning another fight.
Yeah, and now that Zach Attack is getting closer to this Death Blossom as well, you can't just, you know, as be willing to aggress beat. You got to save that for some of these ultimates now. As Baker, you know, started off hot and now it's starting to peter out, but it is kind of the nature of Blizzard World. This second point can be extremely hard to push through, so this is going to be a major milestone for them to try and get through. But if they can win a fight cleanly, they should get this cart delivered.
Well, we finally have a sound barrier. The Sanctuary answer from Apollo. The Deadeye gets activated, but the Mizuki chain holds Amethyzer in place, and now it's Ishmaelian's turn, but they're going to pull the trigger very fast on that one. Not able to collect the kill. They are going to force the cleanse out. They go for the rapid fire. They're not able to find the kill. They lose the 1v1 with some help from the D.Va. And Baker, I just really want to see when a team gets a kill, I want to see pressure get put on.
Need to see more clean fight wins out of here. Death Blossom comes out, gets nothing because of that D.Va defense matrix. They gotta win this fight faster and clean if they want to get this card across, because the spawns are so close for the side of the ECU Tiger Knights.
And that's the other note. You hate to like nitpick fights because a winning fight is a winning fight, but looking how close the series and the meters have been, that 20-25 seconds is unironically winning and losing people championships all night tonight, even going back to the first series. It's been a theme. And with Baker,
they got it.
Wow, they lose Cassidy, but they find 2 kills and get the time bonus.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure onto the Tracer on point, forced them, the Kiri on point, forced them to have to TP out, and then you're not able to get the touch in time. You're able to now, take a deep breath, 2 minutes on the clock, 3 key ultimates coming online with ECU. I mean, they use their Panopticon, they use their Death Blossom. You'll have Kitsune Rush and your High Noon, but Baker finally got themselves some positive momentum.
Yeah, no pressure players, only some of the biggest ultimates you have maybe ever thrown in your esports career as Paint. Able to shut Zach down with a massive opening pick. The Cassidy looking to ring people off the high ground. The D.Va does get stunned. Kitsune rush out of Kote. Baker, it looks like they want to put the pressure on. The Mizuki drops the chains, but they still fall. That means Mike and the Tracer can go unchecked. The Deadeye out of Ishmaelian to try to save the fight, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It does get canceled out. Freight, massive pick, answered back immediately. Pulse Bomb goes through, doesn't find a kill. Brawl Slayer answers back with 1. The Kiriko giving enough healing to sustain ECU. A minute left on the clock, and Baker, they're still slowly but surely marching forward.
Yeah, getting that D-Mech onto the D.Va. What are you doing? Okay, they kill her. I think you could have staggered, and what you had to do is turn around and go jump off the edge, but they were going into the Domina. A little nitpick there, but, it can be very important sometimes. Panopticon and the Kitsune Rush for the Tiger Knights available. As the Baker Bees, you get a remake. Oh, you got Beat. Beat should be enough to help you in this fight. It's not going to help with the Panopticon, though.
Yeah, if Freight is able to live, if Freight can live to get the sound barrier off, we'll have a little bit of faith. Kote doesn't know if they're going to survive. Sound barrier comes in late. It doesn't connect onto the Kiriko. The Deadeye does, though. Oh, that follow-up shot. That was the true shot from Amethyzer. That was a filthy snap tap after the Deadeye. Freight will fall, but the sound barrier was, of course, activated. Baker putting a little more pressure on. Mike's able to find one more. The Death Blossom, maybe you get this last second, but they don't make it back in time. And Baker, 9.1 on the clock, and they finish the map.
Which is actually huge, finishing with time on this map, because now no matter how well the ECU Tigers do, even if they finish with 2 minutes on the clock, the Baker Bees will still get an opportunity to attack. But now a line has been drawn in the sand for Baker to win this Division 9 championship. All they have to do is stop the ECU Tiger Knights from full capping Blizzard World, which, as we've talked about, point 2 can already be really hard to cap. And because of how much time you waste there, it makes point 3, which, it's not a, impossible point to cap, but because it takes so much time to get second, you don't have many attacks for the third point, therefore it gets hard to cap.
And just if you're a Baker player, you had a 3-1 lead. It was all smiles. It was all sunshine and good weather, and you've been dragged into a monsoon. But all that work can be rewarded with a Division 9 championship if the defense has the guts to finish the job that the offense got started. It was a great round out of them. Again, they've been slow starters in many of the rounds, and then they seemingly just hit that switch at times. They're able to catch Zach a few times. They neutralized the value of Ishmaelian. Apollo, yes, the Mizuki did find some value dragging the D.Va down, but I really don't think it gave ECU that much otherwise. And even then, Mike really didn't get caught that often, so minimal value in the support duo there. But as we said, it's a grand final. It's Game 7, and it is for everything. Pressure at the most, and this is what you play for.
Oh, that was a really good push from the Domina. Stunned a lot of people. Zack Attack's already able to get Freight, and that's already the opening window for them to be able to start pushing and get some point progress.
Oh, and I really hate to be that guy and pick on one player, but if you're afraid and you know that you're being hunted by the entire server, we have to make some adjustment. We've got to go find a babysitter with Mike or somebody. We just can't keep letting ECU essentially just get away with free kill after free kill, especially on one of these supports. Like, you don't want to live without a DPS, but losing one half of the Kiri Lucia, I mean, you're just killing the team completely.
And I mean, 5.5 minutes for this second point. I mean, again, both these teams got the first point relatively quickly, so it's all just going to be for the side of Baker. How much time can they drain off of the clock on the second point? The Domina going to have a little bit harder time on the second point on attack specifically because, you know, inherently on the defense, you just kind of get the high ground for free, you know, in between your fights. You don't on the attack, so you have to either be okay with never having the high ground or you have to go out of your way to take this away from the Diva.
Yeah, we'll see if that is the name of the game and if both of these teams can at least match the strategy that they're hoping to achieve and find some level of success. As Paint is going to fall again. Baker, doesn't matter what stage of the fight, they seemingly are just losing the first player so often on the defense, and if they're able to catch this player out, they may be able to shut down the Reaper, but Zack Attack will be able to squirm away to safety. Now there's pressure on the backline. Amethyzer getting torn up by the Symmetra. Mike looking to desperately find one back. They can't kill the Symmetra, and it took so long that ECU, they get all the other kills, and now it's Baker. There's going to be a lot of time if ECU can get across this here.
Yeah, you just can't let that happen. You cannot let a Symmetra flank behind you and just obliterate your team like that. Now they're going to have 5.5 minutes on the second point. I talked about, oh my goodness, the Death Blossom comes in, finds 2 in exchange for 2. But that's kind of the issue is, I talked about how it can take a long time to cap the second point, which makes the third point, you know, harder to get just because you don't have many cracks at it. They got those 2 points easily. They're going to have so many attempts at this third point now.
Yeah, this point's not nearly as scary when you have literally 7 or 8 cracks at it. And I mean legitimate cracks where you can let people reset. It takes about 20 to 30 seconds to get that full 5 maybe back up. They can go at this for 5 rounds. And Baker, you're going to have to hold on for dear life. Unfortunately, it's the Lucio dead again. And now Brawl Slayer finds it with the Panopticon. Ishmaelian finds one too. And Baker, I'm going to be honest, they just look completely rattled.
3 ultimates used in that fight for Tiger, however, so all they have now is the Kakai Sanctuary. But with the late stagger onto Amethyzer, it's looking really bad for the side of Baker. I mean, you get the beat and the override protocol.
They better get on the cart because there is 1 meter separating the two and they don't have a tank. ECU with 5:11 on the clock.
Yeah, and this is why I said it was important that Baker was able to finish with time and why it's unfortunate that ECU was not able to touch at the end of that attack for the Bakers and force the 0 on the clock. Now Baker gets another chance to attack here, and both teams cap the first point super quickly. So there's a chance that this could go many more rounds.
No chance that there is a paused logo on my screen in a 3-3 Game 7 overtime Blizzard World for the championship. That's just not happening.
Oh, but it is, Genvin, but it is as so close to determining who is going to be that season 9 Division 9 Nationals champion. And hey-o, East Coast, congratulations, it is now Saturday. We have crossed the midnight threshold.
Yeah, that's folks, and that's me. Luckily, I mean, right, 14 out of 14 maps. Unfortunately, a few too many tech pauses for my liking, but I mean, we're in map 7. I'll be honest, if Baker wins this, it would be like hitting the lottery because you have to stave off 4 extra minutes plus on a Blizzard World where it is looking very, very rough. It looks like once ECU finds the angles that they're looking for, they look like an unstoppable machine. Thank goodness we don't have to go to break. We get back. I mean, you see the state of the game, folks. It is literally the end of the end of the end.
Here we go. It all comes down to these extra rounds. Who's going to take the Division 9 championship? I mean, ECU just has a staggering time difference. You'd think, there's no way they can fumble this bag. So
This time doesn't look
one has
real.
to think this is their map to lose it, their map to win at this point.
I don't think I've ever casted a team with 4 minutes in the bank ahead on Blizzard World OT. It doesn't even look right.
We do see defensively here, they're not going to change anything. Ishmaelian going to go to the Ash. No cast this time, which I get it for first point. Zagatak going to stick to the Reaper. As Baker going to keep Amethyzer on the cast. Paint going to stay on that Tracer.
Yeah, and because of the time situation, Baker, at bare minimum, we better get this capture, because I'm willing to wager ECU will eventually get 5 ultis and capture this point with 5 minutes to spare. And if they don't, then they don't deserve to win the championship, and that is the nature of competition, as Zagatak finding the first opener onto Amethyzer, and every single kill, you can just hear the oxygen leaving Baker's lungs.
Agreed, as Paint's going to try and force point pressure with the Mizuki and the Ash there. Going to get headshot. Paint back to the spawn room. You got your mech back if you're Mike, but you're down a player, so you're trying to trade and get a pick quickly.
Oh, Baker, it's looking so grim. The Diva's got no mech, and I don't even know
that might be it.
We're not getting that remeched in time. If we do, we're going to be very lucky without getting caught out in the meantime, as the bot back from the Domina connects onto 3 and slows down the push. They find the kills too. I'm not going to lie. I feel slightly cheated that we got to OT Game 7, and it's still just going to be a stomp.
I mean, again, as I mentioned, this is the Tiger Knights map to lose, man. There should be no reason they get held without a single tick.
No, it can't.
For
It's
5
that's
and
not
11
real.
minutes.
That can't happen.
There's no way.
No. It literally, no. Some things you like joke about on broadcast and say, "Oh, it'd be funny if this happened." There is
No, that's what I'm saying. There should be
zero.
no this should just be a Tiger Knight win. Like, if Baker holds here, legendary. Like, that's ridiculous.
Oh, this is first ballot Hall of Fame defense. If they hold this down, like literally hang the banner at Baker, because this would be so worthy of the distinction. I mean, 5-11, realistically, to get 1 kill. Like 5 minutes to kill one
Jobin,
player in an
you
advantageous
get 4
situation.
minutes to attack the point. They have more time than they normally would have.
That's a very good point. They have 20% more time. They actually have so much more time. Oh my goodness, ECU, you better not lose this one. If you 3-1 come back and lose in this situation, oh man.
Well, you wouldn't lose in this situation. You would draw.
Oh my goodness, Ray, don't even say that word.
Well,
You're
ECU
right, I
can't
know.
lose. They're either winning
know.
this or we're going to a map 8.
You're right. I just always forget, because we've been in the mud, and I'm thinking there's no way ECU can lose, but there is, if you're saying there's a chance, I do suppose Baker could fit the bill here, but 5 minutes, 300 seconds for ECU to walk forward about 60 feet.
And use that sim TP. I'd be trying to use that to try and just force point quickly and force Baker. They're on Moira Zen, so it's like they are just trying to headhunt for kills and just throw down as much damage as possible. Amethizer's down. That should be it.
Oh, Paint does find one back, but I don't know. This Domina Symmetra duo have been honestly unmesswithable for Baker. They haven't really found a couple of good answers back to back. The Symmetra Beam 1v1 wins it against
There we
Paint.
go. That's it.
This tick will be collected. I'll wait for the last couple kills to go through before I officially coronate our champions. 3-1 down. Game 7 OT. ECU Tiger Knight running Baker off of the stage to claim the Division 9 championship at NECC.
And upsetting the #1 seed. There we go, baby. What more could you ask for? Division 9 ending off NECC Nationals with a bang.
Oh, I feel like I just played 50 maps myself, like a 12-hour rank session with a little bit less tilt in there, but 14 maps possible, 14 maps done and dusted. Carthage squeaking out the 4-3 win, and then Baker, I mean, You literally can't write a better script for ECU. You got smacked around for the first few maps, battled back in a big way, and honestly, they just found 3 or 4 picks that Baker literally looked dizzy trying to figure out. That Domina, especially, they never figured it out.
Yeah, they never found an answer to it. So huge congratulations to ECU for pulling off the upset, coming back from down 3-1 and being able to win 3 maps back to back to back. You are the NECC Division 9 national champions.
Yeah, what a way. You can't write a better way to finish off the season. You go all the way to Game 7 OT, and that's the best part of Game 7 OT is when you have 5 minutes on the clock and you are just relaxed. You're like, listen, they might beat us in a couple fights. We'll slam 3 ultis. There's no chance. Then you see Moira Zen, and you're like, oh, they're desperate. We are definitely about to run through them. That was fantastic work from all squads involved, even to the second place teams. I mean, 2 Game 7s, literally a couple of kills difference, and that championship might be yours. But that's going to be all. Surprisingly, that's all we have for tonight. As Ray mentioned, already way past dark on the East Coast, but the Forge Land is next week in San Antonio, Texas, as it's been popping up above my head for most of the stream on that side there. May 14th to 17th. So many different games, titles, multiple leagues getting involved. It is going to be the best one-stop shop for collegiate esports, and hopefully they get some games half as exciting as the ones tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. I casted there last year. It was a great event, so you're not going to want to miss that. Make sure you guys are there, and if you're local, make sure to head over there and tune in. It's going to be an awesome time. And with that, we are going to end production for the night. Huge shout outs to Chippy and Reach behind the scene for doing everything that you do. We couldn't do what we do if it wasn't for you. Thank you, Jobin, for being here. And for everyone in chat, we have been going for 5 hours and 45 minutes on cast. Thank you guys for being here with us. We love doing this for you guys. And with that, we'll see you at the LAN next week.
Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard.
Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know where I'm